Hi, everybody. Sorry, it took a minute, but we are ready to go. Day 7, Nicolae Miu. Apparently today was a lot more interesting and fun than my day, which was absolutely fucking boring. Oh my god. I spent like 3 hours today waiting to have things done, so I wished I had one of these in my mouth, and I wish it was real. That's how bad today was. Well, other than that, like, stuff got done, but I was like, fuck, could have been done earlier. So here we go, guys. Apparently, like, shit goes down today. So the coroner goes, they put his way I understand the way the order goes, coroner goes, they do his interview where he talks to the cops, and then Nicolae goes, which I feel like Sheriff Issac and Nelson kind of fucked that all up. They should have declined to go. Because if Nicolae's interview is really as bad as it sounds like somebody's claiming it was, you want as much distance in between then and when he talks. But, c'est la vie, it's already happened, so here we go. Just wonder how Eastern European he sounds. I don't think he sounds, from what I've told, not bad. Nicolae's going to make me cringe to death. Well, he's not chilly, so we'll see. All right, guys, here we go. All right, Shadow. Oh, I got to do my overlay. Yeah, booyah. Long crime. Here we go. Guys, gonna take us forever. They're already 8 hours in right now.
Dr. Froloff, please come forward.
Dr. Froloff.
Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
He escaped. Did he leave Treblinka?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Yes, you may. Mr. Smestad.
Will you state your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Victor Froloff. First name Victor, V-I-C-T-O-R. Last name F-R-O-L-O-F-F.
And what's your occupation?
I'm an assistant medical examiner for Ramsey County.
And generally, what
Hold
are
on. Is there a cell phone? I hear music.
Yes, sorry.
Please turn.
I had it off.
All right. Maybe you should step out. All right, you got it. Again, I am amazed that we've gotten this far in the trial without a cell phone. So I compliment you all. But please make sure all devices are turned off. They can be a distraction to the attorneys and the witnesses during their important work.
It's muted.
Dr. Froloff, what are your general duties as a medical examiner?
I mean, he sounds like he's like, I build tractors before I come to America. I was #1 tractor maker in all of Smolensk. My papa, he was premium Stakhanovite miner. He'd worked with Peter Stakhanovich himself. Yeah, he's like, yes, hello. I make premium Russian tractors. Then I come to America to be doctor.
Examiner.
We have multiple duties. I was hired by Dr. Mills to perform autopsy examination of the dead bodies. Of course, we have to sign the death certificates. When physician refused to sign, we approve all cremations in the state of Minnesota. And of course, I have to do autopsy. I have to express my opinion about cause and matter of the death. And sometimes I have to give my opinion about cause and matter of the death in the court.
Are you occasionally asked by St. Croix County to complete autopsies for deaths that occur in St. Croix County?
Yes, St. Croix County, it's our neighbors across the river, so they usually send cases, complicated cases to us.
How long have you been a medical examiner?
My official position, assistant medical examiner, I'm employed in this position for 19 years.
I can approach you.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 61. Recognize that document?
Yes, Exhibit 61, it's a hard copy of my CV.
By CV, you mean curriculum vitae?
That's correct.
Does it set forth your credentials, training, that type of thing?
Yes.
Does it also
Doctor.
set forth teaching jobs you've had and publications that you've contributed to or wrote yourself?
Yes.
Can you please just summarize your education?
I'm a physician for like 39 years. I graduated medical school. I did 1 year of internship in internal medicine. I practiced emergency medicine for many years. And 30 years ago, I immigrated to the United States. Basically, I have to start all over. So I passed all my tests. I decided I'd like to do forensic pathology. In order to do forensic pathology, you need to do some specialized training. I graduated from University of Minnesota in pathology, and I did 2 fellowships in Milwaukee. So I trained in Wisconsin. So it's Medical College of Wisconsin and Milwaukee County Medical Examiner Office. And I get back to Minnesota.
Have you been working at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office? You said 19 years. Has that been continuously with Ramsey County?
Yeah, I don't work for Ramsey County. I work for Dr. Mills, who's a Ramsey County medical examiner. She hired me to perform autopsy. But yes, continuously for 19 years, yes.
Do you have a general idea of how many autopsies you performed at that time?
I don't count autopsies anymore. It's over 4,000 autopsies. And now it's approximately rate 300 autopsies per year.
Can you tell the jury what the field
How many
of
people
pathology entails?
In the
What's
Soviet
involved
Union
with it?
did he murder?
Pathology, it's a branch of the medicine study, basically nature of the disease, such as cancer, for example.
And what's forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology and forensic pathologists use medical knowledge in legal cases, unusual deaths, unusual circumstance, and violent deaths.
And are you licensed to practice medicine?
I have full 2 and unrestricted licenses for state of Minnesota and state of Wisconsin.
And obviously is performing autopsies on folks that have been killed. That's part of your duties?
Yes, we perform, we involve in investigation and perform an autopsy in a homicidal death.
For those who might not know, can you describe what an autopsy is?
Autopsy, it's a complex procedure. First of all, we like to know what happened with the body. Second, I perform external examination. At the time of the external examination, we collect trace evidence, DNA, sexual assault kit, some other, specimens if I have to. Then I perform internal examination of the body. It's called evisceration. Basically, we open the body, we look for damage, we look for any type of injuries, we look for diseases. At the same time, I'm taking photographs. And another large part of the autopsy, it's performing toxicology. At the time of the examination, we collect body fluids, such as blood, bile. We collect urine if it's available. We collect fluid from eye. It's called vitreous humor. And I collect tissue samples for toxicology, such as liver.
Did you perform an autopsy on Issac Schuman back in 2022?
I performed autopsy on Issac Schuman on July 31st, 2022. You're correct, yes.
And do you prepare reports regarding, or did you prepare reports regarding the autopsy that you completed of Issac Schuman?
Yes, we usually issue like provisional reports, like my initial diagnosis, initial thinking, without toxicology, is the same day. And when I'm done with full investigation and toxicology, I sign a final autopsy report.
I can approach your honor.
Yes.
Okay, that's up. That's up.
They're all muted.
What are we waiting on here? Come on. Come on.
Mark, is it number 60?
Yes, Exhibit 60, it's a hard copy of my provisional report.
Is that the report you do before the toxicology has come back?
That is correct.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit 17. I'll ask if you recognize that.
Exhibit 17, it's a hard copy of my final autopsy protocol.
Can I ask you some questions about those documents, doctor? When you did the autopsy of Issac Schuman, did you follow your normal autopsy protocol that you described earlier?
Yes, we follow, some general rules. Yes,
Did you complete an external examination of his body?
yes.
And what findings did you make on the external examination of his body?
And we in English today.
Before I start external examination of the body, I just need to tell you that I got body from the hospital. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. He had a medical record artifacts. He had a tube inside of his oral cavity, just helping to breathe. He had 2 IV lines, intravascular access, but it was inserted into his bones. And he had a multiple surgical packing material saturated with the blood. And I observed body on my table. There was some blood present on his body, and I observed sharp force injury to his left chest.
Did you take photographs during your external examination of Isaac's body?
Yes, I did attempt to take many photographs.
Did you complete an internal examination of Isaac's body?
Yes,
And is that part of the usual autopsy procedure?
yes, you're correct.
Can you summarize the results of your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Sure. As I said, most important, I observed sharp force injury to his left chest. Later, I classified this wound as a stab wound. Stab wound, basically it's a sharp force injury. Stab wound when the depth of the wound exceeds the length of the wound on the skin. So it was stab wound to the left chest. The stab wound penetrated his left chest cavity. He had a damage, I call it sharp force injury to his 5th and 6th ribs on the left chest cavity. Then wound kind of continues and go to the left lung. I was able to identify sharp force injury to the lower lobe of the left lung. He had a blood in his left chest cavity. I recovered 200 cubic centimeters. It's approximately a glass of the blood in his left chest cavity. And he had damage, sharp force injury to his pericardium. Pericardium, it's the coverage kind of like sac around his heart. And he had a sharp force injury to the apex of the heart. Apex, it's a pointy part of the heart, like he had a damage, sharp force injury to the left ventricle of the heart. And he had a condition, and I identified this condition on the X-ray I performed before autopsy. He had a condition called pneumothorax. Pneumothorax is present of the air in the chest cavity. So 2 conditions, pneumothorax, air, and hemothorax present on the
Not a
blood.
good thing, guys.
And his organs, midline organs, was kind of shifted to the right. It's called deviation to the right. It's because it's collection of the air in the left chest cavity.
Yes, you may.
Dr. I'm showing what's been marked as exhibit 24. I'll ask if you recognize that document, or I guess that group of documents.
Yes, exhibit 24, it's hard copy for some of my images I took at the time of the examination.
Those are the photographs you took during your examination of Issac Schuman.
Some of them, yes.
All right, and I want to go through this page by page.
Yes, you may.
Isaac got fucked up. It sounds like pretty bad. Did I hear correctly? The state couldn't produce the murder weapon? Yeah, but it sounds like Nicolae might have dropped it or dumped it. So that's not really a surprise that they couldn't find it. This is sounds like Isaac got toe up that knife. Like, how did he got through the rib cage? So, yeah, I heard this kid Nicolae put some work in on homie when he talks about really like what happened.
Each of the 12 photos that are in exhibit 24. Page 1, what is that a photo of?
I believe it's page 1. It's a hard copy of the swim trunk or swimsuit, which I took from the body.
Was Issac Schuman wearing anything else other than the swim trunks when he received his body?
No.
Page 2, can you tell us what that is?
Page 2, that's image of the body taken from the left side. So the gentleman is on my table. I took these photographs. He covered by medical just basically hospital type sheath. His hands covered by brown bags.
Why are his hands covered, if you know?
This is part of the requirement. In cases for suspicious cases, we ask law enforcement or medical personnel cover hands with bag to protect trace evidence, because we have to collect trace evidence at the time of the autopsy. So it's part of the standard procedure.
All right, page 3, what does that show?
I hope we're on the same page. I believe this is when I took a bag from his hands. This is image of the wrist, left wrist, and I just document that he had it's my name tag and it's hospital number. He was ID by hospital number, and he had a golden collar chain or bracelet on his left wrist.
When his body came to, did he have that bracelet on?
Yes, actually, I recovered later. It was because his hands were back, but he had a bracelet. Yes.
All right, page 4, can you tell us what that is?
Page 4, I believe this is image of the back of his right hand.
Page 5.
Page 5, that's again, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand.
Page 6.
Page 6, it's again, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand. I just tried to take a picture on the different angle to see, how it turns.
All right, and then page 7, tell us what that is.
Page 7, it's a hard copy of the image of his left hand, back of his left hand.
And then page 8.
Page 8, it's again image of the front of his left hand.
Page 9, can you tell us what that is?
Page 9. On the page 9, when we collect trace evidence, again, I wash the body and photograph body again. This is picture of the front
wash the
of his
body
body,
like my
anterior
grandmother
chest,
washed
both anterior
Lenin's
chest, but
body.
basically front of the body. And in his left chest, you can see a oblique, it's meaning running at the angle. Sharp injury in this case, it's a stab wound to the left chest. Under this wound, he had a small, I had a hard time to subclassify tiny kind of like abrasion. I described in the final report that this is abrasion. It's very superficial injuries. And this sharp injury, it's fairly large. I measure it's 10 centimeters. It's approximately 3.9 inches in length.
The next page, can you tell us what that is?
Next page, that's a close-up of his stab wound to the left chest. It's located below the left nipple. And again, just close up. I just want to show jury, I don't know, defense attorney, prosecutor, that this is indeed sharp injury, and both ends of the wound is sharp. That could be important in some cases to describe exact, details of the stab wound.
The next page, is that from your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Next page, yes, that's a image of the left chest. When I remove his skin from the left
Was he
chest,
getting a little green up
I
there?
observed that he had a sharp injury
Uh-oh.
to 2 ribs. So 2 ribs was completely kind of like transected. So weapon went through his rib cage. Just want to show you that that's damage of the 2 ribs.
I make sure I understand you, Dr. Frolov. When you say that his ribs were transected, what do you mean by that?
It's a sharp injury to the ribs.
And what was the damage to the ribs?
It's completely cut. Well, I can say cut off.
How many ribs were completely cut?
2.
All right. On the next page, if you can tell us what that is.
Next page, it's again a hard copy of the image of the heart. I mentioned to you when I examined his body, I observed that he had a sharp injury to the apex of the heart. It's like pointy part of the heart. So I measure it's 5 centimeters. It's approximately 2 inches in length.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish the photos to the jury. It's my intention just to give the hard copies to the jurors rather than putting anything on the screen.
Mr. Nelson, any objection to Exhibit 24?
Yes, as we discussed, but I understand Your Honor's ruling.
Yes, I've overruled the objection. We can talk more later. Members of the jury, Mr. Smesnat is going to hand you the paper photographs from Dr. Frolov's examination. The photographs are evidence. Consider it as much as your sensibilities allow. They may be difficult to look at, so if you need to avert your eyes or set it aside, you may do so, but it is evidence, and I ask that you consider it as much as you are able to. Please share the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go back in the order they were in.
Like, you've seen one where you've seen them all, guys. Judge is like, I gotta go call my wife.
Be a good idea to have them stapled so they don't become shuffled or paginated.
Yeah, show the gore. Yes, more.
Dr. Froloff, were any laboratory tests performed as part of the autopsy process?
Yes, I performed full toxicology on this gentleman.
And what were the results of the toxicology that was done for Isaac Schuman?
He was positive for ethanol and BAC, blood alcohol concentration. It's 0.219.
Did he have any other substances in his blood?
No, there's no other substances or drugs.
In your field, forensic pathology, what does the term cause of death refer to?
We have to express opinion about causes of death. Basically, it's how people die in the case of, for example, people die from heart attack. That's cause of the death.
And what does the term manner of death mean in your field?
In matter of the death, it's how cause of the death came to be. And in the case of the heart attack, that's going to be natural death.
Based on the autopsy performed of Isaac Schuman, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
What was his cause of death?
In my opinion, cause of the death, it's stab wound to the left chest.
And based on the autopsy performed of Isaac's body, were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
In my opinion, matter of the death, in this case, it's a homicide.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for the doctor. I'm going to move. Oh, pardon me. As part of your examination of Isaac, did you measure his height and weight?
Yes, we measure length of the body, not height, but length of the body and weight. Yes.
What was the length of the body and the weight for Isaac Schuman?
He was weighted 134 pounds.
Do you remember how tall he was, how long he was?
And again, we measure length of the body. It's a little bit different than height, 6.1.
And the evidence that you gathered from Mr. Schuman, as I turned over to the sheriff's office?
Hold on here. What?
I believe, evidence, and we collect, the trace evidence in this
Wait,
case
how
was
tall
released.
was he?
From Mr. Schuman, as I turned over to the sheriff's office?
I believe, evidence, and we collect, the trace evidence in this case was released to, I believe, on the 2nd of August to sheriff.
Hold on here.
As part of your examination of Isaac, did you measure his height and weight?
Yes, we measure length of the body, not height, but length of the body and weight. Yes.
What was the length of the body and the weight for Isaac Schuman?
He was weighted 134 pounds.
Do you remember how tall he was, how long he was?
And again, we measure length of the body. It's a little bit different than height, 6.1.
And the evidence that you gathered,
Wait. 134 pounds at 6'1"? Oh my God, Nick would coom to weigh that much. That's like twink level. Very tall twink, but Nicholas like, hey, it's me. I mean, really, hold on. BMI index. Let's look at one of these real quick. Yeah, I'm off the fucking chart. I get it. Hard, chart. All right, but let's look at this. I don't know if that guy's even at a fucking healthy weight. Here, let's click this real quick. I don't. Hold on, chat. We need to We need to figure this out, chat. Height. Weight. 134 pounds. Okay. And let's because even though he was leaking, we'll just leave it alone. Height 6.1. Calculate BMI. Oh, that's why, because I put in centimeters. You're 6 centimeters tall at 100. Okay, hold on here. 134 pounds and 6.6 feet, 1 inches, right? Okay, calculate your BMI. Calculate BMI. Okay, goddamn, why? I don't want all this gay shit, man. I don't want all this here. I just want the fucking chart. No, stop. Give me the chart here. Open image and new tab. Here we go. I didn't want all that. 0.1 is different than 1 inch. Oh, pop-ups, yeah. I have ad block on too, so I don't know why the pop-ups aren't working. You're navigating 2002 internet somehow. Thank you, Hubbleson. On the lowest metric for healthy. It's the entire length of the body from head to toe. Yeah. They're starving kids in Africa. That's my point. That is extremely, extremely like. Yeah, so here it is. Okay. Your height in centimeters. Okay. What's 6 feet's 180 centimeters. Okay. 180 centimeters. And 100 and yeah. Pounds to kilograms. That guy's 60 kilograms. Let's see where he fits at 60 kilograms at 180. I mean, he's barely 60 kilograms. I mean, he's at 180 inches, 180 centimeters. Holy shit. That guy's like chronically underweight. Standing, he could be like 5'9", 5. Oh, yeah, well, stretch it out the toes. Fine. So let's say he's like 5'9". All right, fine. Let's try it. Let's try it. So let's do 70 inches. That makes him 100. Let's do 5'10". Or, we'll do 5'9". We'll give him 69 inches. And that means 175 centimeters. Okay. So at 175 centimeters, it doesn't make it any better, chat. Let's say he's like 5'9". He's still at a BMI of like 19. He's a BMI of 20 maybe. Like, that's where he would be, roughly. That is, fuck. A skinny bitch. I mean, really a skinny bitch, but check that out. Holy shit, that is fucking... It's extremely healthy. It's almost underweight, though. And underweight's not healthy. He's still a twig, but not a twig at 6'1", I guess, but... Yeah, where do all the... Now, he's a guy who could drink 2 beers. If you're 6'1" and 134 pounds, like you're 5'9", 134 pounds. You're like the average size man in like 1940. Like, that's the weight of a paratrooper in World War II. They were a little shorter, though. But underweight according to our fucking FDA. But I could see him at 130 pounds drinking 2 or 3 beers and being sloshed. But yes, it's a Great Depression. It's Great Depression physique. TT says, same as me, but I have Crohn's disease. Okay, yeah, you have a good excuse. Sean only uses freedom units. That's right. Oh, this who we are says he's 6 feet under now. Yeah. Yes. Vodka Blood says it's so like Nick only in one Dorito. Dreamer says my son is 6'5" and 159. Ooh. I mean, look at that. So 6'5", let's just call it 182 and a half. At 59, that's 160 pounds. So like what? That's 100 and... Well, that's not bad. That's within the healthy zone. That's fine. That's where you'd be roughly. I mean, that's fine. But this guy, geez, homie's fucking rail thin. Isaac was really fucking stupid then for getting in a fight. He faffoed hard. Ice cream for everyone tonight so we're not skinny bitches, yeah. It's like casket weight, yeah. Celine says 6 foot is 183 centimeters. I thought 6 foot was 180. All right, so hold on. So 72. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, even worse for Even worse. So roughly, he is underweight. He's here. Isaac was here. And actually, 106.5 is 6'5" is 77 inches. Oh my God, that's even worse. 195, and then yeah, actually, it's even better. He's like well within the healthy range for your son, Dreamer. But yeah, there's Dreamer's kid. Then here's Isaac. Jesus, I think you could go do like a blended in Ethiopia at that weight. Jesus Christ. I was even cutting him some slack there. So yeah, he's at best he's either here or here or here or he's in this area. Anywhere in there. Okay. Yeah, Nicolae, that doesn't look good for Nick. So we'll keep going here. Yeah, give that kid a sandwich. Like how you can say, like, well, that doesn't mean, okay, look. Alpha says, Nip, I'm almost 40. Well, here we go. How can you say he was going to choke Nick when he was 134 pounds? That doesn't mean he couldn't do it. It doesn't mean Isaac was a retard. And Isaac thought, oh, I could do it. And then it turns out like, nope. Yeah. Yes, remember it's after the soul's lost his body. Yes. Yeah, he lost tons of blood though. Yeah, come on though. How much like blood 8 pounds a gallon is water. Blood's a little thicker than water in that regard. So I mean, what are you gonna like maybe he lost 8 pounds, maybe. But he would have been weighed with what he had at the hospital, like when he came straight from there. So they didn't let him drain out. I mean, yeah. So Sean and I are in the same height and age class. Well, that's about the only yeah, we don't share the well, I guess we share those two facts, so we have what, 10 to 12 pounds of blood, yeah. Malnourished. Yes. Underrate with an asterisk the size of Saturn. Those charts are made to assuage poor dieters. Yeah. Eric Duff, see, he's on the right thing I am. I could get stabbed and Nicolae couldn't have hit anything. I would have just got like free liposuction from the hospital while they're like trying to dig it out. Trying to seal up the knife wound. They'll just be like digging through fat and I'll be like, well, how'd it work out? I'm like, I lost 20 pounds just from the surgery alone. So yeah. Isaac was a starving Marvin. He also had surgery leftovers still in when he came to the assistant medical examiner. Yeah. I share the same height, weight class as the prosecutor. I don't know. I bet I weigh more than he does. He carries it well if he does. Weigh as much as me. Hey, I had to make myself a little bit of a White Claw, so yeah. I dropped my can of seltzer. I had to make myself a homemade White Claw tonight. So here we go. Here we go, guys. Let's get back to it.
From Mr. Schuman, as I turned over to the sheriff's office.
I believe, evidence, and recollect, the trace evidence in this case was released to, I believe, on the 2nd of August to sheriff's office, yes.
Did you, as part of your examination of Isaac, take any DNA samples?
Again, in every case, we collect, in this case, we collect sexual assault kit, but basically we collect hair buccal swabs inside of the oral cavity called buccal swabs, suitable for DNA, yes.
Were those items also turned over to the sheriff's department?
I believe so, yes.
Getting back to the injury to Isaac's chest, you measure how deep that injury is?
Yes, I measure depth of the wound. It's 11 centimeters. It's approximately 4.3 inches.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 24, 61.
2 on the bench here.
24 is already received. Any objection to 61? I think that's the preliminary
No
report.
objection to the CV.
17 is 60.
Oh, excuse me, 61 was the CV. That's received. What was the other exhibit?
60 is the provisional report, no objection. 17 is the final report, no objection.
Both received. Mr. Nelson.
You're a medical examiner?
Good morning, Counselor. I'm not a medical examiner, official position, assistant medical examiner.
In general, your role is you're a medical examiner. I understand you have a title and a position, but your role is you're an ME.
I'm an assistant medical examiner, yes, for Ramsey County. That's official position.
And you're here to tell us essentially two things. One is that Issac Schuman's deceased, right?
He was.
Agree with that?
Yes, I agree. He was deceased before I started autopsy, yes.
And another, essentially what you're here to say is how he died, correct?
Yes.
As you said, you want to know what happened, correct?
We like to know what happened, yes.
And as part of that, you do an autopsy, you examine the body, correct?
Yes,
Because sometimes that helps to figure out what happened, correct?
you're correct, yes.
You would agree that it's unusual in your field to have a video of what happened, agreed?
Well, lately we have more and more videos because everything on cameras. But yes, sometimes videos taken at the time of the incident, yes.
And obviously, you would agree that a video is helpful for all of us to determine what happened, right?
Again, my job to determine cause and matters of this, express my opinion, and videos sometimes important, yes.
Did you see the video in this case?
I did not observe any videos.
Did you ever observe any photos or frames from that video?
I prefer not to. I was not offered, but I was told by prosecution that video available, but I denied. I didn't observe video.
And again, just to summarize, your opinion is he died due to a penetrating stab wound to his left chest, correct?
In the final report, I said examination, basically bleeding to the death to the stab wound to the left chest. You're correct.
Medical examiners, even assistant medical examiners, is there a board certification process for that position?
It depends on which field. Yes.
Okay. In your field, there's a board certification process, sir?
Yes.
Are you board certified?
I'm a diplomat of the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators.
Are you board certified as a medical examiner?
There is no board certification for medical examiners, board certification for forensic pathology.
You talked about manner of death and cause of death. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think just so we know, again, just cause of death is stab wound to the left chest in simple terms, correct?
You are correct. Yes.
And then the manner is, as you said, how that cause came to be. Agreed?
Yes.
And that's a medical term, correct?
It's a forensic term. Yes.
Forensic medical term, correct?
Sure.
It's not a legal term, correct?
It's not a legal term. No.
And the cause of death, there are essentially, you have 4 options, 5 options?
No, for manner of the death, we have.
Yes,
For
I
cause of
apologize.
death, it's indefinite. For manner of the death, we have limited options. Yes.
Absolutely. So manner of death, there's limited options, only 5?
We can choose from the natural death, accidental death, suicidal death, homicidal death. And if I cannot determine, I can say it's undetermined death. You're correct.
So there is no determination that you can make, that you're qualified to do, as to whether or not the homicide occurred as a result of self-defense. Agreed?
Oh, I never testified that it's self-defense or other issue. Homicide, basically, from forensic point of view, it's meaning life taken by another person.
Sure. And again, that's outside of your field, whether it's self-defense. Agreed?
Yes, I never testified about self-defense. Yes.
Okay. In this situation, you examined Issac Schuman's body, and part of that was the toxicology. Is that right?
Yes.
And you determined that his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219. Agreed?
It's not me, it's a lab.
A lab that you rely on in your work, correct?
Yes.
So based upon your relying on that lab, you agree his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219.
That's correct.
And you're aware that the legal limit for adults permitted to drink alcohol is 0.08, correct?
In the state of Wisconsin, driving legal limit, it's 0.08.
Fail
Correct.
for me.
So this would be over
One.
2.5 times the legal limit, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked
Could be off,
about
right?
the wound and you described that. Agreed?
Yes.
The manner in which somebody would receive a stab wound is a
Yeah, I
dynamic
wanted to be
process.
mute.
You agree?
Not
You're
muted?
correct, yes.
There would be, you're not here to tell anybody about the amount of force that was used to cause that wound. Agreed?
It's usually hard to determine force in cases like that, yes.
And part of the reason that it's hard to determine is because the process is so dynamic, correct?
Oh, it's not just dynamic, it's nature of the weapon and so on and so on.
And at least part of it, and I understand there might be more complications, part of it is that it might be one object going into another object. It might be two objects moving towards each other, correct? Those are at least two of the possible dynamics involved.
If you mean objects, it's humans, right?
Correct. And I
People.
apologize. A person
And person.
and the knife. You're absolutely right. I apologize.
apologize.
You agree?
It's a dynamic process, yes.
And so part of that, to try to measure, if one was to try to think about that force, you'd have to know whether the person who's receiving that wound, in what direction they're moving, correct?
It's so many things you need to
Absolutely.
consider, yes.
You would agree, though, if the person receiving the wound is moving towards the knife, that's going to impact
Ah,
how the injury occurs. Agreed?
Yes,
If the person receiving the wound is reaching out, that's going to impact the wound that is received.
I can't speculate because, it's possibility, but again, I'm here to express opinion about cause and matters of essence. And I never, observed this incident. Sure, but again, it's really hard to tell what happened because I don't know what happened exactly.
I understand, but you were here to say a certain depth of the wound, and that was something that you pointed out to the jury, correct?
Depth of the one that's easy to measure and it's objective kind of things.
Sure. So you would agree, though, it's fair for me to ask you questions about how it may have came to be that the wound became that deep. That's a fair question. You agree?
Sure.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Are you fine with that?
Just, some points, yes.
Yeah. And so that may have occurred if a body is moving towards that knife. That's going to impact the depth of the wound. Agreed?
Yes.
If a 6'1", 130-pound, 34 person is moving towards into that knife, that might make the knife go deeper. Correct?
It's again, I can't predict how deep exactly, but it's possibility, yes.
Sure. And certainly if that person, 6'1", 134 pounds, is falling forward, so all their weight is going forward onto that knife.
guys, I'm sorry. I need a little bit of help here. Please don't fuck around with me for 5 seconds. I understand I'm not muted right now. All right. Well. Okay, whatever. Guys, whatever.
That's going to impact the force as well. Correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
And certainly if the person who's holding the knife is falling backwards, that might impact the force involved to the wound. Correct?
I guess so. It's a possibility, yes.
And if the person with holding the knife who's falling backward, if they only reach out a small amount, that's going to impact the force that causes the depth of the wound. Correct?
As I said, it's so many variables. I can't speculate. It's, I don't know. I'm in pathology again. I have to express opinion on the cause and manner of the best. And this is just like what potential could happen if I don't have a straight answer.
Correct. And part of what you do in medicine is sometimes you come up with hypotheses, right?
I don't come with hypothesis. It's just like I can't official like statement. Like depth of the wound could be, like deeper than length of the brain or shorter, or it's going to be equal. This is a great question I can't answer, but what's potential happen at the time of the incident? It's endless possibilities. I don't know.
And you agree that the possibilities that I talked with you about, those are reasonable possibilities that if someone were to try to consider the force, should be considered. Agreed?
Sure.
Those are the only questions I have.
Mr. Smattad?
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Furlong. You may step down.
Excuse me.
You are excused.
Thank you.
How's everyone doing? Anybody need a short recess? It all looks okay.
Judge, I'd suggest it right now. Sorry.
The next one is, I think, will be lengthy, so it might be a good idea to do.
Okay. In that event, then let's recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 8:55.
this implicates the rule of completeness.
Give me a legal basis.
The 12.
In the presence of the jury, back on the record, I'm meeting with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. We do have to make a record on the sidebar. Mr. Smestad, I understand you want to talk about something too?
Well, there's an issue with regard, our next witness will be Defendant. There was some things that occurred with regard to that testimony prior to being on board, so just bring your dismiss it.
Okay.
Clear out before we start the testimony.
All right, before we get ahead, let's talk about the exhibit 24. Mr. Nelson, you objected to 2 of the photographs.
Yes, Judge, I approached the objection under 90403 to the last 2 photographs of the 12 photograph package. Your Honor, will rule my objection.
Mr. Smestad, anything you want to add?
No.
The way I looked at it is the photographs were I don't know what the right word is, but they were part of the internal examination, and I understand that Mr. Nelson believed that they were potentially unfairly prejudicial against his client. I overruled the objection because the state has the burden of proof. One of the elements of proof is death at the hands of Mr. Miu. Although the defense may not be aggressively contesting that point, the state still has the burden of proving it. The photographs in question went directly to the cause of death and Dr. Froloth's opinions. So for that reason, I concluded that it was relevant. And because it was so relevant, it outweighed the potential prejudice to Mr. Miu. All right.
Lastly, the defense has no objection to those photos being sealed.
It's fine with us.
Okay.
I should note, Judge, not all the jurors have seen the photos yet. They went out for their grade before.
Great.
So when you come in, I'll give them back to whoever doesn't see them yet.
All right, I'll make a note of that and make sure that the photos are available. What's the next issue?
Are they being sealed?
Give me a legal basis. I need more than just
Chapter 950.
your preference. We're not going to deal with it right now. Okay, I don't want to deal with it right now. There are considerations beyond the attorney's agreement when sealing records. There's very few circumstances when I can seal records from the public. And I want to be mindful of that because there is more interests at play here than just the attorneys, Mr. Miu's and mine. Next topic, Mr. Smestad, Mr. Anderson.
So Lieutenant Hart testified at the preliminary hearing. Pretty much part of it was about her interview. A good chunk of it was summarizing the video. So I just want to make sure, given the court's ruling previously, that there's not going to be questions of her interpretation of the video when she wasn't there. That's a question for the jury. Also, we're going to play the entire interview from the very start until the interview ends when Lieutenant Hart leaves. There's like approximately 15 minutes or so after that where the camera keeps running that we're not going to play. But it incorporates going over Miranda with Miu. So I just want to make sure there's not going to be any questions suggesting that his right to an attorney was violated. It's irrelevant. The court has already ruled that it wasn't, that he waived knowingly, intelligently his right to counsel.
Who wants to speak?
I wasn't planning on challenging a Miranda issue at this point. I do think, however, that the video should be played in its entirety. And what I mean by that is there's a period of time where the video is still running. Lieutenant Hart leaves the room and Mr. Miu is speaking on the tape. And he makes some statements on that. There's no reason that the jury shouldn't get to hear those. They're relevant. They go to his state of mind. And I'm asking that the court, if they're going to play the tape, they play the entirety of the tape. I'm going to play it if they don't play it, I guess. And I think that the rule of completeness would require that the entirety of the video be played for the fact finder.
Mr. Anderson?
They have no legal basis. If we didn't want to admit the video at all, they have no legal basis to admit the hearsay statements of their client. He's not a party opponent for them. Rule of completeness is not a Trojan horse around hearsay. There's a case that I cited to in our motion in limine where it was a tax evasion case and the defendant admitted to not paying taxes, but said it was because the accountant has access to all the records. The state admitted the first statement that he admitted to not paying, and the defense was not allowed to get in the but because it's self-serving. Here, it's not even part of an interview. I think from my stance, I thought about playing it because he's clearly continuing the acting.
Hold on here. Like, I get you're trolling and shit, but what is that like? If he's got a better case, like, do you expect like Sheriff Issac and Nelson just to come in here and like fucking swindle a bunch of dumb yokels? I mean, if the facts aren't good, the facts aren't good. Like, why are you going to laugh? I thought you said he had a better case to start with. Shouldn't he have won? Shouldn't he win? I mean, that's kind of the. I'm just saying here, like, you got to think about that. Like, you're going to laugh. Why? Because the prosecutor, like, the guy who has all the resources and the general benefit of the doubt from the populace won the case. The guy who has, like, the 90-some% odds of winning wins. You're like, oh my God, I'm going to fucking laugh. The fucking Harlem Globetrotters beat the Washington Generals. Like, oh my God, who could have seen that? Like, seriously, like, I get you're trying to troll, but for fucking sake, like, you know, like, the whole time you'd be like, oh, Miu's fucked. It's like, well, then he's not going to win. I mean, for fuck's sake, homie. If the facts aren't on their side, they're not going to win. He could be a 10-year-old law student. He could be a guy like fresh out of law school. And if the facts are on his side, guess what? He's gonna win. I mean, like, I don't mind the trolling, but at least be fucking halfway decent at it. Jesus Christ. Yes, and I am angry with the whole fucking, I don't know if this shit's muted at the time because you guys jerk it around so much. But anyways, let's go.
Show. But it's 15 minutes of him sitting there and mumbling to himself, and I think it's not a good use of our time, so I'm not putting it in. They have no authority to put it in. It's hearsay.
What is the authority beyond completeness?
Well, I think that's what it is, Judge. It's if they play a portion of the video, I think the rule of completeness would allow me to play the rest of it to put it into context.
Yeah, what's the context that's missing, though?
The context that's missing is I don't believe Lieutenant Hart didn't tell Mr. Miu that he was being
Working,
recorded
boys, it makes me want to fucking nuke
He makes
this shit,
statements,
so I don't know if
which
that's
support
really your
his
goal.
defense. Okay, he makes statements to himself, not knowing he's recorded. Why would they attack me? Why would they attack me? He's saying that to himself, unbeknownst. I think that he's being recorded, and I think if you're going to play portions of it, which are, according to the state, would be considered incriminating, the idea that the video in its entirety should be played in order to give the jury a complete and accurate record of, in fact, what he said.
The rule of completeness is meant to prevent distortion. So an example where the rule of completeness would perfectly apply is if, say, there's a bank robbery. Defendant says, yeah, I was at the bank, but that was a month before. If we just admitted, yeah, I was at the bank, and then argued, oh, he's admitting to being at the scene, rule of completeness would allow the rest of the statement, because otherwise we're clearly distorting his statement. So nothing about this implicates the rule of completeness.
All right, this time I'm going to rule that the state is not obligated to play the entire video. It's part of the state's case. The state is entitled to play the portions it believes support its case, and the state is under no legal obligation to play the entire video. I disagree that the rule of completeness applies in this circumstance. My understanding of the rule of completeness is to prevent words from being taken out of context, similar to the example that Mr. Anderson gave.
Yeah, I agree with this is actually a correct ruling. Whatever Nicolae says on his own, is it the rule of completeness? It's not a rule of completeness issue, I would argue. I mean, if it doesn't sound like I tend to agree with the judge here. That's actually a correct statement. And yeah, I think the prosecution made the correct argument here. The rule of completeness in this situation. Now, if they had taken out spots where him and the detective are talking, that's different. But if it's him talking on his own, yeah, you get into hearsay territory very quickly. So I don't know what it is he could have mumbled to himself that helps. Because if he's mumbling shit to himself, and then all of a sudden he could figure out, like, he should have been saying that to the detective. And if he didn't say that, it doesn't matter what he says to himself. So that is a very correct, that's a correct assessment of it. This is one of the times where hearsay is a bitch. That, you know, a party's own statements are considered hearsay in that regard. Which I know seems counterintuitive, but that's how the rules of evidence function.
It doesn't mean that if you play part of a video, you have to play all of the video. And clearly, Mr. Miu's statements to himself are hearsay and would otherwise be inadmissible if offered by Mr. Miu. So that's my ruling. If circumstances require revisiting that ruling, we may. Anything else?
Quiet.
I didn't hear anything from defense that they're not going to be asking Lieutenant Hart's interpretation of the video. She also hadn't seen the video at the time of the interview.
She testified at the preliminary examination. She provided a statement under oath.
So, okay, guys, is this louder? Can you hear me better? Because people are saying it's quiet. I don't know what else to do. Because if I start messing with it, you guys freak out and say it's not right. So I'm not touching it. I don't know what else to do. If he's mumbling, why would they attack me? That doesn't sound very helpful to him. Think, why would they attack me? Why would they attack me? Because if he doesn't know why they're attacking him, that I wouldn't want that in. So if this really is what you're saying, yeah, okay, my mic is fine. All right. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to say, Tootly Pip. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to come in. Why would they attack me? Why would they attack me? I wouldn't want that to come in. That sounds shitty there. That sounds really bad, in my opinion. I mean, that sounds really bad.
And I think if she denies certain things, I should be able to impeach her with that. And I think the area that the state doesn't want me to get into is when Lieutenant Hart says he's surrounded on all sides. He has no route of escape. They want that because it affects the retreat instruction. And she testified to that under oath that in fact was true.
How is it relevant though? How is Lieutenant Hart's conclusions and observations from watching the video relevant?
Because it goes to what a reasonable person believed.
Well, I don't mean to be flippant here, but she's not the reasonable person standard. It's more objective than that, than what Lieutenant Hart thinks. It's broader than what Lieutenant Hart thinks.
Right, but I think that her observations that he had no means of escape. The state's going to argue that he could have left.
And it's so arguable.
I understand he can argue it, but one of their investigators is saying that's not true. He didn't have a means of escape. Once the attack started, which is where the retreat instruction kicks in, she testified under oath at a preliminary examination. The crowd worked their way behind him. I asked her, so would you agree at that point there was no means of leaving? And she said, yes, that's true.
Again, I'm ruling that to be inadmissible. And this is a ruling that I've made with all of the witnesses. And that is, we're not commenting on what the witness observes in the video. We're not taking a poll of witnesses to get their opinions and their conclusions about what they see and what they think happened. Lieutenant Hart was not a participant. She played no role in the events on the Apple River. She is an observer of the video, just like anybody else in this courtroom, just like anybody sitting on the jury. And it is the jury's opinion about what they see that matters, not what Lieutenant Hart thinks, or what I think, or what some other witness thinks they see in the video. So that's why I don't think it's relevant, and that's why I've not allowed the witnesses to ask, or the attorneys to ask witnesses to comment on what they think and conclude based on observations in the video. Anything else? No. Mr. Trophy?
We're not going to try to move any transcript, correct?
We went.
And guys, that whole discussion there about what the detective said at the preliminary hearing, that's a fair, I mean, that once again, this is you don't have to like it, but that is a argument that is entrenched within the rules of evidence, that her comments on that video or her offering conclusions, that's for the jury to decide. The jury can look at the evidence. This is the evidence I collected. Well, what do you see? I see this, I see that. It's not up to her what she thinks. It's up to what the jury thinks. So once again, that is a fair argument. That said, though, I would make the same argument Shira Fossey made right there. Why? Because if you get it in, great. If you lose, okay. Oh, well, you tried. But you got to go for it. You have to go for it.
Planning on it, but I guess it depends on how it goes.
Well, it's an inaccurate transcript with 10 minutes cut out of the video, the one that we received. So I would object to the transcript being provided.
Okay. So that's noted. If we get to that point, we'll have to take it up outside the presence of the jury. All right, let's bring them in. I'll address the exhibit. Thank you.
All rise for the the jury?
Oh, it's muted. Okay, that's fine. I was trying to figure this out. I think I fixed it. It doesn't matter. You putting it on the record doesn't really do anything because the court's going to say, yeah, that's a proper ruling. So even if it's on the record, it doesn't change anything because that's the proper evidence ruling. Like I said, I would do what Sheriff Bossy did and try to get it in, but you're not going to get it in. You're not supposed to be able
Please
to
be
get it in.
seated.
If the judge has a case of stupids, great.
We're back in session with the attorneys, Mr. Miu and 14 jurors. Members of the jury, we took our break before all of you looked at the exhibit, number 24. It's there on the rail. If you want to continue passing it amongst yourselves, you may. Once you are finished, once everyone has seen it and you're finished with the exhibit, just turn it upside down, place it on the rail, or place it on the floor so that we know that you're done. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Call Lieutenant Hart.
Lieutenant, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you will also give this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
State your name for the record, please,
Yes, Brandy Hart, H-A-R-T.
and what's your occupation?
I am a Special Services Lieutenant for the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office.
What are your general duties as a special services lieutenant?
I supervise our 9 investigators, our 7 deputies in court services, and the evidence room.
How many years have you been with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office?
25.
What roles have you held over those years?
I started in the jail. I worked there for 3 years. I went to patrol for 6 years. After that, I was promoted to investigations, where I spent 14 years before I became a lieutenant.
How many years have you been a lieutenant?
2.5.
Do you recall July 30th, 2022?
I do.
Were you on duty that day?
No,
Did you get called in?
I did.
In your current role, would you normally be involved in an investigation of this sort?
Yes,
Did you get contacted regarding the stabbings on the Apple River that day?
I did.
What was the information you were initially told?
Investigator Schultz called me and told me that there had been multiple stabbings on the Upper River.
Were you at home at the time?
I was doing yard work.
Did you get asked to come in?
Yes.
Were you given any specific duties or assignments?
At that point, we were just looking for manpower. The suspect hadn't been located, and we were going to formulate a plan.
What did you do? What was your part in the investigation?
I got to the Apple River about an hour after the first call came in. And at that point, Mr. Miu had been taken into custody, and his group was standing along the end of the river.
All right. What did you do when you got to the river?
I believe I spoke with some of my colleagues, and then I ended up taking Sandy Miu to the Somerset Police Department to interview her.
All right. Did you interview Sandy?
I did.
What did you do after that?
After that, I coordinated her getting back with her group. Some of them had come to the police department, and because all the other investigators were interviewing witnesses, I went to the jail.
Were you asked to do anything specific at the jail?
I interviewed Mr. Miu.
Was that interview recorded?
It was
How was it recorded?
audio and video.
Were you on a body cam or was there some other system?
I have a recording device on my cell phone, and so I recorded the audio version that way. And then there's an overhead camera at the jail that recorded the video.
Do you remember what time it was that you interviewed Mr. Miu at the jail?
Yeah, it was about 10 to 8.
PM?
Yes,
At that point, had you seen Jawan Cockfield's video of what happened on the river?
I had not.
Did you know there was a video?
I did.
Did Mr. Miu know that?
Objection, speculation.
Did you ever, prior to your interview with him, did you tell him there was a video of the incident?
I did not.
And have you reviewed Exhibit 15?
I did.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, it's a copy of my interview with Mr. Miu at the jail.
Is it recorded on a specific kind of device?
Yes, it's on a thumb drive.
Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 15 to the jury on the digital system.
Any objection to 15? 15 is received.
already, Nick?
Yeah.
Hi, Nick. My name's Brandy.
Hi.
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office, okay? You got some water, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Are you having anything to eat?
No.
Okay, let me,
I will wait for now.
okay.
Food.
Are you sure?
I'm not happy.
Okay. Well, if you get hungry,
Yeah.
just let these guys know, okay? Let me know when I can.
Oh, holy Jesus. God almighty.
Yeah, I bet. Hopefully the long
We were drinking beer all day and not drinking any water.
and it's hot and yeah, being in the sun all day doesn't matter if you drink beer. Sometimes you just and then this, yeah. So I would imagine you have some questions for me.
Well.
I am just gonna go through the rights form and let you know if you want to answer any of my questions. We'll talk about that. I'm gonna record our conversation if you're okay with that.
Of course.
Let's see, today is the 30th of July, and it is 7:53 p.m. How do you spell your first name?
Nicolee.
Okay.
Last
And
name, no middle.
no middle name, okay.
Yeah.
And what's your last name?
Miu.
How do you spell, or how do you pronounce that?
Miu.
Okay. And what's your birthday? Do you like to be called Nicolae or Nick, or
Yeah.
what's Nick? Okay.
Yeah. December 11th, 1969,
Okay, so that makes you
52.
52. Thank you. What's your address, Nick?
5945 Hidden Oaks Circle, southeast.
Holy cats, that's a multiple.
long one,
It
yeah.
didn't move circle. I don't even know if I have enough space in this thing.
You do
Southeast? Oh, southeast. Thank you for
Yeah,
correcting
no
me.
problem.
And that's
Prior Lake,
Prior Lake. Okay. What's the zip code in Prior Lake?
55372,
Okay, and how about a phone number for you, Nick?
612-735-6317.
6317, and I understand you're married to Sandy.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Is she okay?
She is. Yeah, I did talk to her. I talked to her for quite a while. I brought her to get dry clothes.
Where is she?
She is with Ernesto and Amy.
Okay, good.
They're taking good care of her. And then
Didi, my puppy.
she's headed home to take care of the dog. And she's also with Ariel and his girlfriend.
Oh, God, I don't even know.
Is it Tatiana?
No, Tatiana. Tatiana is another girl.
Okay.
But she's
Hold
not
on,
with
they gave
Tatiana.
me.
Yes,
Oh, Sandy didn't know Ariel's girlfriend's name.
neither do I.
Okay. But Ernesto and Amy
They-
came to where I was with Sandy, and they went and got the car. But I had brought Sandy to the car to
She
get
was
changed.
driving, right?
No, she was with me. I brought her from the river to the car
Okay.
so she could get clothes, and we brought the cooler back and put that in the car. She's got all the stuff. Are you working anywhere now?
Mhm.
Okay, where do you work?
I work at Rich Engineering as a mechanical engineer.
And what kind of engineering? What was that?
Mechanical engineer.
Yeah, what's the name of your employer?
Oh, Richie,
RI.
TCHIE, engineering. Implement. 55427. I think it is.
Okay. What was the last grade that you completed?
I have a bachelor's and I have actually 2 degrees, one
Okay.
in engineering, one in mathematics.
Wow.
And I'm a class away from a master's in both. I'm not a runner. I've never had a run with the law except when I got the. We'll go into
Okay.
that.
So where did you get your degree from? Your undergraduate
South
degree?
Florida State
Okay.
University.
The Bison?
No, the Jackrabbit.
Okay.
in Brookings.
And how about your master's degree? Where are you working on that?
I'm not working on it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I did pass the EIT so I could work
Gotcha.
for the state as a licensed engineer, but I haven't had a chance to do that. For many years, I worked as a contracting engineer. Then for the past 15 years, I've been working with Richie Engineering where I met Sandy.
Okay. What does Richie Engineering do? Like what do they
Yes,
manufacture?
what we do HVAC service equipment.
Okay.
Basically, we're the top tier of HVAC. We're like the top brand. And top brand for that is Yellow Jacket.
Okay. And is that for the parts?
The brand of yeah. Everything we make there, we make it under the Yellow Jacket brand.
Got it.
But the company name is Richie Engineering.
Okay.
So what I do everything from hoses, recovery machines, all the electronics. I talk to customers. I get business. I do the documentation, the design. It's a small company,
Okay.
so I like to do everything. Testing, evaluation, you name it.
Wow.
16 years over there, and that's not even scratching the surface.
Really?
Well, I have bigger dreams now,
Yeah.
better, but anyway, I don't want to talk about them right now.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened. I just don't. I can't talk about it. I need to go one step at a time.
And if you have any questions along the way, Nick, just stop and ask me, okay? Or if you need to take a break, just,
How bad is it?
well, can we get through this form and ask each other
Yeah,
questions?
yeah.
I want to maintain the integrity of
Yeah.
this investigation and your rights and, you know, so I want to get through this form and then we can ask questions, okay? So I'm going to turn this around. I'll give you this pen. What I'll have you do is I'm going to read each, you seem to speak excellent English.
Yeah.
You can read.
Yeah,
I would imagine-
Miranda, right?
Yeah.
Which have not been read to me when I was doing the car.
And that's okay, as long as they weren't asking you any questions, they don't need to.
Oh.
But I'd like to ask these questions, so that's why we're gonna go through this right now,
All right.
okay? So I'll let you have that pen, and so I'm gonna read these to you, okay? You have the right to remain silent.
Or just.
You can check mark it, or some people put their initials, you know, we'll have you sign it at the bottom, so that's however you wanna do that. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings.
Hi, Tom.
You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statement or answering any question, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning. And also, Tommy, I talk kind of fast.
I was gonna
Okay.
ask you about this one.
Okay.
So.
Yep.
When do I see one? When do I get one assigned to me?
You would get one assigned to you, the soonest, would be on Monday.
Oh.
So that would be the soonest. And
Working hours.
working hours, yeah, pretty much, is how that works.
Okay.
So if you cannot afford to pay for an attorney, you may be eligible to be represented by an attorney from the office of the state public defender. If you desire an attorney from that office, you should contact their local office.
And that information will be provided to me or?
Yes, so what happens is, the jail provides that information every day to the public defender's office, like here's who's on the list.
Okay.
So some people come into jail and they either have a lawyer already because of other things, or they know a lawyer, or they're gonna find their own. So these guys will let you use the phone if that's.
I will
fine
ask
with you.
Candy to, for me, if
Okay.
that's okay.
Oh, gosh, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because I'm not gonna see it. but-
Yeah. No, that's fine. If you decide to answer questions now, with or without an attorney, you still have the right to stop the questioning at any time, or stop the questioning for the purpose of consulting an attorney.
Yeah, I'd like to do that at some point.
Okay, you can just check mark that, we went over that. However, you may waive the right to remain silent, and you may answer questions now without an attorney. You can just check mark that I read that to you. You're not agreeing to anything right now. This is just that I stated these things to you. So this says the above rights have been read to me. I have initialed each paragraph, or in your case, check mark, to show that I understand each of my rights. I have received a copy of this form. So
After it's done.
you sign it, and then I'm gonna sign it, Nick, and then I'm gonna give you a copy of it. All right, I'll sign here. And I've got 801. All right, okay.
Military time.
Sorry, you want me to write it regular? Okay.
No.
I get so caught up in use of that.
Yeah.
My friends don't like it because in my vehicle, my own vehicle that I drive, it's military time, and so they're always asking me what
Everything
time.
I have is military because I came from Europe.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah.
They call it military, but it's not military. It's
Right, it's
the proper time.
exactly. Well, good. At least then you know what it means then when I put the time on there like that. So I would like to ask you questions about your day today. What happened? Like how you guys got to be in the Apple River today, and then like what your day was like. It's up to you if you're willing to answer questions. If you decide that yep, I'll answer questions right now, and in 10 minutes, you don't want.
Why did you do this, homie? Nicolae, my Slavic brother. Why did you do such thing? Talk to the constabulary. Why did you talk to the Cheka? I mean, seriously, dude. She presented in the way it's totally manipulative. That's how it roll. That's how it roll. That's what they do. That's what they do. Oh. Don't, you have to wait till Monday. Oh, well. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Real quick, we're going to both do any super chats. Oh, no, here it says, I'm going to come. I'm going to come. Don't come. President Phil says that I'm blocking out the sun. I'm back. Football Mom is a new member. Thank you. Is it football or football? Like, talking soccer or no? Duncan Ido says, Sean, what's your prediction is very second? The jury finds him guilty or not guilty? Like I said, I still think they're going to convict him. I don't think they should. Duncan Ido says the witness looks like Albert Finney. Yeah. And Hung here says there's starving kids in Africa with a higher BMI than Isaac. Yes. So we'll catch up on the rest of these in a minute, but we're going to keep going here. Oh, the amateur iconoclast $3 says, Luvorbi su polizei. Polizi. Luvorbi su polizi. Polizizi. For the Romanian viewers out there. Yes. That'll be. That's yeah, so don't do it, Romanian people. Don't. He doesn't understand our system. Yeah, well. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, most people from communism are hesitant to talk. Okay, yes, he came from there, but he didn't live he didn't live like 50 years behind the wall. He came over and they said he was like 15, I thought. So he's been here in America for a while. So we're gonna catch up on a bunch of this. There's more we still have to get to super chat wise and stuff. So I'm gonna get to them in a second. We gotta get this going though. Yeah, he's been here for 30 years. So let's keep going. Yes, interview will change your mind. We'll see.
Answer anymore. You just need to tell me that. Okay. And if you don't want to answer questions right now, then that's fine too. And I will leave. It's up to you.
All I can say, it was self-defense. Self-defense. There were a lot of people that came on to me. Self-defense, and they produced 2 weapons, one I took from them. That's the only thing I can tell. And they hit me, and they were on top of me, and that's
What?
I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran away. I ran away
What?
to my group. There were actually people coming over.
They had weapons now?
What was going on? I said nothing. Just get back. And they kept asking, and I said nothing. I didn't explain to them anything because I was so fearful. I didn't know what these people were doing to us. I've never been in a situation like this where people produce weapons and they were saying,
Shut the fuck up. Okay, yeah, he's toast. If this is already the road he's going down, like they had weapons, yeah, he's done. Dunsky, I'm going to enjoy my dinner and listen to this guy bury himself. He's fucked. I don't need to live in rush for this. Sounds like he's fucked himself. Likes to talk. He can talk all he wants in prison. So, yeah. I already know how it's going to go.
and they were calling, I don't remember, but they said, don't run from us, don't do this, you're a child molester, you're this. And he said, people drunk, or you're a child molester. I said, the only thing I remember in my mind is, if I'm a child molester, should you be drinking? Should you be drinking alcohol and doing what you're doing to people that you don't even know, attacking them? And I said, if I'm a child molester, you should be having alcohol, you know? And they took my, I was snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away, they threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants, one wanted to put my pants down, and I grabbed onto him, and I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him. And then there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife, kitchen or something, I don't know. And I don't know what happened to either one of them. I just know that when the kid attacked me,
you're telling me one of those kids, like, come on, Nicolae, had a fucking kitchen knife, like a fucking butcher knife? Like Alex Jones says, like, stab your daughter with the butcher knife. Ooh. He must have heard that so many times. You know, we love our Somalis. We love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet. Heard that too many times. And just ingrained in his head.
took that from him.
The kitchen knife or the other
No,
knife?
the smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you
I
remember?
don't even remember.
Was it smaller?
Smaller, yes. So that's all.
How did you get to be by them? Or who are these people?
So Ariel lost his phone.
Okay.
The phone was in the floor.
One of those bags? that
Yeah,
they
yeah,
use?
yeah.
Okay.
And everyone had one, but his phone was in the floater, so he says, well, let's go look for it. So I put my snorkel on and I looked and this guy found something. And they were talking about it. And I said,
This group of people?
This group
Oh,
of people,
gotcha.
yeah. I went over and I said, did you guys find the phone? And if you did, can I see it? Can I identify it? And they started calling me names. They got out of their tubes. They came at me. Like I said, all I need. And they were calling me all kinds of names, insulting me for being in the water with a snorkel. And I said, all I want, guys, did you find the phone? And I saw they had found something. All right. And I don't know if it was a phone or something else they found, but they wouldn't talk to me about what they found. And we were looking desperately to find this phone. And I know somebody found it, but I thought it was that group.
Okay.
You know, and then they went over, they came to me and they grabbed my snorkel and they threw it in the water. Well, the water was so fast, it went under. So I went out after it, and they started, another group of mostly girls came over from the other side, yelling at me, or calling me child molester, and something with, something like that. And I went back. I actually after this incident, I don't even know what happened. I just know that they attacked me, and I was in self-defense. I went into self-defense mode, and then I went over to my group of people. That was it. And they asked me what happened, and I wouldn't tell them. I said, I can't tell you. Let me calm down.
Okay.
I was shocked. So nobody on that knew exactly what happened.
Is the jury? Yes, the jury's watching this right now. Like a couple hours ago, they're watching this live like we are. The jury's watching this. It's being played for the jury, man. This ain't good.
The only thing they said was, somebody got in an argument over there. Like, yep, let's just leave that alone. Don't go there.
Are you able to draw for me, like where you were looking for the phone, like and where was Ernesto and Sandy and where was the school? Maybe help me kind of understand. Yep.
These guys were here. I don't know how many. There were quite a few.
Okay.
We were upriver about 100 feet. Our group was here. And
So you guys were in the water.
yes.
Okay.
So we were in the water. And then there was another group of people over here that came to attack me. So there was this group of people here, this group of people that attacked me. They attacked me here.
So your group was floating down the river like this?
Actually, we're stopped. But yes, this is
That's the direction you were going. Okay. So your group is stopped.
Yeah.
And who's looking for the phone besides you? Like how do you know the phone's missing?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. I yelled
Oh, okay.
I lost my phone. So well, you can lose it. It's floating down.
Because it's in that bag.
Yeah, so let's go find it, And he was over here pouting that he lost his phone, and I said, that's okay, I have my snorkeling gear. And then I heard this guy say that he found something. And when I was snorkeling down, I passed him. I kept looking, and then I came up, I kept looking, and then they started yelling and screaming, and I said, did you guys find something? And I thought they did. And I know they did, because they were hiding something from me. And then I went over there and they grabbed my snorkel, they threw it down. They got out their tubes. They came after me, they pushed me. One of them hit me, and then there was a girl that came from here and hit me in the back of my head. And I was about right there.
You said right here?
When she hit me, yeah.
And that's when the female hit you?
Yeah. And she was coming from another group over here. I don't know how many people were in there.
Were these guys stopped?
Yes, in very shallow water.
Okay, so it's really shallow over here.
Shallow there.
Okay.
Pretty much the two sides are shallow. Yeah.
How deep do you think it was when you were like snorkeling around with the
Oh,
phone?
4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not very deep. And the water was very murky, so I could not see anything.
Really?
From my goggles. But those goggles are lost. They took them, grabbed them off my face, and threw them in the water.
We found the goggles
Oh, good. Thank you.
and the snorkel.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, are they connected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And they're just like regular snorkel
Yeah.
goggles, right?
Yeah. I had them
Okay.
over when I went to the Caribbean.
Okay. What do they look like? Just to make sure we have the right one.
It was
White?
transparent plastic with a white snorkel.
Okay. All right.
Is that it?
I think we have them. Were there any? Did it seem like these groups were together?
After they came after me, I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I feared for my life. Tell you the truth, when they started hitting me and pointed a knife at me, and then another kid pointed a knife, I thought that was it for me. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I found back.
What did you do with it?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't know. Absolutely, I don't know. I don't know if he got it back. I have absolutely no idea.
Did you hit him? Like, did the knife make contact with him?
That I don't remember. He was so close,
Sure.
and one had it in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it, and I poked him with his own hand, and then I took it from his hand, and then I went and swung like this. So I don't know what hit. I just know that I took the knife from one of the kids.
Okay.
The other one, I don't know what happened to. I didn't get hit because as soon as this happened, I started running across. So I went across to my group, and then my group was wondering what just happened was it, and I didn't want to tell anything.
Just that he didn't want to.
I didn't want to get anybody aroused. I didn't want my group to go say, well, we're going to go talk to those kids. No, they were too drunk. I believe they were too drunk and too set on going after people, I think.
What were these guys doing? Did they know anything was going on?
No.
So they didn't know you were.
Guys, I don't think he's lying. He honestly thinks all this shit happened. I don't think he's lying. I think he thinks all this happened because it happened. These things happen at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'm sure he thinks all this stuff happened. Like, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, say he's telling the truth. It still sounds like a lie to everybody else. So it's the reason why you don't talk. You know, cops, when they get into a shooting, what do? They get like a whole 48 hours before they get to come in and talk. Why? Because they have time to remember things. Do what the cops do. Take some time. Speak with your attorney. But holy fucking Christ on a cracker. Okay, also, now I know. Okay, Twitter, you are an Elon. Daddy Elon, why are you doing this to me? There aren't 500 people watching me on Twitter. I know there ain't. Cops get 72 hours. Some do, some don't, but... Brad says he knows the knife is his. You know what? Whether or not he does. Yeah. His brain thinks he committed a crime. His brain doesn't matter. Yeah, well... But to the jury, this looks like he's lying. So, yeah, this is it. Watching a man hang himself, like, slowly. Slowly and all of a sudden, all at once. Have I ever had a client do that? Yeah, all the fucking, like, almost everybody. That's why almost everybody pleads out. Because they all do this. So, no, this is no different. 99% of the people I deal with do this, so it's not really that big a deal. You're used to it. It also doesn't help he's an engineer, so he's probably a little bit of a spurg anyway. Because most of you engineers are. Coming from a lawyer who's a spurg, I can tell it because I can smell it on you.
Sure.
Well, they saw the scalpel because at one point, Ernesto was coming toward me like, "Hey man, did you find anything?" And I said, "No, I didn't. I don't know. These guys must have it or something. I don't know." And he says, "Okay, well, he will just get another phone on Monday." You were concerned about getting the phone. And like, okay, so what are you doing? I said, "I don't know. I'm just gonna go leave this in my thing." And then Sandy said, "Okay, are you okay?" I said, "I don't want to talk about it." You know, and then they asked me, "Hey, what do you want to do? You want to stay here? You want to go down?" And I said, "I want to go down." And then some girls from my group heard that something was happening over here, and they said, "Well, we're calling the police." And I think they called the police.
Okay.
One or two, I don't know.
Did you see any of that? What was going on
No.
when they decided to call the police?
No.
Okay. Did you have a knife?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
I had one earlier that I used to cut, but right at the beginning, and I left it I don't even know what I did with it. I think I either gave it to one of the people, or I put it back in my truck.
Okay.
Yeah. So it may have been. I tell you the truth, I don't even know.
And that was after you cut the string?
Yeah, we needed to have something to cut the string over there. They don't have any knives. So.
But you have them with you today, right?
The what?
A knife to cut. How did that?
I think it's in my car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you drive or did Sandy drive?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, Spurgis and Asperger's.
I don't even know where it's at. It may be in one of the bags we had with us. It may have been in
Oh my God. Like I said, guys, there may be perfectly good explanations for all of this, but a jury sees you as a liar. They say you being deceptive or you're completely stupid. And they don't want really evil people running around stabbing up people in fights. They also don't really stupid people running around waving knives. So, you know, this is why you don't talk. Because now you have to explain. Now Nicolae has to explain all, like, we're only a couple minutes in, right? He has to explain all of this away now. That's going to be their job, is to explain this all away. That's a very hard job.
I don't know. Maybe I left it, put it back in the car. Because I went back with a bunch of, I had straps. I didn't want to pay for string. But they say string is cheap.
Well, they probably want you to have straps.
But they told me, they said, "Yeah, if you have straps, it was $80, but if you have straps, no problem, but the string is free." So I said, "Okay, I'll take the string."
Okay.
You know, and then I took the straps back. So, because straps can puncture the.
Yeah.
So I had a whole bag of straps that I took back to my car.
Okay. And so maybe the knife was with the straps?
Probably.
Did you have any cuts or marks on you? Have you had a chance to look at your
No.
torso or?
Somebody was telling me that I'm bleeding from my ear, from my left ear.
Who told you that?
Oh, I think it was Amy. It said, make you're bleeding from your left ear. I went like this, I went in the water, I cleaned, and I don't see any blood. You know, and I don't know if you see any cuts, but
I don't.
Yeah, so I don't know why I was bleeding from my ear.
But Amy saw blood?
I think she says you're bleeding from your ear, Nick. And then I cleaned and I said, look, there is nothing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if it was blood or if it was weeds she saw. I have no idea. We were like, she was on the other side and I was just.
Yeah, so she's over here, right?
She's over here, yeah, right here.
Oh, so she's closest, Amy's over here, closest to the shore?
Yeah,
Okay,
with the nestle right here. And I was over here somewhere in one of these.
okay. And you got back in that tube then? When it was time
Yeah,
to
I got
go?
back in my own tube, yes.
Okay. Did Ernesto come and get you?
No,
Like, did anybody know that you were getting
No.
punched or
no.
was
They
anybody?
wanted to talk to me about the phone, if I found the phone and what did those guys say, and I said, they probably did, they don't want to give it up, they attacked me, and that's it. And then I said, let's go, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
So they don't know what happened here.
You didn't tell anybody?
No.
Okay.
You're the first one to know.
Okay.
That's why probably Amy and everybody else is so surprised.
Well, they're worried about you.
Yeah.
I mean, and even Ernesto was like, I don't know how the hell this happened.
They don't know anything because I didn't know what to tell them.
Yeah.
I really don't know. Everything happened so fast. I really don't remember why they attacked me. I don't know why they took my snorkel away. I don't know why one of them wanted to pull my pants down. I don't know why they were being so mean. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. And why did they want to scare me with a knife? I just don't know why they're scaring people on the river. It's a family-oriented river with knives and you know what they did.
So were the two males that had knives?
I saw two males.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were they both from this group, or do you
No,
even know?
well, that I don't know.
Okay.
One of them was from this group. The one that I took the smaller knife from, I think was from this group.
Okay, so you took the smaller knife.
From one of them.
And is that the one that you said that you kind of went,
Yes.
basically like?
Oh, I was going like this. I wanted out. They were coming and they were punching me and they were circling me and they came really close. They were pushing me in the water and I just grabbed the kid's knife. I didn't even know if I was holding it right. I just grabbed it from him because he tried to poke me with it. So I feared for my life.
Sounds like.
I was very shocked. I was extremely shocked. I couldn't even say anything to anybody. I had locked jaw. I don't know. Right now, I don't even know how this happened, how I got away from all that.
So when they were pushing you in the water, did you go underwater or were you
tripped.
standing?
No, I tripped.
Okay.
I tripped and I fell in the water a couple of times, yes.
Where on your body did they hit you?
In the back of my back. And I know one of the girls came over and slapped me right over my right ear. I couldn't even see what they were doing because I was tripping over the stones and I was falling down and they were just jumping on me.
I'm gonna show you a picture and see if you.
I was fearing for my life. I'm still fearful that they're gonna find out who I am and go do something to Sandy and possibly some of these people over here. I fear that somehow they're gonna find out who I am and continue their whatever that was. And I don't know why they're so hateful. And I just don't get it. I mean, this is the second time I come to the river, the first time for my wife, and I promised her it was gonna be a beautiful outing and nothing to fear. We had a lot of booze. She didn't drink because she was the designated bride. But most of us didn't. There was another girl that didn't drink on the other party because they wanted to drive home. We ate well, we had music, everything was so good, so good, so good. Of course, I had a lot of alcohol. Who doesn't? You know,
Well, you had a sober ride.
yeah.
And I don't smell it on you. Were you
No.
drinking beer or vodka or what?
No,
Okay.
we don't do hard liquor because then we dehydrate too fast
Yep.
and we get cramps.
Okay.
So after my quadruple bypass, I still have cramps.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think
What
so,
did I
buddy.
ask? How long ago was that?
A year and a half ago.
Wow,
Yeah, so if you see any wires in my chest, in my sternum, that's from the wire.
really? Do you have a
No.
pacemaker in there too or anything? No?
I tell you the truth, I'm scared because I'm not in the best of health. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just going down the river. Probably should not have even drank that much beer, but the doctor never said don't drink.
Sure.
You know, especially beer, you can have as much as you want in moderation. I was in cold water.
Yep.
You know, so, but you know,
Yeah, yeah.
and then missing vein here, and then from my leg.
That's what they used to.
Yeah, take it here, take it from here, cut it in half. That's two. The same thing from my leg, cut it in half. You get it. So it's quadruple bypass.
Wow,
And I was dead. My heart stopped 5 hours.
wow. Have you had a heart attack that
Mhm.
prompted that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes,
So I was in pretty bad shape.
sounds like it.
Yeah.
But Sandy was pretty scared.
She was, because I was in the hospital for quite some time
I bet.
at Methodist Hospital. But they did a great job, and Methodist Hospital is probably one of the best hospitals for heart
Yeah, for that.
surgeries. If you know somebody, I'll point them to Methodist.
Yeah, my father-in-law had heart surgery there too. He had a heart attack years
Yeah.
ago, and that's what.
So, yeah.
Do you need some more?
No, that's.
Are you sure? I got an extra bottle here. So you want it?
Yes,
I can't travel without it. It's brand new too. I didn't drink out of it yet. So
Thank you so much.
I probably am gonna drink out of it now. So you can have that, and I'm just gonna leave
I
my
really
work.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I take a medication that makes me really, really thirsty. So I have bottles of water rolling around in my
I do
backseat,
too.
and I've got them in the door pocket.
I'm supposed to take mine, but I won't, and I don't know when I'm gonna take them.
Okay, so you have medication that you
Oh,
need?
yeah.
Okay.
By medication.
Because I can call Sandy and see,
Oh, I'm not gonna have it right over here.
well, I might be able to send somebody to go get them,
Oh,
just so that they get back here. And I mean, I'm
she's
sorry.
shaking right now. She is probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we need to make sure you get your medication.
Yeah, but I, like I said, I wouldn't have her drive.
Yeah, yep, I might be able to send somebody there to get them. What medications do you take, Nick?
Oh my God.
Are they all heart related or some do
Well,
different things?
Two of them are heart related.
Okay.
Yeah. One is aspirin.
That's heart related, right? This
Yeah.
blood thinning?
Yeah.
Yep.
Potassium, because I'm getting a lot of muscle cramps.
Okay, that's 4.
There's one. There's another one. I'll tell you when I remember.
Okay, no worries. Were you on your phone at all during your day today? I know that Sandy did bring her phone.
I took some pictures.
Okay.
Then I put it away. Sandy does not like to take a lot of pictures because then they get posted on
Facebook or Instagram or something?
Yeah, but I'm okay if they take them, they post them. Yeah, I did take a few, didn't have a chance to do anything with them.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was not on the phone, I didn't call anybody.
Okay, did you use your phone around the time?
No.
Like right before, you were looking for the phone or anything like that?
Not me,
Okay.
not like these guys are constantly on their phones, that's why I lost his.
Because he was on it too much?
People can't enjoy life nowadays, going
Guys,
down the
this is
river
at
without being on their
this
phone.
is at the
Of
jail.
course, they take a lot
for
of
the
pictures, but
police station.
picture is not the
At
same
the
experience as
hospital.
being there, so. I don't know.
So do you think the pictures that you took were like at the beginning of your journey, or where do you
Oh,
think?
we did take, I took a couple of group ones where they have that music place in the bathrooms.
Okay.
We made a stop there to eat sandwiches. There were a lot of people over there. That beach was completely full. Lots of people there, lots of people. It was a beautiful day.
It was.
And this now, we'll probably close that place down.
You think so?
Yes. Well, I don't know what resulted of it, because I don't know.
Is this you?
Yes,
Okay. What do you think was happening at that time?
they were fighting me. They pointed the knife at me. They pointed the knife at me. Both boys pointed the knife at me.
Okay. Did you see anyone take this picture of you?
No, God, no. I was actually very, very scared. I was very scared. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what they were doing and why. I mean, I understand they were drunk, but you get drunk, I get drunk, we all get drunk. We don't do that kind of stuff, especially on a family river like this, family outing. We don't do that kind of stuff. But I was very, very scared. I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Did you see the woman that hit you in the ear? Did you see her at all?
No, I turned around, she hit me again.
Okay. Do you remember what her bathing suit looked like?
No,
She was wearing-
she was just yelling at me and calling me a child molester. That's how it all started. They kept calling me a child molester. I don't know, out of the blue. And then they wanted to beat me up because they said I'm a child molester. And then my argument back to them was, if I'm a child molester and you're children, you shouldn't be drinking. You should not be out here drinking, okay? And doing what you're doing. Where are your parents?
Did they look like they were young?
Oh,
Like,
I don't know. I think they look pretty young to me. I don't think they were of the age of drinking.
really?
I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't hang out with people like that. My generation and people I hang out with are much older people.
Like Ernesto and
Like
Sandy?
Ernesto and Sandy and Amy. Yeah. Amy's probably one of the youngest ones there.
Sure.
45, and Sandy is 61. So I'm younger,
So you said that they were standing really close to you.
They were on top of me. They were
Okay.
pushing me, shouting me. I tripped. I fell down. I got up, and that's where I saw the one of the kids there. It was the closest kid with the knife, and I grabbed it from him.
And that was the smallest?
Yes, yes.
And he was in front of you? Was he as close as we are? Or
Oh, he was
closer?
closer. He was closer. But as soon as he came with the knife, I grabbed the knife from him. And what I did then, I mean, shouldn't show you, but I grabbed, twisted his arm and poked him with his own knife. Then I took it from him and I started swinging.
Okay.
So I don't even know what hit. I don't know if I hit the girl that hit me twice in the head from behind. I don't know if I hit another kid. I don't know. They're just on top of me. They chased me, hitting me, and yelling at me and calling me, insulting me. That's it. So I don't know what knife they had. I don't know. I just saw two knives. That's it. The longer one and the shorter one. I don't know where they are. I don't know who's got them. I don't know.
So what I'd like to do is I'd like to get a sample of your DNA, because if these knives don't belong to you, I would imagine your DNA is not going to be on them.
Well, I touched one of them.
Yeah, you touched the one you grabbed.
Yeah, from
you
the
grabbed
kid.
him.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to give me a sample
Yes.
of your DNA? Okay.
Yeah. Is that a good thing?
Well-
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lawyer over here to us.
Yeah, and certainly. So.
Should I wait?
Well, I've got a colleague that's in the process of writing a search warrant, so we're going to get it one way or another. I just thought if I could ask you, and we could just do it right now, I'll like show you how to what we would do.
I know what it
I would
is.
just get your DNA sample. Yeah, instead of a Q-tip.
Yeah.
We'd also like to do an exam, have a nurse examine your body.
That's absolutely okay.
Okay, and I want her to look in your ears, and I want her to look at your back, and the people that are in these groups, we're going to try to collect evidence from them, because they might have your skin underneath their fingernails, or we're going to do our best to get any evidence to. I mean, we know what happened.
Yeah. I mean, and I know everything that happened in the river. So.
Well, yeah, there's that part of it too. But
Definitely.
okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
You can talk.
Okay.
I just don't know if I had a lawyer present, what he or she would say.
Well, I just want you to know that we would get it anyway. I've got a coworker that's writing a search warrant.
If you get it anyway, then let's do it.
Okay, with the court order, or just let's do it now and get it done?
No, let's do it now and give you what you need to start your proceedings or your search. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, if you sound like you were really afraid.
Yeah, I have a quadruple bypass. I have been out of shape. I have been in bed for a long time, for 6 months at least. I couldn't go to work. I'm not in the best. I mean, I was just floating down the river. Nothing much. Every once in a while, I got up so I could keep, because I can't be in the tent here. Shouldn't tell you that on camera, but yes, most people have to get out the thing. So I got out. I would get up and then hold on and then get back in. I mean, I don't do anything to stay in shape. I'm a guy that wants to survive and keep working at reach engineering, and why these things happen, it's beyond me. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, why would that many people come down on one person that didn't absolutely do anything, take his goggles, almost one wanted to put my pants down. So
did your trunks have like a drawstring?
Yeah.
They didn't come down?
Oh, no. They came down a little bit, but no, because I have a drawstring on them, so yeah, they couldn't pull it down. But why? All of a sudden, they were like, whoops, around me, and they were attacking me from all the directions. And I truly feared for my life. I didn't know what to do. I mean, these guys were talking over there. I didn't know what to say. I mean, I was just.
Which guys are you talking
about? My guys. So, and they were quite a bit of business, so they didn't see anything. I don't think they saw anything. And.
So when you go back to your tube, do you guys get the hell out of there? Or
No.
What do you do?
We stayed there.
Okay.
Yeah, the girls called the cops. We didn't know what to do. And we stayed there for a long time. There were people coming. We even saw the sheriff coming, and they kept saying, "Oh my God," they didn't know what happened. So they said, "Oh my God, what happened?" So there was a fight. And I said, "Yeah, I don't know what was going on after that. I thought they were still fighting." Personally, when I came back, I saw a whole bunch of people coming over there and yelling at each other, and I thought they were still fighting for some reason. I didn't know what was going on. So I personally wanted to stay and watch to see if the cops get them for fighting. For whatever they're doing.
Sure. Okay.
So I wanted to be a witness to them fighting.
Gotcha.
Or if the cops needed a witness, I wanted to sit there for as long as possible. And then the group said, "Well, there's so many people. I don't know. Let's just get going. We don't want to get involved in this." I was just in there. They attacked me. Yeah, but look at them now. They're attacking each other. I don't know what they're doing. So cops came and we stayed there for, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes.
When the police were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we decided we'll go. Nobody asked me anything, and I said, I gave them all shot, and down the river we went.
Okay.
So I was very shocked. I didn't know what just happened.
Well, Sandy said that you were quiet
I was very quiet.
and you didn't really talk.
I didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I get excuse my French, my ass kicked by a whole bunch of kids. What am I going to say? I just got my ass kicked by this kid. Now the police is on top of them. Well, I think something's going to come out of it. So I thought the police was there because they were fighting, because these were just boys. and they were being obnoxious, not only picking on me, then this girl came over and hit me.
So these are girls over here,
Well,
mostly?
mostly.
Okay. And this was all guys?
Yeah, I didn't know who was in this group, but I know these were all guys because I was nodding back and forth, and I asked them if they found something, and they said, well, you know, they started calling me a molester. And I got up, and one of them took my goggles, threw them in the river. I went after them. One of them wanted to pull my pants down, and there you go. So what happened? Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. 4 people went to the hospital with injuries,
Oh my God.
and 1 person died.
Oh no.
I don't know any of their names, and I don't know any genders, but I don't know.
Was that because they fought each other, or is
I
that?
don't know. I don't know. I don't know what their injuries are. I was with Sandy the whole time, and then when I kind of turned Sandy over to Ernesto and Amy, then I came here. So I have no idea what their injuries were.
No. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm sure he generally
So
feels
we
like
just need to
shit.
be able to
went to the
piece this
hospital.
together, you know, in your statement.
What other pictures did they give you of me?
Just that one. That's the only one I have.
They didn't take, they
Well-
have lots of cameras, you should take their
Yep,
cameras.
yes. And so I have colleagues,
Yeah.
investigators that are talking to all of those, you know, the people in the group and the other witnesses. So yes, we are trying to collect. And I told Ernesto and Amy, because they said that Rosie,
Rosie,
you know
yeah,
the pictures?
yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think she took any pictures of those guys. There was,
Well-
at the stop up here.
Yes, but
Yeah.
you were snorkeling. They might have been like taking a
Oh,
selfie or
I see.
something, and
Yeah,
we
yeah,
could have
yeah,
gotten, we
yeah.
could get these guys in the background that they don't even realize they have it. You know what I mean?
I see what you
So I asked them to go through their photos, so
Right,
that we
right,
would be
right.
in contact with them.
Got it. I was, all of a sudden say that, like, why would they take pictures of me going over there?
No, you just never know what you get in a picture.
Yeah.
If they're sitting here waiting for you and somebody else to sign the phone,
Did you find his phone?
I don't know. Again, I've been with Sandy pretty much the whole time, and now I came here with you. So I do know I did get a message that the goggles and the snorkel were found. So that's all the information that I have about like items that were located.
No, my whole life is down the tubes.
Well, I don't know if that's the case because people have the right to defend themselves.
I know, but this is Wisconsin.
This is Wisconsin.
Okay. You continue on. I usually know that people that defend themselves, they end up being accused of being this and being that.
Well, I think if you'd asked me what I would have done,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not fair.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know.
I don't
I would have
know.
been scared shitless. I can tell you that.
When that many people
Yeah.
try to pull your pants down and hit you, and yeah, and two boys had a knife on them. They didn't find any of those 2 knives.
I don't know. I don't know, but we're looking, and you know, we're looking before it gets dark out. Okay, right now, page 40.
I'm glad I actually took that kid's knife. He would have stabbed me. He was not there to scare me. He was there to harm me. At least I'm here, but I'm sorry for how it ended up. You're scared, like I said. I'm scared that they're gonna be finding out where I live, and they're gonna be hunting us at night, and they're gonna be hurting my wife.
Well, I will call Sandy since that'd be great, okay, and just check in on her. Find out about your medications. Have you had any medicine this morning?
No, I take them in the evening.
Okay, you take your medicine. What would happen if you don't take them tonight?
I'm not even hungry.
Okay, but if you don't take your medication tonight, is that life threatening?
I don't think so. No, I mean, granted, what happened today, I was shocked. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think so. I just can't believe what happened. They need to maybe do sobriety tests on minors on that river. Maybe they need to put an end to drinking, underage drinking and doing drugs. The river over there is turned into a sewer. My second time, and I have dragged my wife out of there pretty much against her will. I promised her it was going to be the best day. I made promises. We're going to have a great time with this.
But she didn't want to go.
No, she always says, oh, places like this, all they do is smoke pot and do this. Yes, there's a lot of pot smoking over there. We don't know who's legal, who's illegal. I don't know anything about Wisconsin laws, but you can smell it. It was everywhere in here. And I don't know what people do. You do the DNA to find out, what type of drugs are in my system. I've never done any of that stuff, so I don't know. I'm very clean as they go. You looked at my criminal record, you can keep digging. There is nothing there because I don't have anything, not even one parking ticket, not a speeding ticket. I'm as a law-abiding citizen as they come. But I fear for my life too. I mean, I went through a very serious surgery to be alive, to be knocked down by a bunch of kids on the river.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And I'm not blaming the police. I believe that's a private land. They have to have their own security there, and they need to do better.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rub these along your lower bum line and kind of inside your cheek. I'm going to do both at the same time. It shouldn't hurt at all. If it does, let me know. I'm going to put them in this box, and then I'm going to seal this bag while we're sitting here so you see that I sealed it, okay? So I'll just have you open up your mouth. Let's see here. It shouldn't hurt. All right. And you're okay with having the nurse do the exam on you? Taking pictures of your lungs on the body? You're okay with that?
Yeah. These actually are direct from trying to get out of the tubes in shallow water.
Okay.
I had a hard time trying to stop the brain.
Yeah. Can I just, I know the nurse will too, but can I take a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But this was not from the confrontation.
Oh, this wasn't?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that.
No, this was from straight on the river bottom when I was
When you were snorkeling. I got you. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, please don't use that. Yeah. I didn't touch those kids. I did not. I didn't blame nothing. No.
Okay. I'm going to go call, I'm going to seal this up, because I told you I was going to do that. And then I'm going to go call the person that has the nurse kind of on standby so that we can get that taken care of. I'm also going to give Sandy a holler. Oh, look at that. Let's take this.
Oh, no.
I love it.
Is this good?
Well, I didn't like it because it's not going to be big enough to do what I need to do here, so we'll try again. Worst case scenario, I can always bring it to my office next door and do it in the evidence room. But I'm going to try to take care of it here.
Probably dries up. When it dries up, it's probably.
Well, and then it's real sticky and it's real finicky, so if you get it stuck on something, it's, it's meant to not, be able to handle it. So, I'm going to get ripped on my finger. So I'll just
It dries so fast.
okay. So I'm going to go call my supervisor, who had been in contact with the nurse, and just let them know that we're going to do that. And then I will be back. Do you have any questions now?
I did not.
You need to go back. I can make sure that happens. I'm just going to write your name on here so that today is 7/30/22.
MIU.
Yep, that means no middle initial.
Oh, I see.
Oh, did I spell it wrong? It's
No,
MIU. Yep, I did.
yeah.
It's MIU. There we go. Okay, that's yours. I will be back in a minute. In the meantime, I'll have one of the jail staff come in the bathroom. And are you still doing okay? Do you need, how's your water there?
I have money for now.
Okay.
It's going through a lot of certain things.
All right. I'll be right back next.
Yeah, that's
Can you use the restroom?
all he should be asking. Where's my lawyer? Where's my lawyer? I have a friend who's a lawyer. And what? He didn't tell you shut the fuck up? My God, Nicolae. Nicolae, gosh. You're going to prison, homie. You're going to be nickel guy soon. You are going... if he does not get convicted, I am going to be thoroughly fucking surprised, chat. Holy shit, this is bad. Oof. No, he kind of talked about a lawyer. He kind of talked about one, but no, he did not ask for one. Sure, it says, now I see why defense counsel works hard on exposing the other witness lies. Yeah. I mean, that's what they can say. Look, we all got it fucking wrong. I mean, they're lying, but he's not. Or they're not lying, but he is. Like, yeah, this is... Oof. All right, I need to catch up on a couple more of these real quick. Nick Kreuzer for $10. Thank you, Nick, is saying underweight with an asterisk-sized Saturn. Those charts are made to assuage poor dieters. Yeah, well, it's also there's a lot of history behind the whole BMI thing, and you brought this up again. Yeah, there's a whole scientific discourse on how the BMI metric was created and how weight measurement has changed throughout the 100 years of the BMI charts. Nicholas Kreuzer says something Cyrillic. I don't think that's whole. I think that's Russian. I'm not sure. American Dreamer gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your support. And whoever got one of those, please, I hope you tell her thank you. I know she would appreciate that. Duncan for $5 says cough. Call him. Sorry, I thought I was off. That's why I turned everything off for a second. And Duncan says, yeah, the police officer interrogating, he's concerned about protecting your rights. Yep. And I'll say this again. Nu vorbi su poliții. Poliții. For everybody in Romania. Don't talk to your cops. And Duncan says for $10, this is not great, but I don't see that it changes much. The video speaks for itself. The events, immediate proceedings, self-defense are still right there for all to see, right? Yes, they are. But remember, the jury's going to want to know why you did this. And I would make the same argument. But this is not going to sell. That's the thing. I still think, yes, the video tells the tale. But this, cool God. I hope they can get somebody, like, he's going to get a hung jury. He's not getting acquitted. Now. And Nick says for $2, when this man dies, his soul will go to purgatory. Yes. So, we'll keep going, chat. We'll keep going, but I just wanted to catch those up. What's that? Pie Case had a question. Let me see. I must have just missed it. Pie Case, apparently you had a question. Did I miss it? I don't see it, so I don't know where I'm looking here. Okay. If you use DNA and they don't have a lawyer does that pause the process? Or let's go get a warrant. They go get a warrant. I want a lawyer. I'm not talking to you. Now, you could still provide a sample without a lawyer present, but don't ever do that. Make them go get a warrant. When it comes to the police and wanting something from you, you are like a chick going to prom. You don't give it up easy. Make them work for it. Make them go get that warrant. You know why? It's not admissible against you. Well, we had to go get a warrant. Okay, cool. Besides, make them get a warrant, because if they fuck it up, you're good to go. You might get things suppressed. If you give it to them, there's no issue about the warrant. So always make them get a warrant. Make them get a warrant. Make them earn it. Make them work for it. Don't give them freebies. Oh, well, I'm going to have to go get a warrant. Okay, well, I guess you're going to have to go do your fucking job, Piggly. Oh, my God, you're going to have to go get a warrant. Oh, holy shit, you're going to have to do your job. Make them do their job. Make them do their job. So, Danielle says based a virgin pilled. Yes. Yes, don't be a hoe, chat. That's right, Lois is right. Don't be a hoe. Don't give it up. Make them get it. Yes, keep your bottles, cans, cups, etc. They give you a cup of water to drink. Guess what? That comes with me. Why do you want it? I like to collect items. Or you say, like, can I have some hand sanitizer? Rub it all over stuff. Where did the knife come from? I don't being clear in the video. And if he's believed during interrogation, he took it from one of the kids. He didn't take it from one of the kids. That knife came off his shorts. There's no way it would have. That was his stabby. That was his Mr. Stabby. 100% that was his. So, but yeah, don't let him take cups, cans, bottles, paper. If you can keep them from having it, give it to them. But like, don't sit there and wipe shit down, because then that looks really bad. But yeah, don't let them take stuff. So it was a Zoomer Remover 3000. You're saying that video was kept out because of Miranda issues before, and it was so bad. What video? You're not like, what video are you talking about? This video? But always, always make them get warrants. It's nothing personal. It's just business. You know, just like Captain Ramia says, they play their games and we play ours. There's a video in his direct, and Cross rather, it's so bad for him. Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, here we go. Wait, do I not rub hand sanitizer on my body? Yeah, well. Anyways, here we go, guys. I still think these kids are assholes, but it's not looking good for him.
Lieutenant Hart, was that the interview you did with Nicolae Miu at the jail?
Yes.
Now, it's going to look really bad when they skip ahead and they just show him there. The jury's going to be like, why can't we see the middle of that? I bet that's going to happen.
Were you left with that interview questioning?
Yes.
While you were talking to him, you showed Mr. Miu a photo on your phone.
Yes.
What was that photo?
That was a photo that had been disseminated to us of the suspect.
You know where it came from?
Um,
At the time, did you know where it came from?
Probably, I believe dispatch had emailed it out.
Was it a photo from the video or from something else? Sustained. You know where the photo originated from?
I do.
Where did it originate?
From Jawan Cockfield's video.
While you're talking to Mr. Miu, you were referring to a diagram?
Yeah.
Yes.
Lieutenant Hart, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 16. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the diagram that I asked him to draw me while we were talking.
Did he draw portions of that?
He drew all of it. I put the words on there.
All right. After I move for admission of exhibit 16,
Any objection? 16 is received.
if I can publish to the jury on demo.
Yes, you may. While you're standing there, would you also retrieve the exhibit 24?
You added
About Amy, the mostly girls, shallow, all males and female. And then that is my handwriting on the lower right-hand portion where I put the date and our agency case number.
Also in the video, you appeared to be taking a buccal swab.
Yes.
Did you do anything with those swabs?
I locked them into evidence at the sheriff's office.
Were those the swabs that were sent to crime lab?
No,
Which swabs were sent to the crime lab?
the one in the kit that the sergeant said taken.
While you're speaking with Mr. Miu, did you notice any signs of impairment?
No,
That's it. Nothing else. Nothing further.
And we need a break? Still doing good? One vote for break? All right. Let's take a short recess then. We'll come back at 10:25.
All right, the jury.
Damn, 9 hours they were going. Let's see how.
Officers don't have to give statements immediately after.
Please be seated. All right, we were about to start calls, correct? False, Mr. Truffleson.
Okay, so that's all they're showing. They're not even showing the rest of it. Fuck. I thought there was a part 2 of that. Oh my god. Nicolae. Homie. Homie. Oh, this is bad.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning.
In your 25 years in law enforcement, is it fair to say that you've had the opportunity numerous times to question both victims of crimes and people accused of crimes?
yes,
And in this particular case, if I have it right, the interview with Mr. Miu takes place approximately little more than 4 hours after the incident. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, for most of those 4 hours, majority of those 4 hours, he was in police custody somewhere, right?
I believe so.
And in situations like this, where they call you in, which would be considered a serious situation when you get called in?
Yeah.
And in those situations, you're trying to gather as much evidence, as much information as quickly as possible. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in your 25 years in law enforcement, have you been involved in situations that you would consider to be highly stressful events?
Yes.
Would you consider this to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
And would you agree that in those highly stressful, have you interviewed victims of offenses and people who are accused of offenses involving highly stressful events?
Yes.
And in those highly stressful events, both the victim and the accused can be feeling kind of the same emotions sometimes. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And would you agree in your training and experience that highly stressful events can impact someone's ability to recall what had happened?
Yes.
Both for the complaining witness or victim, as well as the person who's accused. Would that be fair?
Fair.
And you'd agree that doesn't mean that the person is necessarily lying. Sometimes these stressful events kind of cloud memories and make it difficult for them to recall events, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled.
I think you said yes?
Yes.
And would you agree that based on your training and experience, how long someone suffers from a stressful event, meaning how they react to it, that can depend upon, I mean, it can differ in terms of timing, right? What I mean by that is you might suffer the same stressful event as I suffer. You might be over that stressful event in a much shorter time than I would be over it. Is that fair?
Yes.
And because it's a criminal investigation and you're working at a quick pace here, you're not given the opportunity to kind of let things calm down before you do your investigation, right?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, so let me give you an example. So in an example, if this fact pattern involved an officer, that officer would have an opportunity before they had to give a statement, correct?
And if it-
Officers don't have to give statements immediately after stressful events. They're allowed to kind of calm down and think about it before they're required to provide a statement. True.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you give, or was Mr. Miu given an opportunity
It's a good thing to bring up.
in terms of timing to calm down from the situation, kind of make sure that he had all his faculties before he provided a statement?
I don't know, other than the 4 hours between the time he was taken into custody and I spoke with him.
And those, I'm not being critical of you here, I'm asking you, you don't know whether or not those 4 hours he was still under the stress of the event, right?
I don't know.
And I'm not going to ask you about what you saw in the video, but what I'm going to ask you about is you're aware there's a video in the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when someone gives you a statement about what had happened, it's helpful for you as an investigator to be able to go back to that video and kind of determine the accuracy of that person's statement, right?
Sure.
Okay. And while you're able to determine whether or not the person's statements are accurate, what the video really doesn't capture and what you need to try to figure out is what the person was feeling or what their beliefs were at the time, correct?
I don't know if that's up for me to decide.
Well, but in terms of your investigation, you'll ask people things like, how did that make you feel when something was happening? That you'll ask them questions about their emotions because their emotions might not be borne out on a video. True?
True.
And people will tell you, I was afraid, I was worried, I was stressed. They'll make those statements to you when you ask those questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. So you, after conducting the interview with Mr. Miu, you've watched the video, right?
The video incident?
Video of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree his statements regarding how he got the knife, those are inaccurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did ask Mr. Miu what his beliefs were or how he was feeling while all this was going on, correct? You remember that during the interview?
I guess I don't recall if I asked him how he was feeling, but he articulated that to me.
Okay, he had mentioned to you how he was feeling, true?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that once you kind of get into the meat of the interview, first thing out of Mr. Miu's mouth is that he was acting in self-defense, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says that, if I have it right, 3 times in his first statement to you it was self-defense.
Yes.
Okay. And he told you in that first portion of the interview that they were hitting him, right?
Yes.
And that's true, correct? That's borne out on the video. Yes?
Objection, Your Honor. The video speaks for itself.
Sustained. I said sustained.
Can I ask you this? Although some of the things that Mr. Miu had talked to you about regarding how he obtained the knife, we agree that was incorrect. Would you agree, based on your interview with Mr. Miu, he never wavered in his claim it was self-defense, correct?
Correct.
He never wavered in his claim that he was fearful, correct?
Correct.
He never wavered in his claim that he was attacked, correct?
Correct.
if I told you, and I don't know if you've counted, I counted approximately 20 times during that interview that he claimed it was self-defense, he was fearful, or they attacked him. Sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've sat through, I know you weren't here yesterday because you weren't feeling well, but you've sat through the trial of every other witness other than when you weren't here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've listened times when witnesses had to be corrected or shown something that turned out not to be true based on the video, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any information through your investigation that contradicts Nick Miu's belief that he was in fear during that incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
Sugarface is doing the best he can right now, Chad. He's making points, but there's a lot of Nicolae just did
Objection
a lot
is
of
sustained.
goals.
Lieutenant Hart, in terms of what had happened that day in your interview with Mr. Miu, okay, the recorded interview we just watched, he didn't make any other statements to you that would give you any reason to believe that he wasn't in fear, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, same grounds.
Overruled.
Can you ask that again?
I don't know. Based on your interview with Mr. Miu on the day in question, right? When you interviewed him on the
Yes,
tape, he told you he was in fear, yes?
he did.
Okay. Did he provide any other statements to you that would contradict that statement that he was in fear?
Aaron, thank you.
And to be fair, he told you multiple times in that interview that he was in shock about what happened and didn't remember everything. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that, based on your training and experience, that wouldn't be unusual, would it?
No.
Okay. You've had that with other people who have been complaining witnesses or victims of offenses?
Yes,
And have you had that with people who have been accused of crimes?
probably.
If you can answer this. So he never denied that he defended himself with a knife, correct?
Correct.
What he got wrong was how he got the knife, but he told you that he used it on other people, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And he told you other things that you actually found out to be true, right? Like he had a snorkel and goggles, right?
yes,
Okay. And you found those, not you, but your police found those, right?
yes,
Okay. So that's true.
yes,
He told you that he was looking for Ariel's phone, correct?
yes,
You guys found Ariel's phone, right?
yes,
He told you that people were calling him I think he says the word child molester. But it's true people were calling him names, correct?
yes,
And I think he also told you on the tape that they were attacking me from all directions. Is that right?
he did say that.
Do you, in your investigation, do you have any evidence through interviews of witnesses or anything else that that's not correct?
Objection, Your Honor, please approach.
Yes.
I'm surprised the judge is letting him sidebar for that. State of mind, effect on the hearer. It's not a hearsay. It's a hearsay exception.
You just give me a
Objection on foundation. I'll sustain the objection on foundation grounds. Mr. Travis,
Okay, that's foundation. He can rebuild that. Okay, keep going, Sheriff Fossey. Keep going.
you may continue.
Lieutenant Hart, can you just give me a brief synopsis of the investigation that you've done in this case?
Yes, I interviewed Sandy. I interviewed Mr. Miu.
Okay.
And I coordinated the translation, the transcription of Hispanic speaking statements and then calls.
So the investigators who have testified, you're their boss?
I'm a supervisor, yes.
In an investigation like this, do those reports pass over your desk? Do you see those?
I would say a majority of them, not all of them.
Okay. So you're aware, well, tell me if you're aware, that there has been multiple interviews conducted in this case by your investigators, right?
Yes,
Multiple eyewitnesses or people who claim to be eyewitnesses, what has happened, right?
yes,
And have those reports passed over your desk?
not all of them.
Have some of them passed over your desk?
Yes,
Based on the information that you have seen, the reports that you've seen, the interviews that you've conducted, any other evidence that you've been able to look at, my question to you was, is there any evidence that contradicts the statement that Mr. Miu had made to you in that interview that he was surrounded on all directions?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I haven't read every single report for this case.
On the stuff that you've read. I can't ask you about things you don't know. What I can ask you is on the things that you've read, the reports that you've reviewed, the interviews that you've conducted, There's nothing that contradicts his statement that he was surrounded, right?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to this fairness to time. There's a 3-minute period here.
Overruled. Can you answer the question?
So your question is if I've seen any of the reports that I've read?
I'm asking you if any of the evidence that you've reviewed in totality, whatever you've reviewed in the totality, okay? There's nothing in the evidence that you've reviewed, the witnesses that you've spoken to, that contradicts Nick's statement that he was surrounded when he told you that, right?
Yeah, he's the only interview I conducted.
You reviewed other reports though, right?
Yeah.
And I think he said in his interview with you that he said, all I want, guys, did you find a phone? Right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And through testimony you've seen and witness statements that you've read, you know Joanne Cockfield's holding a phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And through your investigation, you'd agree there were no little girls in that area at the time, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So would you agree there's nothing factually in terms of evidence that you know about that would support the claim that people have said that he was looking for little girls? There were none, right?
There were none. Nope.
It's a pretty good cross. Let's hope it helps.
If you would have suspected he was impaired, would you have followed up on that?
Yes.
Okay. How? I mean, what would you just tell me what you would have done?
Well, I probably would have applied for a search warrant for his blood.
Okay. Because that would, if a person's intoxicated in the situation that happened, this incident, knowing that would matter to you, right?
Yeah.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
It's all right. Thank you.
Mr. Smestad.
Lieutenant Hart, as you were interviewing Mr. Miu, did he at any point say anything about being strangled?
No.
Did he say anything about having injury or pain to his neck or throat?
No.
Did you see any injuries on his face at all?
No.
How many feet away from him were you during that interview?
However wide a table is,
Can you describe the lighting in the interview room?
it was well lit.
Looked
Did
like a
Mr. Miu
ladder.
say anything about hearing anybody threaten him with a phrase similar to "you've got 10 seconds"?
No.
It's still uttered though.
At the time that you interviewed Mr. Miu towards the end, when he asks you what happened, did you know that he had already been informed that he was under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking if you knew.
I'll sustain the objection. You have to rephrase the question.
Did you have any knowledge as to what he had been informed of with regard to charges when he was arrested?
No.
When Mr. Miu asked you what happened, and you told him that someone had died, what was his response?
I believe he said, oh no.
Did he appear to be surprised?
I'm going to object.
Sustained speculation.
At one point in the video, you see him put his head in his hands.
Yes.
Did you see any tears?
No.
Mr. Trotsky asked you about the stress that a victim can undergo, and in your opinion, you said, yeah, that sometimes that happens. The same go for 17-year-old kids who saw their best friend get stabbed to death,
Argumentative.
Yes.
Oh, that's argumentative.
and the same goes for the people who actually were stabbed.
Yes.
Did Mr. Miu ever waver in his claim that he did not himself have a knife on the river?
No.
Do you know how many times he denied having a knife on the river? If you remember?
I don't remember, but it was more than once.
Did he ever waver in his claim that two of these boys pulled knives on him?
No.
Did he appear to recall details about how that all happened?
Yes.
At one point in the video, he asked if anybody had found a phone. You recall that?
Yeah.
You know what phone he was talking about at that point of the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
During your interview, did he specify whose phone he was looking for?
Yes, I believe he told me it was Ariel's.
Nothing for
Mr. Officer?
Because he didn't tell you anything about hearing somebody say you got 10 seconds. You're not saying that means it didn't happen, right? That somebody didn't say that.
Right.
Okay. And because he didn't mention to you that he had been strangled, you're not saying that that means it didn't happen, right?
No.
Or complain about neck pain or being hit in the face. You're not saying that because he didn't say he wasn't hit in the face or however he was hit. You're not saying because he left something out that that didn't occur, right?
Right.
That's all.
Deputy Lieutenant Hart, you may step down.
Well, ooh, oh boy. I mean, yeah. Well, the audio, the audio is pants. Yeah, this has gotten really garbage in the last couple minutes. Increase your mic volume so I can hear you and talk over. I'm sorry, it's hard to balance it out because they screw with it so much. And they're going to balance it back, so I'll be messing with it. So yeah, Murph's turf for $20 at 6 days until the MLS channel is taken down after 3 false copyright claims from the same person. Free MLS. Thanks, Sean. Well, Murphs, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that support very much. But yes, what the hails? More like what the fails. Apparently he had a little bit of a tampon attack and copy struck David. Why on MLS? Well, because he said things that weren't nice, like that the Hales are kind of tools and they're kind of scummy for what they've been doing this whole time. So they copy struck him. And they copy struck him for things that were fair use. And then they copy struck him for something that wasn't even theirs. It was something obtained via FOIA, and they tried to copy strike him for it. So yeah, good job with the Hales. Good job. Wendy H for 1999. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the support. It says free MLS. Yep. Free MLS, guys. Just keep that going for the, he's got 6 days until YouTube nukes the channel. So we gotta help him out and try to fight that real quick. Why is David's channel being stolen? Because the Hales are scumbags. I mean, that's why. That's the 10-second answer. Wendy H is a new member. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. And Aaron is a new member. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate your support as well. Thank you for being here. And then Stop Moss B for $5 says, still not guilty, so looking less good for Nicolae. I mean, I still think he's not guilty, but I don't think a jury's looking that way. I don't think the jury's looking that way, and that's ultimately what matters. If anybody tells you this was good, if anybody tells you today was a good day, I want to go drinking with them because a lot of people have had better days than this. Lee Harvey Oswald had a better day than this. When the hell did we start using copy strike? Well, that's what those are. It's a copyright strike. It's been around for a while. YouTube's called it that for quite a while. Oh, you're calling them snakes? No, see, that's my view. They're snakes. No. A snake is on the ground. I mean, they're lower than whale shit, and that's at the bottom of the ocean. So. What would you do to try to say Nick after you were his attorney? This is all you can do. Sheriff Fossey did a great job at disarming that detective. So but none of that stuff, all that stuff he's told you, that video still happened, right? Yep. I mean, that's all he could do. That's all he can do. PewDiePie called it that. Yeah, it's been around forever. Duncan says, I think the defense, Sheriff Fossey's got it in the bag. Own the lie doesn't change anything. The defendant being unsmart, in fear, and shock immediately after the incident does not change the facts. You remember what I say, though. I'm not joking when I say this, guys. I go to trial. I'm set for. Well, I might not have it. Fingers crossed. We might get what we're looking for tomorrow. We're kind of having an emergency pre-trial tomorrow. But we start the trial on Friday. We're already behind the curve. Jury selection starts. We're behind the curve. My guy is already behind the curve, no matter what I've done to prep the battlefield and prep the battle space. We already start off behind. Why? Because the jury's already siding with the state, almost always. And it's our job to catch up and then surpass them. This is not like they did not make up ground right here. So, no, they don't have it in the bag. I mean, remember, any day with a jury, it's 50-50, man. The best you can get is a 50-50 coin flip. All it takes is jury saying, yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. He's an asshole. Fuck him. Guilty. That's all it takes. So no, there is no such thing as in the bag. Yeah, even like I'll say it like this. Wellington, after the Battle of Waterloo, you know what he said? Wellington didn't come around and say it was in the bag. He said it was the nearest run thing you'd ever seen in your life. And this is gonna be one of those. It's gonna come down to the margins, chat. It's gonna. Ooh. If he gets this, he's scraping the paint off the bot. Like he's, threading the needle so tight the paint's scraping off the sides. So this case is hilarious, but I had them pegged as total drama asses the whole time. Yeah. Little whale shiz. Yep. Aaron says, Sean, you rock. Well, thank you. Carly says, David has to start all over. Well, David has other channels, but no, MLS wouldn't be allowed to restart. I mean, it's done at that point. So, this VR says, look at the age group and the makeup of the jury. Yeah, there's a wide age range in this jury. And I'm surprised they put a 90-year-old person on the jury. Most courts would have tossed you right away, saying to call somebody in who's in their 90s is almost insane. I mean, there's a good chance they die in the middle of trial. Nick is literally shitting his pants during it all. I would be too. Can I look into the case of Nicolae Miu Sr.? Nicolae Miu Sr. accuses his son of being involved in a KGB hit on him and granting a no contact order, but don't know if it's this Nick Miu. I don't know how you'd run into court screaming there was a KGB hit on me and getting a protection order out of it. You're going to sound crazy at that point. So how do we save David? I mean, if you guys have Twitter, at Team YouTube and tell them this is bullshit and tell them to help fix it. In the meantime, just spread the word. If you're on other chats, don't go fuck with the Hales. Don't go fuck with the Hales. Leave them alone. But any other chats and things you're in, say, hey guys, help free Michigan, making law simple. Help spread the word. Help spread the word. Aaron says for 8 months, just a couple. Oh gosh, just a couple more days. Just a couple more days to work on that accent. Hey there, Sean. Just want to let you know you got a couple more days to work on that accent. Oh god, that was bad. Not feeling it today. Oh gosh. Don't poke the big fat ugly cows. Well, I resemble that statement. Sweetheart, you're not helping me. Baldo Man is good at writing copyright claim disputes. Yeah, well, I'm working. Well, it's the thing. It's already been appealed, and YouTube's like, well, I don't know what's going on. This is past that. This is about getting a hold of people that have good YouTube reps, and we've already reached out to some people who got some pull. We reached out to a couple people. I've reached out to a couple people that got some fucking rabbis on their side. They got a good rabbi. Can we copy strike PewDiePie? That'd be hilarious. No. Carrie says, okay, I accept your humble apology for telling me to shut the fuck up because I didn't want you to cover the Hales. I didn't want to cover them either, but I had to cover that protection order to show you how full of shit they are. Barnes and Nate, I've got people I'm reaching out to. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I've reached out to some people. The wheels of justice are turning. Dell says a level 10 shadow rabbi. No. This is like an old school saying from like New York City and Philly and places like that, where if you wanted a good job, it was like, who's your rabbi? Oh, your rabbi is so-and-so? Okay, well, yeah, he's got, he's a powerful person. So after a while, like, who do you know in your corner that's got pull? I know somebody that knows somebody. That's what that means nowadays. I got a good rabbi. I got a hell of a rabbi. Means I know somebody who's got some pull. I got somebody who's big and can stand behind me and make things happen. That's what a rabbi is. Yeah, let me call in my Hebrews. Yeah, well. So. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving here. We're going to keep moving. We got to keep going. Guys, there are a bunch of new people here. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I wish I contacted Pewds. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. But Larry, DUI guy is Jewish, so you have to like deal with that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, yes, I know. That's don't worry. I've got it. There are people. The strong move quiet, and the weak start riots. That's all. Just like the song, just like 1-900 Hustler says. The strong move quiet, and the weak start riots. Well, we're moving real fucking quiet right now. And hopefully it'll all be revealed in due time. So here we go, chat.
Anderson, does the state have more evidence? No, Judge. All right, the state rests. Members of the jury, there are a few items that I need to discuss with you.
Now, this is the problem I don't like. This is the one thing that did piss me off about this trial. The state did all that, and they jerked around the order of their witnesses, and they made the defense, and I feel like Sheriff Fisi and Nelson kind of got suckered into this. They kind of got suckered into this a little bit. They let them, Sheriff Fisi and all them, burn through, not like, I get the Spanish-speaking witness, fine. They burned through the rest of their witnesses during the state's case. They let them call all that crap out of turn. And then what did the state do? The state was able to slow play and drag that out so they could dump the interview and that detective right at the end of their case like that. And guess what? Guess who the defense has left? Nicolae. That's their last stop. I feel like they kind of got hustled in that regard. They should have said, no, you want as many people as you can between the bad shit. Like it's a buffer. It's like a buffer zone. You want that, you want those buffer. You want that buffer of all these shitty witnesses. Eat it up, eat it up, eat it up, eat up all that damage. And then Nicolae goes in. You got to let your cannon fodder get used as cannon fodder. And I think they kind of got messed up there a little bit. You got to play the hand you're dealt. Yeah, but I think you can say, well, shit, my clients aren't ready, Your Honor, and I have the right to call. Like, they do have the right to assert. I think they do have the right to assert, Your Honor, we want to call our clients during our case in chief. We're willing to work with them a little bit. Let's get all the Mexicans out of the way. Let's get all the Spanish speaking people out of the way. Cool. One day, fine. But Sandra Miu and the other people he brought in, you use those as buffers between the really bad shit they're going to bring, the state's going to end on. And you don't let them end it right like that in front of your home, like in front of your boy. Like part of this is, and I try to view it this way, when I'm doing the defense, I'm kind of like my client's bodyguard in a way. I'm there to protect them from that, like all those bullets and all those, rocks and bottles and bullets getting thrown and shot at him. You've got to protect him, and that means holding up that shield and just sucking up damage. Well, they let the prosecutor walk all the way up to like standing right next to him and fucking unload on him. And they should have, like, it's easier to block that shit from really far away. Now they're like blocking it all from like 2 feet. I feel like they kind of got hustled a little bit there, which I will say for the state, that was a pretty brilliant move. And I don't even know if that was intentional on their part or just worked out that way, but it fucking worked brilliantly. I would argue, because now that and all that interview is fresh in his mind, the detective's fresh in their mind as they immediately go into Nicolae. So now they are directly comparing these two things, all this stuff together. And it's like, I don't like how that happened. I don't like how that happened. They could have figured it out. That's kind of how I look at it. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Okay, this is actually funny. This is funny. We're gonna. I think this. I think this did. Yeah, I'm not looking at this as a total victory. I felt like Nick held his own, even though he, yeah, I mean, yeah, he didn't completely fuck up, but you know, shitting the bed just a little bit versus like painting him with diarrhea. Yes, it's better if you drop a log, but you're still crapping in the bed. Like, there's only so much you could do there. Who's calling to the Nicolae, the defense? Yes, but remember the case has got kind of like, they call the witnesses all out of order. So now, instead of having it like normally, well, anyways, we're gonna switch to this real quick because this is fucking hilarious. Yes, boomer. Get him, Nick! Get him! Oh, this is fucking awesome. I love it. I love it. Just splitting them all up. I like the Asian guy the best. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Now, getting back to this, what I'm trying to say is, where's there a page that I can get that's all? I need. Yeah, I'll just draw on the screen with the judge. The way it normally works is, like, the prosecution's case. You know, this is the prosecution, and they run their case, and they go along. Then it stops, and then, you know, it stops, and then the defense goes. And the D stands for defendant. And then if there's a little bit more they want to do, the prosecution goes again and they get a rebuttal. And usually the rebuttal is really short, but they get a rebuttal. And they get to go again before you get closing arguments. In this case, it started out, you know, the prosecution did their case kind of like this. And the defense did their case kind of like this. They went in right here, and they went in right here, and they went in right here, and now they're ending right here. So basically, the defense ran their case inside the prosecution's case and are ending just on the outside of it. That's what I mean by this. I hope this makes sense. Was there a rebuttal in Rittenhouse? Yeah, there was, I'm pretty sure. So if Nixon fucks up, the defendants can't call him to rehabilitate. Well, oh, no. They listen. Nick still is going to get called up by his defense attorneys. They're going to go first. The state's going to cross-examine him, and then the defense gets to do redirect. And then if there is a recross, generally there's not going to be a recross. Why? Because you don't normally let the state get the last word with the defendant. But sometimes that happens. They agree to different rules too, where the state gets to ask him at the end. Well, if they did, that's yeah. So all you see is DP. Well, thank you. Well, that's so if you guys, this is what happens basically here. Prosecutor's case, defense case, prosecutor. In this one, they kind of overlapped, and now they're just now ending at the same time. Which that's that's not how it should be. It should be like this, so there's time, and like if you're gonna have Nicolae testify, Nicolae should be testifying like way back here after you've gone through all your other witnesses. And instead, Nicolae's testifying like right now. This is Nicolae right here. And he's right at the end of the state's case. And if the state wants to do the rebuttal, guess what? It's like right there. And now they've like crushed him. You know, they got some sandwich action going on. So I don't know how that worked out, but the state worked that out very well. State worked that out very well. Wasn't Sandra a state's witness? Nope, she was a defense witness. Use P and D. I'm not, because they don't know what that means. Alpha Fox. Serious artism. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't know if they outmaneuvered him. That's one of those deals where I could ask Carl Anderson about that. He'd be like, I didn't even think about it that way. Or maybe he did think about it that way. I don't know. Was she? I don't think she was a state's witness. Sandra was called as a direct witness so they could deny to the defendant. Yeah, but then they get to ask her questions on cross, which that's more devastating. That's more helpful. So, Pi and Delta, I know what Greek is. Yeah, but in the law, that means plaintiff and defendant. So, yeah, Mrs. Miu was a state's witness. Okay, I didn't forget if she was or not, but so let's see. Let's keep going, chat.
Attorneys in private. So we're going to have a recess. This may be a little bit longer than some of the earlier recesses. Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. I am meeting with the attorneys and with Mr. Miu in open court. Mr. Nelson, is there anything that you want to address? Yes, Judge.
So, Judge, I would, and I'm not looking at the information, so I apologize. But as it relates to, I'm going to do it by names.
Yes.
As it relates to Dante Carlson and Anthony Carlson and Riley Madison, those three people, Mr. Miu was charged with an attempted homicide on those counts. And in reviewing the requirements for an attempted homicide, and this will be short, Judge, I'm not going to waste your time, but what it says is it requires the defendant to do acts toward the commission of that crime, which indicate unequivocally, and unequivocally is defined as it means no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from the defendant's acts under the circumstances. So, which indicate unequivocally under all the circumstances that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the intended victim, except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. Extraneous factor is defined as something outside the knowledge of the defendant or outside of the defendant's control. There has been testimony from Dr. Meyer yesterday. Dr. Meyer was only asked about one of these people, and that was AJ Martin. And that question to AJ Martin was, without medical intervention, would AJ Martin have died? And his answer was yes. As it relates to Dante Carlson, my recollection of the evidence was he said he fixed a hernia. There was no testimony as to anything regarding Anthony Carlson. As it relates to Riley Madsen, I believed there was questions surrounding that, and what he had said was that eventually she could have suffered an infection. I think he mentioned sepsis could have been something that would have occurred. But I would argue to the court that based on the evidence, and you have to take the evidence under all the facts and circumstances, that based on the actions of Mr. Miu.
Okay, I disagree. AJ, the guy who got split open, the guy who got like, if you do that again, like if you try that again, I bet he dies. Like that was a potentially mortal wound that he suffered. And short of doing that in the parking lot of a hospital, I don't think he normally survives that. I think a majority of the time you run that, he dies. Personally, I think that actually the rest of them, are not attempted murder, but the guy who got split, that's attempted murder. Yeah, potentially fatal, very fatal. After hearing the wounds, I thought he did. Well, just about. So, should we run an experiment? Grab 100 people and do that to them. I bet over 50% die. So, and that's the thing. He might not die from that trauma right there, but like infections and all kinds of things. Like I said, he's lucky there wasn't like a flesh-eating virus that got in there. You hear about that all the time. Somebody goes swimming and like 2 weeks later they have no arms or legs. So I mean, it's dangerous. We need to round the Apple River and test this. Yeah. Does that mean we could stab river kids? Globals don't want you to those, but you could go out and stab river kids all you want. I've stabbed 275 and nothing's happened to me. No, don't go stab river kids. So.
Based upon the testimony regarding the injuries to the people I'm mentioning, Dante Carlson, Anthony Carlson, and Riley Madsen, I would argue that it is not possible to say that no other inference can be drawn, but that he intended to kill those people. And there's actually no information that Dante Carlson or Anthony Carlson would have died from their injuries anyway. So without any other extraneous factor, which would have prevented Mr. Miu from doing this. So we have one, you heard the evidence, you can figure out how you would view the movements. But I would argue that the facts and circumstances presented to the court and to the jury here do not support the claim that he unequivocally intended to kill these people. Riley Madsen said she thought she was punched. She initially believed it was a punch. And I don't think although not the deciding factor, I don't think their injuries support the claim of an attempted first-degree intentional homicide. So I would move for dismissal on those, whatever those counts are.
Thank you. Who's going to argue for the state?
I can, Judge. So I think this case, it's similar to if you compare it to, say, a shooting case where somebody walks up to somebody, shoots them in the torso and the chest, and it happens to miss vital organs, and they just need stitches. I think it's a difficult argument to make that they didn't intend to kill them, and it's the same thing here. He's stabbing all these people in the area of vital organs, veins, blood vessels. His intent is based on all facts and circumstances. He sliced AJ up the belly. He stabbed Isaac directly in the heart. He stabbed Tony, Dante, and Riley in the area of all the vital organs. Dante was stabbed right below where his heart is. Tony was stabbed twice. One he blocked. That's certainly something out of Nicolae's control. Riley was sliced across her side, damaging her stomach and her diaphragm. And so I think given all the facts and circumstances, there's clearly enough for it to go to the jury. But for the chance that he didn't happen to hit vital organs, I think that the jury can still conclude his intent was to kill them.
All right, this motion is being made after the close of state's evidence. There is a particular standard that I have to apply. In fact, the motion must be denied if, considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered is sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. As to the three individuals that pertain to this motion, I am satisfied that the motion must be denied. The state has presented credible evidence that Mr. Miu formed the intent to kill by inserting a knife into the torso of the three individuals during a physical confrontation. The torso, as we all know, contains vital organs, blood supply, nerves, and other anatomy that, if injured, could lead to death. I believe that the risk of death is self-evident when faced with a knife stab to that area. There was an intervening event, and I think the state has presented evidence about the individual's fortitude to defend themselves, to resist injury, the intervention of first responders, and intervention of formal medical treatment in a hospital setting. So for all those reasons, I am satisfied that the state has presented sufficient evidence to warrant the case to continue. The motion is denied. Is there anything else at this moment?
Judge, it's the defense's opportunity. The defense intends to call.
I'm not surprised by that at all, chat. You shouldn't be either.
If we could just take a 5-minute break to make sure I go through the colloquy with him privately, and then we can come back and do that here in court.
Very good. Have your conversation. We'll come back at 11:05.
You guys shouldn't be surprised by that at all. Don't be. So, yeah. Not surprised that, but I sure never is on a river and runs into some teens. Yeah, well. Ariel says they definitely planned for that police officer to be sick. And it's not like the police ever lie or the prosecutors ever lied on a case. I mean, no, that would never, ever happen. That would never happen, chat. You know, that would never, ever, 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 ever happen. That's my thing, though. Like, how do you know that didn't happen? Because the prosecutor said so? I mean, that's our standard? And then goalie saying that water was clean, though, Sean, basically sterile. I hope you're joking, because if you try to drink that water, you're probably going to be shitting yourself or having massive parasite issue. Don't drink river water without purifying it, guys. Please. So this is where I'm sure Sheriff Fossey and Nelson sat down with Nicolae and told him, listen, Holmes, listen, brother, this is what it is. You're gonna have to get up there. You better give the performance of your life, and it still might not be good enough, but it's the only chance you got. It's the only chance you got. No. So just be ready, guys. Yeah, that argument is a formality, but you have to make them. You have to make the arguments. Part of it's preserving the record. Part of it's effective advocacy for your client. So here we go. Nicolae's right to silence and all of his decisions to testify are going to be brought up off the outside of the jury on the record, though. So here we go, chat.
To talk.
Yeah, here we go.
Outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Nelson, did you and your client have enough time to talk?
Yes, Judge. My understanding is Mr. Miu wants to waive his right to remain silent and assert his right to testify.
Mr. Miu, the conversation I'm about to have with you happens in every criminal case,
He had to do
every
this.
criminal trial in Wisconsin. Every person charged with a crime has a constitutional right to remain silent and a constitutional right to present evidence, including testify. You are at the crossroads faced by every person on trial for a crime. You need to give up one right to exercise the other. And I need to ask you some questions to verify that you're making a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision. First, do you understand that you have both a constitutional right to testify and a constitutional right to remain silent? Do you understand that you do not have to prove your innocence? Rather, the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to remain silent, the state cannot refer to that fact?
Yes.
Do you understand that your silence cannot be used against you in any way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to discuss your decision to testify with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to discuss your decision?
Yes.
And have you made a decision about whether you'll testify?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
To testify.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you into making that decision?
No.
Has anybody made any promises to you or offered you anything of value to arrive at that decision?
No.
Are you presently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Do you suffer from a mental health condition that is affecting your ability to think or process information today?
No.
Have you had enough time to make your decision?
Yes.
You need any more time?
No.
Have all of your questions been answered by your attorneys?
Yes.
At this time, I find that Mr. Miu has made a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision to waive his right of silence. He's choosing to exercise his right to testify and present evidence on his own behalf. Mr. Trofasi, Mr. Nelson, how do you intend to proceed from here? Will Mr. Miu be the next witness, or do you have others?
Yes, Judge, the plan is to call Mr. Miu. I have a PowerPoint that I would like to go through. PowerPoint includes exhibit number 104, which is the photo of the map, and includes exhibit 108, which is the photos of Mr. Miu in the hospital previously entered. There's 3 screenshots from the 9-second video in exhibit number 2, and then the rest of them are screenshots from the frames in the video, which are from exhibit number 2. So all of the items in the PowerPoint have already been exhibited. I've tried to put up some white screens in between the pictures.
No, he can't play that game because that's something that would have already been addressed. Would we need a translator here? No, he can't do that. If he did that, there'd be a lot of problems. It's a good question, though.
Don't linger, so my preference would be to just have it on my computer the entire time. If there's a long break, I can move to a white screen.
Okay, because what we have been doing is once the video is no longer being used, we usually take it down.
I'm not going to use the video at all. I'm just using screenshots.
The monitor, I meant.
Sure. However, I mean, again, my hope is to not have things linger. If you want to take it down, obviously, court controls that. If you want me to move it to a blank screen, just tell me to do so.
Let's just follow our regular practice, and hopefully the two of you will get into a rhythm, and it'll be presented seamlessly. Any objection to the material that he intends to present? Sounds like it's already been received into evidence.
He's gonna have to do
Is there anything
it.
else that we can do outside the presence of the jury?
Real quick, we didn't make a record. We ended the video of the jail interview of Nicolae at 56 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 other things regarding his testimony. Because he's waiving his right to remain silent, the rest of Sheriff Knutson's body camera would be a proper subject for impeachment, so we plan to publish that during his cross. And then we have a number of jail phone call translated transcripts, which defense also has. I think it's going to be difficult to cross him on that without saying their jail phone calls. With Sandy, it was easy because she was the other person on the call, so we could just ask her what he's told her. But jail phone calls, part of the relevance is how long it's been, because part of their claim is, well, he was in shock. So if it's 6 weeks later that he's saying things, I don't want the jury to wonder if we have his phone wiretapped or something like that. I think they should, and I think frankly, it's probably obvious. I mean, we just did his jail interview. Some of them had raised their hands that they'd seen some of this on the news. It's been well published that he is in custody, so.
All right, let's break this down. The first part was the rest of Sheriff Knutson conversation. Mr. Nelson, any objection or comment?
I think Your Honor's already made rulings on that, so no additional objections other than the objections that we've filed in on his rulings. And I believe your ruling was a Miranda violation, but it was voluntary. And therefore, if that's Your Honor's ruling, I think the state's recitation of the law is correct.
Yeah, I don't remember making that express ruling because I've been holding back because I don't want to start judging things that aren't performing. If I made that suggestion, it was intentional because that's where this was all heading. I mean, I saw the video. I made the ruling. I did not see anything in the video that would suggest that the statement was coerced or forced or made under some sort of threat. It was a voluntary statement. So although there was a Miranda violation, Mr. Miu's decision to testify means that the balance of the statement could be used for purposes of impeachment. So I will allow the state to show the balance of the Sheriff Knutson video. And then the second part.
And here's a big problem I do have, chat, is this stuff. He says
Suggest that the statement was coerced or forced or made under some sort of threat. It was a voluntary statement. So although there was a Miranda violation.
And that's the problem. There was a Miranda violation, but then, the judge is saying, well, it's still a voluntary statement. And this is the problem when it comes to things like this. The police violating Miranda, there is no proper, the way you get that is he doesn't get, it's all gone and never comes in. Because you know what? That's that type of nuclear sanction then forces the cops to go, I guess I better do it the right way next time. Because golly, the super big fucking murder case, I just fucked it up. But when we do this kind of nonsense where, okay, well, yeah, it was a Miranda violation, but it still comes in, these cops aren't learning anything. The system is not holding itself accountable. So this is the part I don't like when you see things like this, or what happened out of Tallahassee, where they manufactured the guy having an open container and the judge still allowed the rest of it to go to trial. No, when the cops screw up, there need to be immediate, swift sanctions. If that means a bad guy walks free, well, you know what? The next time the police will make sure they do their job the right way. Sheriff Knutson had been doing it for 29 years and he fucked it up. Well, do better next time. Now he's not going to do better next time because it didn't matter.
Mr. Miu's decision to testify means that the balance of the statement could be used.
Oh, we
for
got a
purposes of
Fox
impeachment.
raid. Oh,
So I will
boy.
allow the state to show the balance of the Sheriff Knutson video. And then the second part,
Jail calls, Judge.
oh, jail calls. Yes.
I expect my direct's going to be 40.
We got a Fox raid. The squatting Foxu raid. Yes. Hello, all the Kirsha fans. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Yes, thank you so much. What do I think about the Miu case so far? Hi, Kirsha. How you doing? Yeah, I think he's not guilty, but I don't think the jury's going to buy it. I don't think he's getting acquitted, but I think his odds of getting hung jury are kind of like going right now. We're not in a full out like nosedive, but we're slowly descending. And I have a feeling during his cross-examination, it's going to go like this. Whoop, boom. It's going to auger right into the ground. I don't think he gets he's definitely not getting acquitted. I would bet money on him not getting acquitted. Last chance he's got is got to get one of the jurors. Got to get one. I don't know if he's going to get one. 541 people on Twitch. Holy cow! Kirsha brought the A squad. So thanks for being here. So yeah, I said the same thing. Yeah, this is yeah, it's kind of how I'm looking at this. So Shadow Fall says, I thought you were just on YouTube. No, I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitch. You can't let the commies run wild out here. Somebody's got to be out here to keep these commies in line. Hear that, commies? I'm here to keep you in line. No more heckin' collectivism out here with the training gun. Keeping justice out here for y'all. Al Fox, you're saying that the dude was under arrest prior to the bottle opening. Yes, but you know what? If the cops are allowed to be liars, guess what they'll do now? She's going to fuck somebody over with that for real, and it's really going to fuck a case. No, there needs to be like... Also, Kirsha, I don't think you've ever met him, but here is, and the rest of the chat, all the Fox who's out there, this is Clyde. And no, he's not a girl dog. Buddy, I'm right here. Hey, oi.
I will stand right here. You're safe.
He gets all self-conscious when he gets his haircut. Hey, buddy. You want to tell anybody about Tower 7 or the USS Liberty while we're at it? No? Can I get a kiss? Mwah, mwah, mwah. Hold on. Nazapenya namamitsu mama. No? Okay, here you go.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, good boy.
Yes. All right, guys, we're going to get back going here. The doggo's annoyed. Yeah, he's having a, well, I don't know. We got the dogs we were watching have gone home, so he's happy now. Cultural appropriation, yes. Well, all right, guys, here we go. Here we go. All right, let's hear it.
So I expect it's going to take us to lunch. It can certainly take us an hour. We can take it up over the lunch hour. I'll defer to your honor. I'd like to be heard on it.
How long are the jail
Yes.
recordings?
We wouldn't be admitting the
Guys, if you haven't watched Kirsha, let me see if I could find her on here again where she posts. So I just put it up a second ago. Kirsche. Kind of like Pippa, but even more based. So Kirsha does YouTube and does Twitch. She's a fox. Like literally like a fox. You know, like what does a fox say? Very based, talks about DEI, but big and ringing the bell about Bridge. And if you don't know what Bridge is, you need to listen to her because it's some good stuff out there. Some good stuff out there. She's ringing the bell on some good things. The commies are up to. And never anybody says Kirsha Glow. Kirsha Glow. Yes. She's not a glowy. So, But I wanted to say hello to her. She does great stuff, guys. If you haven't watched her, give her a look. She's really based for a VTuber. So
Actual recordings because they're in Romanian. So we have, they're translated by a translator. He's on our witness list. So if Nicolae denied saying the things in there, we'd call him on rebuttal more than likely. But it'd be using the transcripts that translator prepared from listening to the jail phone calls for impeachment.
So
When we get there, we're going to object to those transcripts because unlike the Spanish transcripts, which have transcribed the Spanish words and then translated the Spanish words into English, these transcripts leave out the Romanian words. And so we're not agreeing to the accuracy of the transcripts in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So what I'd like to do then is get through the direct examination, break for lunch, hopefully at the conclusion of the direct exam, and then we can take up the outstanding matter of cross-examination over the lunch hour. All right. Anything else?
I would agree. If those are not done properly, like the Spanish transcripts were, and that they're not in Romanian, it's hard. You need to be able to challenge it. And at least Nicolae is Romanian, so he could like be your expert witness, say that's proper or not. But they're directly translated in English. You don't know for sure how it got translated. So yes, those should be challenged.
No. All right. Hearing none, let's bring the jury in. Mr. Miu, please stand. Raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Here we go.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Here we go.
Mr. Nelson.
You're the Nick Miu we've been talking about for the past 7 days?
Yes, sir.
Nick, I want to right away talk to you about exhibit number 104, if I could have the screen. You were on the Apple River on July 30th.
Yes.
Want to ask you.
Wow, we're not starting out with a, hey, do you want to tell everybody who you are? My name's Nick. I came from Romania. I escaped the Ceausescu regime. I've kind of done all this good stuff for myself. I become an engineer, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh my God, no personalization. These guys are going straight to the, they're skipping the foreplay chat. Which I get, that's a strategy.
About this exhibit, which says it's from frame 2592 at 149 into the video. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Do you remember that time in your life when you were on the river in that position as shown in that photograph?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did something happen to you?
Yes.
Were you punched?
Not
Attacked? Sometime after this, were you punched?
that, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the time between this and the time that you get punched, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit number 104 there is on the, with it. Where are you on that?
I'm standing in front of two ladies.
In which, if you were going to just describe the symbol on exhibit 104 symbolizing you, which one is that?
The one with the M.
Okay. What color?
Do you want the indicator?
At that point in time, you said there's two people in front of you. Who are those two people in front of you?
A blonde lady to my left and the red hair lady to my right.
Were there other, does this accurately reflect how you remember roughly people in general around you?
Yes.
The blonde lady in front and the other woman, you understand now that through the trial that the blonde woman is named Madison Cohen?
Yes.
We use her name when possible?
Yes.
And the, you said red-haired woman, her name's Riley Madison. We use her name when possible?
Yes.
Possible. So when Riley and Madison are standing in front of you at that point, just before you get punched, right? What are they doing?
They're yelling at me. At one point, they were pointing downriver and saying, go, get away.
What are they doing with their hands?
They're touching me.
When you say touching you, is that something gentle?
No, they're pushing. Madison, she pushed against my left shoulder. She pushed against my chest. She was pointing her finger right at my face. She was yelling at me very close to my face. Riley had one of her arms, I believe it was left hand, on my right arm, squeezing and pushing me back.
And when you just gave that description, you put your hands distance apart. Can you show us that again? How far away were they?
About a foot.
Okay.
Less than a foot.
You've heard it described through trial as in your personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yes, right in my face, I would describe.
When that was happening, what did it sound like to you?
The volume was very, very high.
Let me ask you about how your body was responding in that moment when people are pushing you, poking at you, the volume is high. How's your heart? Could you tell us about what your heart rate was?
Oh yeah, my heart rate was getting really high. My breathing was getting very high. I was.
How about your vision? Did you have normal vision in that moment?
No. At that moment, because of the situation, I was getting tunnel vision.
Can you describe what you mean by you saying tunnel vision?
I could see peripheral vision, but I could see center in right before my eyes.
How about hearing? Could you hear the noises?
I could hear the volume very high, but I couldn't understand what they're saying. The noise became garbled. I mean, the sound became garbled.
Did you feel threatened at that point?
Yes.
Did you have your knife in your right hand?
Yes.
What did you do with your left hand? Tell us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No.
Did you try to harm her in some way?
Absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No.
Do you think you had contact with her?
No.
Okay. I want to take us out of that space now for a second, okay, Nick?
Okay.
If I could have the screen again. You were here in court when we talked about, when we watched the video of you speaking with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you told her about your health condition. Can you just tell the jury now, what was your health like on July 30th of 2022? It
was very poor, yeah.
Had you, I think you mentioned to her again, had quadruple bypass surgery before?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that?
2020, about the same month. So about August.
Showing you here what's been marked as exhibit number 108. Can you tell us what those are pictures of, starting just on the left?
Yep, on the left, it's me right after the surgery, holding a red heart pillow against my surgery.
What was the purpose that you knew for that red heart pillow?
That was to protect my surgery from hits, bumps.
Was that something that the hospital provided? It looks like there's like almost a picture of heart and lungs on there.
It is. The hospital provided that.
And then the picture in the middle, what is that?
My first walk, my new life.
Did it take you some time to recover and be as active and mobile as you were before?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you ever reached the same level of mobility and fitness that you were prior to the quadruple bypass?
Never.
What's the picture of you on the right there? You can tell us.
My baby.
Okay. Is that a dog?
Yeah.
Is that dog important to you?
My angel.
And that's the cushions helping you to enjoy time with her, but still keeping your chest safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had other surgeries in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have a hernia surgery?
2 hernia surgeries.
Have you had back surgery?
Yes.
And again, in general, would you consider your fitness if you were going to put it on a scale?
How is this relevant, guys? This is so you humanize you're trying to humanize him with the jury and gain sympathy. See, he's just like you. He laughs, he cries, all that, because otherwise they just see a guy who knifed up a shitload of people. So you're allowed to introduce your defendant's story. Because otherwise it's just been, oh my God, he's an asshole. So they're allowed to do that. The same reason why they're allowed to say, hey, the victims, oh, they were such nice boys. They didn't do nothing wrong. Well, both sides get to do it.
Well, for July 30th, what would you consider your overall health and fitness on July 30th of 2022?
With my weight and very poor.
I want to ask you now about moving on to the Apple River on July 30th, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I agree. The timing was not right.
This was a planned trip, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get a call from your friend Ernesto sometime before that trip?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
He wanted to remind me to bring my knife to cut string when we tie the tubes together.
Okay. When you say, do you have a pocket knife?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that pocket knife?
I owned it for about 10 years. I have it a lot on me. I use it as basically a dual tool. I call it my Swiss Army knife, basically because I use it as a screwdriver. I cut insulation when I do electrical work. I I do it. I use it pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I'm an engineer. My tool.
Is it something that you've carried on your person? I don't want to say all the time, but somewhat routinely?
Yeah, when I knew I was going to work on something or need it for something, yes.
Okay. Now I want to skip ahead again now to the river, okay? At some point, did Ariel lose his phone?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to look for that phone?
I volunteered to go look for it.
When you went to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
Before that,
No, right when you left your group to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
so I took my goggles, my snorkel, and my swimming trunks.
Did you have anything on your feet?
Yes, I had, on my feet, I had a pair of really, really torn up sandals.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. Is this a packet of 9 photos of your sandals?
Yes,
You seen those?
yes,
Does that accurately show the condition of the sandals that you have?
yes.
Can you just move to the admission of Exhibit 113?
The objection?
I think I'm sorry about this.
Yes.
Oh, never mind, it's fine.
All right, 113 is received.
These weren't taken by you, were they?
Pictures, no.
These were taken by the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Can I just, we're gonna go through the PowerPoint, can I?
Yeah, just pass them.
I've totally used a knife as a screwdriver, but I'm also an attorney.
Can you use your words? I know we have a picture that better does it, but just briefly, describe the condition of those sandals.
Horrible.
Okay?
They were just coming apart. I couldn't walk on them unless I tried to mend them.
Okay.
As you can see, I used string, leftover string to mend them.
When you left wearing those sandals and your shorts, did you have your pocket knife with you?
Yes,
Where was it?
in my right pocket, clipped to my,
Did you have that there pretty much all day?
yes,
You were here when we watched the video of your interview with Brandy Hart, is that right?
yes,
When you spoke with Brandy Hart, were you truthful to her about the knife?
no. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any?
He really said, well, I guess you might as well admit you lie and get it out of the way, but holy shit. Oh, let's see what they do, chat, because this is going to be not looking good.
Intent to harm anybody?
No.
Why'd you go leave your group?
Go look for the phone.
At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes,
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
yes.
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
Yes,
Are those from that video?
yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water looking for the phone.
And are you, in that position, are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes,
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
yes,
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
think so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes,
When you,
Yes.
Guys, if you're new, they use that white noise because when they're talking up the bench, they don't want anybody in the courtroom to hear what's going on because the voices can carry, so it's meant so the jury can't hear.
I'll sustain the objection. The question was leading. Please continue.
what did you do at the end of the video?
I was walking away.
Kind of sweeting.
At some point, did you ever become in a position where you were looking at that group of teenagers that had yelled at you?
Yes,
What did you see when you were looking at that group of teenagers after the end of this video?
I saw them. I saw one of them holding a phone in a bag, and I believed it was what I was looking for. So I turned around and I started approaching them.
Why did you approach them?
I wanted to get a closer look at the phone to see if it was the one that that belonged to Ariel.
Did you eventually get near them?
Yes, I started walking. Then I rushed the pace, stumbled, and fell on my knees, held onto their tube, at which point I lost my goggle and snorkel kit in the water.
You saw in the video, or excuse me, you saw during your interview with Brandy Hart that you said things different than what you just said now about what happened to your snorkel and goggles.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes,
Is your memory sometimes different than what you see in the video?
yes.
Was your memory, in your memory, what happened to your goggles?
In my memory, the goggles got
Knocked away?
knocked away. Yeah. So got,
One second. When there's an objection, just quick on your answer. It is leading, sustained. Next question, please. It's a leading question. Let's move on.
I don't know about that.
Is your memory perfect?
never.
Now that you've watched the video, do you realize that you were wrong about that?
Yes.
What happened to your goggles?
My goggles fell in the water.
When they fell in the water, what did you do?
I started looking for them, searching right where they fell.
Oops, on already. Showing you here some slides, 220, 225, and 279. Can you tell us what you're doing?
I'm searching for the goggle kit.
And where are you in relation to the 6 teenagers' tubes? Are you on the side? Are you upriver? Are you downriver? Are you in some other position?
I'm upriver. So, yeah.
I'm going to then show you another group of slides, 575, 600, and 625. What does that show you doing?
All right, so what I did from that point, I went around the inner tubes to the other side, and I continued looking for the goggle and snorkel set.
Why did you walk around from the one side to get to the other side of the tubes?
Well, I thought that the water current would bring him over to the other side, and I was walking away from the boys at the same time.
Okay. During that time that you walked in that direction, did you have any physical contact with them?
No.
Were you confronting them?
No. Didn't say a word.
This next set of slides, what does this show you doing here?
I'm walking away from the group. Still,
Go ahead.
Still looking for my goggles at that time.
When you were doing that, did you ever hear the kids say anything?
They gave me a warning.
What'd they say?
You got 10 seconds.
In response to that, what did you do?
I ignored them, and I actually continued doing what I was doing.
I can show you the next set of slides here. Were you in a position to see here 963, 1140, and 1155 what the teenagers were doing behind you?
They were getting closer and closer to me. They were walking towards me.
Were you in a position to see that? Was that behind you, or had you turned around?
Well, I could hear their voices. I could hear that they were getting closer. At some point, I may have turned my head and witnessed that. They're coming towards me.
Showing you 1170, 1213, and 1284. What's happening here?
I'm at an angle to them, but I could say I had my back at them, still scanning the water, and they were right behind me.
I saw it.
They got that close. Within seconds, they were right behind me.
At some point, did you see other people from another group?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw what it seemed to me at the time, adults coming over from the other side of the river.
And when you saw adults coming over from the other side of the river, what did you do?
I walked towards them. I walked towards this. The first one was was Madison.
When you walked towards Madison, where were the 6 teenage boys that had been yelling at you?
They're following me.
Okay. Were you in their path as you walked across the river towards Madison?
No,
Did they have as far as you know, did they have a clear path down the river if they wanted?
more than plenty.
Can I? Showing you this next group of photos. What's going on here?
So in this frame here, the first adult that came to me was Madison. She already had her finger pointing downriver and yelling at me and used some awkward words, ordering me to go down.
We see it looks like you're doing something with your right hand. Do you remember what are you doing with your right hand?
Yep, I was trying to explain to her what I'm looking for.
When you tried to explain to her what you were looking for, did you get the impression she was listening to you?
No, her voice was too loud to. Okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Sustained. Speculation.
I'm asking about his impression, so did you get the impression that Madison Cohen was going to listen to your words?
No,
Why not?
because she was too loud. She never stopped to give me a chance to talk, and she kept pointing and ordering me to go down. downriver.
We've all heard the tape, but just to be, was she using polite language?
Polite? No.
Did you hear anyone saying anything behind you when you walked over to Madison Cohen?
Yes, they're all calling me names.
Showing you the next set of slides here, 1776, 1840, and 1824. What are you doing here in this set of slides?
I'm turning my back towards Madison and the rest of the people.
Why did you turn your back to Madison and the rest of the people?
It felt to me like I couldn't have a conversation with her at that point. She was not listening, and I didn't want to interact any further.
Did you at that point found your snorkel or goggles?
No.
Had you at that point found the phone?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything while you stood there with their back to them?
Oh yeah,
What did you hear?
they were still yelling. He's looking for little girls.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not.
When you heard them, did you consider that to be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
I asked, did you consider that to be a lie? I don't
Yes,
think
of
that's
course.
legal.
Please,
I don't think that's
sustain,
legal.
I sustain the objection. Please move on.
When you heard that, did you consider it to be truthful or did you consider it to be untrue?
Untrue.
And when you heard someone say an untruth about you, did that change how you were feeling?
I felt frustrated. I felt annoyed. They kept saying it over and over, so it annoyed me and frustrated me.
And when you heard them say this untruth about you, did it appear to you as if the other group that had come over agreed with what these the teenagers were yelling about you?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
Did you think anybody in the other group was going to help you or listen to you when you were being called these names and accused of being a pedophile?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
How did you feel?
Well, I felt overwhelmed at that point. I felt still annoyed, frustrated. I felt like she wasn't listening. She was the adult I thought I was going to reason with or get help from. She obviously didn't even attempt to reprimand the children from yelling.
Showing you another slide here. Some 1838, 1846, and 1865. Is that you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Yes.
The state is very fired up. I mean, they've got this in the bag. I don't understand why they're fighting so hard right now. I don't think they've got it, but I don't think that was.
Just one moment.
I think they're fairly close. How old are the teenagers? Like 17, 18. They're 17, 18-year-olds. So they're not like 10-year-olds out there. It's not a PewDiePie stream.
Ready? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's continue.
Yes. Hi, Mitch. Yes, Miu has been in jail the entire time.
Showing you
Since-
photos 1838, 1846, 1860.
He has been sitting in jail since. He has been sitting in jail this entire freaking time since 2022. So yeah, it's been a long time for him.
What are you doing in those? Do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, I had my back towards the group of people.
In the two photos there, which direction are you looking?
I'm looking downriver.
Okay. Are you looking at, there's two different groups, if I recall, from Exhibit 104. Is that right?
Yes,
One came from one side of the river and the other one's on the other side of the river.
correct.
Where are you, in the photo on the upper left, are you looking at one particular group as opposed to another group?
Yes, I'm looking at the boys group
And why are you looking at the boys group?
because they were yelling at me.
And what were they yelling at you?
They were yelling things that were not true and pointing at me.
When this, after that happened, showing you the next group of slides, 1875, 1883, and 1889. Do you remember what Madison did, if anything, to you?
Yeah.
What did she do?
She grabbed my right arm and she pulled me towards her and I lost my balance. So I moved towards her.
Did you consider that in that circumstance to be a gentle or a gracious
Nothing really
touch?
illegal.
No, that was not a
Just
gracious
checking.
touch. No, not at all.
Had she been using any gentle or gracious words with you?
Not that, no, not that I remember.
In those photos, can we see the footwear that you were wearing on that day?
Yep, those sandals that we saw earlier.
Did you have confidence in your footing in that area with those sandals?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
How did you feel about your footing in that area?
Very unstable.
I want to show you the next set of slides here. Do you remember what you say to Madison after she pulled on your right arm?
Yeah, I told her not to touch me
And why did you tell her that?
because she pulled on me without my invitation.
Did you say that in any particular tone?
No, not in a mean tone, but I made it sound so she could hear me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Why didn't you want her to touch you?
I didn't give her permission to do so
Sure, but why did you not want to give her permission to do so?
because she was one track mind. She just wanted to get me away from that, point me down river and tell me to go there.
What's your comfort level at this point?
On a scale from 1 to 10, comfort level is very low.
Are you, if you had that same thing, a scale of like a fear scale, a 1 to 10 fear scale, right? And so with 10 being the most fearful you've ever been in your life and 0, let's call 0 to 10 being the most safe you've ever felt. Where are you at here on a fear scale?
In that particular,
Yeah.
about 1.
Okay. So you're more uncomfortable, but not necessarily afraid. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
Where was your group in relation to you then?
Was upriver.
And did you do anything in order, in relation to your group?
Yep.
What did you do?
I turned to them and I called them. I was trying to call them to come over and help me.
Are these slides, does this 2127, 2140, 2131, what does that show you doing?
I was waving at them and calling them to come over.
When you say you were calling them, did you do something physical or did you do something verbal or did you do both?
Physical.
Did you make any verbal comments at that point?
No.
Why not?
It was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me at 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
After you raised your hand to call for your friends, did you see Madison Cohn doing anything?
Oh yeah, she was looking towards her group, and then she waved to them.
This is Nicolae Miu's attorney asking the questions, okay? This is the defense attorney asking questions. The problem is, this attorney sounds very much like the second chair on the prosecution side. This is the defense attorney. I'll put up a banner for you guys to help out.
Come over to her.
Is that what we're seeing here in 2261, 2262, and 2263? What do you see?
Yep, she is calling her group over.
Did you remember when she called her group over, did her group respond?
Yes.
Did they join that?
Yes.
Showing you now these slides, is that what you saw?
Yes.
I think we asked you questions before about Exhibit 104 with you, the blue dot, and the other red dots. When you were, were you standing there with other people around you?
Yes.
When you were standing there in that moment with the other people around you after you've called your friends once, was that other group, did they appear to be afraid to you?
Afraid from me?
Afraid. Did they appear? When you look at them, do they look like they're in fear?
No, absolutely.
What does it look like to you?
They're all laughing and enjoying themselves.
At whose expense?
At my expense.
And
Speculation as to what these are.
Sustained. Speculation as to what other people think. Next question.
how did you feel in that moment when they were around you saying those things? Did you think they wanted you to join in their laughter?
No. it was-
Where, if this fear scale is going, is it staying at 1 or is it moving in a particular direction?
It's creeping up.
Showing you another set of slides here, 2328, 2311, 2382. Do you remember, what do you remember about that?
I remember the young boys are yelling, pointing at me, saying things that are not true.
Were you able to see, like in this next slide, this 2429, 2440, 2401, were you able to see as you stood there what everybody was doing? Were you able to scan and see that?
For a brief second, yes.
Okay.
They were very close. They were really close to me. I could see and hear them.
How about your fear scale there? Where is it? Where is it?
About 2 or 3.
Okay. I see in the one on the right there, you have your hand someplace. Can you tell me what you're doing with your right hand?
Yes, I'm reaching for my pocket knife.
Why?
Because at one point my fear was getting really high, and
Okay.
I was getting ready to pull it out.
Do you remember, other than what you've talked about, Madison Cohen pulling you, which we saw, do you remember anybody else touching, pushing, grabbing you in any way?
The 2 ladies, yeah.
Showing you here what's 2472, 2478, 2481. Do you remember what's happening in those photos?
Yes, yes. This one, the lady on my right side, she grabbed my arm and she was pushing against my arm.
And did that increase your level of comfort or increase your level of fear or something different?
So it decreased my level, the level of comfort and increased my my fear.
Do you remember at some point, do you take your knife out of your pocket?
Do you
Yes,
remember?
I do.
Do you know when that is in relation to these slides? Do you have a memory exactly of when that is?
Not exactly, but when they were pushing and poking at me, I remember I pulled it out then.
Okay. Do you remember, did you have it out before you were punched or after you were punched?
Before I was punched.
Okay. Showing you another set of slides here. It looks like do you remember doing something with your left hand?
Yeah, at that moment, I really needed my people to come over and help me. So I was trying to get their attention.
One more slide here. Do you, what's happening here in the slide?
Madison is pushing on my left shoulder and basically yelling at me right in my face.
And then on the next slide, we see something in your hand. Is that right?
That's a knife.
Why did you take out your knife at that point?
I was beginning to be afraid.
And what was it about that moment where everybody is that made you so fearful that you took out your knife?
I was surrounded. They were yelling. They had just pushed me. Well, the lady, they squeezed my arm. I mean, it seemed like they were not backing away.
Previously, you turned around. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel comfortable turning around in this situation?
No.
Why not?
They're too close to me.
What happened the last time that you turned around?
Nothing good.
Well,
Judge, this
Good place to break.
may as well be.
All right, it's 12 noon. Let's break for lunch. You'll be taken downstairs to the assembly room again. Please, no conversation about the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. And, excuse me, do not use your devices to access any news reports or social media accounts about this trial. Please take the jury out.
All right, for the jury.
Phoenix, this is actually a very good point. So guys, we're gonna just let this mute for a second here because you guys have a bunch of questions here. Yeah, you watch the slow motion side by side and then watch the video. Yeah, a lot's going on. A lot's going on. Yeah, yeah. This isn't going well. No, it's not. It's not. But you run with what you got, chat. I don't think there's more to talk about.
Mr. You can sit down at the table. We had a couple of sidebars concerning the PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Smestad objected to the text that was superimposed on the photographs. He believed that they prompted Mr. Miu's answers and thus formulated a leading style of examination. Mr. Nelson.
To be fair, Nicolae's seen those. They've gone through these with him a million frickin' times, so I don't see that being that big of a problem. He's already seen this crap. So what's my pacefully quartering state? Ooh, a good one for once. Nice. Sorry, that just showed up. That's good news tonight. He's already looked through those a million times, so. Feels like everyone's against him. Well, yeah, when you commit an act of violence, and if you guys are new, I say this as a joke, but this stuff comes down to a spectrum, and we can all huckle chuckle about it. But there's a spectrum of good and bad. On this side, it's bad. You did something wrong, and this is bad. And it goes and goes and goes. Well, you've also got the green side of things. And, this is good. And if you're anywhere on the green side, you're probably not being prosecuted, especially if you're down at this end. But even if you're down here, you're probably okay. Where Nicolae's at is like, really, to be fair, there's a big area of gray. And it's all in between. He's in this big gray area. It's kind of questionable what he did. So what happens? Well, it's a toss-up. And honestly, I mean, really have to look at this in hindsight, judging what he did or didn't do, right? I'd say Nicolae's over this way. That doesn't mean he's automatically guilty, but oof, you want to avoid being in the gray zone. You want to be way over here. You want to be way over on this side. But the gray is where everything happens. The gray are where the cases are, that the trials to be had. Prosecutors generally know they've got a shit case, and they'll cut deals or dismiss. And likewise, defense attorneys will talk to their clients and have them plead because they got bad cases. It's this gray stuff where the fights happen. This is where the gunfights go. And right now we're seeing a gunfight, and Nicolae's he's taking a lot of hits. So, Aaron Hack for $20. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate the support. Saying, Sean, one positive is that there's no politics in this case. Like Rittenhouse or Crumbley's, the jury will not be swayed by the community. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, Aaron? Oh, hey, dear. The community would just fine with a guilty verdict. This community would not be fine with a not guilty verdict. Those people in that jury are going to have to live in this community. I guarantee you this is a big problem. You know, that guy who testified for, the bar owner, he's a business owner in the community. All these people have incentives to not piss off the community. Just saying. Red and green, just like Pokemon, yeah. This could be any of us. I think if you use avoidance, de-escalation, and deterrence, you probably won't have that issue here. I think there's a lot of ways Nicolae probably could have done this better. Catching up on some super chats real quick. Nicholas says, $2 LOL, DP was kinky, yes. And then Brewberries for $2 Australian dues. Treats for Clyde's Almost Gotcha Day. Yes, that's tomorrow. Clyde's Gotcha Day. We picked him up from the APL a year ago. It's all a good day. Kirsha says, I'm glad you've read into Bridge. Kami's doing Kami stuff. And then Rostrakan Yabadul, saying he's weak from his heart. Is that a disparity of force argument? Yes. It's not only his condition, but he's also outnumbered like 10-1 minimum, but it's more like 15-1. Yeah, and as he gets knocked down, a guy comes up from behind and puts his hands on his shoulders and is holding him down. Not his head underwater, but he's trying to get up and can't get up. And so he pulls his knife out. He pulls out Mr. Stabby, and he starts going to work. Stabs one dude, cut through the ribs, and then takes another guy and splits him from basically like right above his penis all the way up up to the rib cage. Dude's guts spill out everywhere. He stabs another guy into his chest cavity and takes another girl and stabs her right through her diaphragm. Not the sexual diaphragm, but the actual bottom part of your breath control, and splits her apart. So Thomas says, I'm not crazy about an engineer using a knife as a screwdriver. Well, if you think that's bad, you should have watched me when I was doing the Glock building, when I did the this guy right here, the Glock, the 8% Glock I did on Rumble for Halloween. God, you should watch me using a pair of channel locks as a hammer. But I'm an attorney, so I guess that makes sense. I misuse tools. Stop Moss B says, for $2, he loves his doggo. 100% not guilty, unironically. Yeah, he loves his doggo. That was a cute little dog. That was a cute picture. I get the feeling he's probably never going to see his doggo again, though, sadly. So sad. And Joshua, I'm going to answer this real quick. Were the teens committing a felony while drinking underage in public? Nope. Just a slew of misdemeanors. They were just a bunch of fucking dickheads. And Aaron says, oops, I meant not guilty verdict. The community will be just fine with a not guilty verdict. I don't think so. I think if you voted, if there's not guilty votes, Aaron, let's say you're on that jury, they'd be like, hey there, Aaron. I noticed you voted not guilty in that stabbing case there. Well, do you like watching them boys get filleted alive? Aaron? Do you like watching Isaac get his spleen tickled with that knife? Do you like watching them Eastern European fellers stab our youth, Aaron? So I don't know. I don't think that would have happened. I don't think the community would be thrilled. What age what degree of the charge is he getting? He's facing first-degree intentional. Well, you guys actually you can't see on Twitch. He's facing first-degree intentional homicide. He faces life in prison for that. Then he's facing 4 counts of attempted intentional first-degree homicide. So he's kind of facing the high score. He will not live any prison sentence. No, he probably won't, especially in prison with his heart condition. You know, put him in 10 years, he probably dies. Put him in 5 years, he probably dies. Dim says, I don't get the knife if you're a grown-ass adult. Beat the shit out of those little assholes. Well, they're not little. A bunch of them are over 6 feet tall. So they're taller than you. A couple of them are as big as you. Most of them aren't. They're 100 some odd pounds. Like it's easier said than done to fight a bunch of people at once. So okay, Alpha says approach, escalate, invite. Yeah, don't do that. Dim says that maybe if he really has heart problems, I mean, he definitely does have heart problems. Yes, he busts out the boomer. He busts out the well, it's the zoomer remover. He's not the boomer remover. So, all right, guys, we're gonna catch up. We're gonna keep going here. We're gonna skip lunch. Sorry, you're getting no lunch today, guys. So here we go.
Nelson agreed to simply remove the text, and I believe that solved the problem. Anything you want to add?
Go.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, but over frame.
I'd like to have the transcripts of these conversations so I can review them over the lunch hour and get a better understanding about what it is that you want to introduce and what the objections may end up being. So do you have those available?
Yes.
Okay, please give them to the clerk so I can read them over lunch hour. How much more do you have?
I think I'm on slide 27 of a 40-slide presentation, so 15 minutes.
Okay, so let's come back at 12:45 so I can take up the issue about the recorded conversations. Okay,
Understood.
all right, that's all.
Did I miss your super chat? I don't think so. Hold on, we'll go back for it real quick. Also, I don't understand how the judge looking at this is going to help, because he doesn't know if they're proper translations. If the guy spoke in Romanian to somebody, how does he know that that was properly transcribed? He doesn't. I don't. Whatever. On Brewberries, I said we'll do it again though for $2 Australian dues. Treats for slides. Almost got you day. Yep, tomorrow. He's such a good boy. He's a good boy. If you guys over on Twitch over YouTube become members, you can get like all the cool emojis, like a Clyde emoji and stuff. And then Bradley says, imagine if he was acquitted and then the kids started showing up disemboweled one by one. That would be fucking hilarious. Enormous says, do I garden at all? I mean, I grow stuff. I have a garden. I live in the burb, so I don't have like a room to. I mean, I grow a little amount. We'll be growing some stuff this year. Got some tomatoes. Got some nice herbs. Got some good garlic coming in. Hopefully, our strawberries this year do a lot better. We had some strawberries like were fucking exploding everywhere. Then they got hit with this like mildewy mold. It ruined them for the rest of the season. So hopefully, the strawberries are like in full force, and a little bit of cucumbers. So it should be good. Should be good. Curious says, I have a Korean lilac. Well, 2.0 has a Korean lilac. I didn't. That's her choice. And guys, real quick, I am. Hold on here. Okay. And guys, real quick, we're going to skip to this real quick. I want to go back to it. Going back to the stuff with What the Hales. Free MLS, and David over there at MLS over there making law simple. Guys, if you guys are on Twitter, ask Team YouTube to fix this mess. And also don't be afraid to say, yeah, basically the Hales are copy striking people they don't agree with, and they copy struck him enough that he's getting his channel deleted. So we need to work on that. So if you guys can help him, I know we would appreciate it. And that's the biggest thing you could do in the meantime. Please don't go troll them. They're scumbags over on the Hales, and you don't need to jump in there with them. That just makes things worse for everybody. And they already know they're scum, so nothing necessarily needed. So Phoenix, so it's a channel of some like douchebag assholes. And one of my colleagues over here on YouTube was pointing out they're kind of full of shit and they're kind of abusing the law. So they got like a protection order against a guy, and he's sitting in his front yard. He's like all like sitting in a wheelchair, and they basically are using the law as a bludgeon, like a restraining order to harass him and chase a guy around with it, which is not how it's supposed to work. It's actually kind of a shitty thing to do as a human being. And they got called out for it, and they copy struck the guy who pointed that out. They also tried to they've attacked his shows anytime he's critical of them, and they try to do that, and they've effectively destroyed his channel. So that's the shitty part. Yes, J-Rock, there's a tweet out there you could find. So I hope that answered your question, Phoenix. So yeah, it's called Making Law Simple. He is runs a channel over here. He covers a lot of different topics. He actually lives just outside of where the Ethan Crumbley, he's the kid who shot up the school, and his parents just got sent to prison for it. He covered the trials because it literally happened like right next to his house where everything was going on. And yes, internet scum will hopefully lose their popularity in their channels. Yeah, maybe. So, Eric says, man, that guy was, well, so yeah, we're going to anyways keep moving. Has Sean been on their Lego stream building a 50 cal? No, I actually built the, because they didn't have good Ferrari ones. I built the Mercedes 2-car kit. So, anyways, guys, we're going to skip ahead. No lunch for us. We got to catch up here and get this done. Where are we at now? 4:50. We'll try here. See if they only go for an hour. I don't know how long their lunch is in long crime. Oh, here we go. And if you guys are wondering, that's the name of the kid he stabbed right there. His name's Issac Schuman. Right through his chest cavity into his heart.
Mr. Miu, would you please retake the witness stand? You are still under oath.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Law and Crime is the channel that's airing this. They suck at their audio. Holy cow. Yeah, I didn't realize they were going to shit the audio that bad, but the company that's producing this sucks. I'm sorry in advance.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Can I have the screen? Mr. Miu, when we finished, I think we were getting to the chronological space that we had begun the morning on, and so I want to start from there again and then move forward from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When I had asked you before, you talked about how you felt, but since
Oh, real quick, how long was the knife? It was like a standard pocket knife you could buy at a gas station. I mean, it's a blade that's like 3.5 inches long, maybe 4 inches long. Standard folding pocket knife, and he just went to fucking town on these people. It wasn't even a good one, but that's what he used. Just a regular pocket knife. But here we go.
since that time, you've told the jury that you had this fear scale, okay? So I want to ask you about, at this time, what we see here, where you previously described the scene, right? How were you feeling on the fear scale?
About a 6, 7.
Okay. And at some point, I think you told them before, but just so we can put it into the context here, did you do something in response to something that was done to you when you're standing there in this moment?
Yes, after I was pushed, and both sides, I would say, squeezed, I was afraid, so I pulled out my knife.
Okay. Did you do something with your left hand at some point?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with your left hand?
I pushed her away. I
When you
pushed
say
Madison.
Push Madison away. Was the purpose in that to have contact with her and to get her to back up?
Yes.
Did you have a purpose to cause her pain?
No.
Were you trying to hurt her?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to push her away from my space. She was right in my space, in my face.
Why didn't you just back up?
I couldn't back up at that moment.
Okay. When you say you couldn't back up, why not? Because you felt uncomfortable, or were you?
Objection.
Because I would have had to.
Wait, there's an objection. Sustained unleading. Next question.
Wasn't done with it. Were you uncomfortable, or was there a wall behind you, or was there some other reason? Why did you feel like you couldn't back up?
I didn't feel safe turning my back on those people.
Okay. How about just taking a step backwards?
Well, I was standing my ground. I didn't move towards anybody.
Okay.
They're coming at me.
When you raised your left hand and you did that, do you recall when you pushed her away having contact with her?
I may have, yes.
Okay. Do you remember in particular where, if at all, you touched her?
No.
Good use of the word.
Would it
guys.
surprise you if you touched her?
No,
Was that in fact your purpose in pushing her away?
absolutely.
Okay.
She was in my space.
I want to move forward here. And you can turn the slide off, I guess. After you did that, right? Did something happen to you?
Yeah,
Did people do something to you?
yeah.
What was done to you?
Yeah, almost right away I got punched and fell in the
And
water
where did you get punched?
on my face, on my side of the
In
head.
my taint.
Now, you've had a chance to watch this video, correct?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to see these 4,800 slides?
yes.
Prior to seeing that, did you remember everything?
No,
Have the video or the slides help you to refresh your memory in some way?
a lot.
Have you remembered everything because you've seen that?
Not everything, no.
Do you remember something different than what you see in the video?
No.
You don't remember any of the things different than that you see in the video, like you talked about the goggles?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Just trying to reorient the witness to a place where examination can continue.
Are there sometimes when your memory is different from what the video is?
Yes, of course.
Now, this series that I want to show you is about things that were done to you, okay?
Yes,
Do you have a specific memory about everything that was done to you?
No.
Do you have a specific memory about everything that you did in response to what was done to you?
No.
Do you have a memory about how you felt in those moments?
I would say yes, I do.
Do you have a memory of what you believed in those moments based upon those feelings?
Of course.
So I want to show you the slide here. Again, this is slide 2661, 2662, and 2681. That's fine. Do you remember how you felt when you fell back into the water?
I was, number one, I was stunned. That's why I fell backwards. I was very afraid, of course.
On this fear scale that you've talked about before, where are you on that scale from 0 to 10?
Right at the top, 10.
Have you ever been at that 10 before in your life?
Never been in a situation like this or a fight in my life.
Have you ever been at a 10?
Never.
When you did that, as we see on the right, what happened to your head?
Oh, I fell in the water. Obviously, that's a river, and I hit my head on river rock, and my whole body went under. Well, my head went underwater.
When you say your head went under, is that what it felt like?
Yes,
Did you feel water come over your face?
over my entire body.
Hold on,
Yes.
hold on. What's the objection?
Leading.
Sustained.
Where did you feel the water on your body?
Over my face, my mouth. I felt like I was submerged in water at the moment.
Did you try to get up?
Yes,
Why did you want to get up? Why didn't you just lay down there peacefully in the water?
to drown? No, I wouldn't want to do that. I wanted to get up out of the water.
At that moment, when you're down in the water, had anybody like AJ Martin come up to you and said, just lay there and rest?
Somebody came from behind. Yes, I found out later who he was and pushed me down and to keep me in the water.
Before that, when you tried to get up, do you remember feeling anything before that? You told them,
Yeah,
did you feel anything to any part of your head?
yes, of course.
What did you feel?
Felt punched in the head.
Showing you the next slides, is that 2701, 2705, 2706? What's happening to you there?
I'm getting hit on the head.
How many times at that point is your memory of watching the video and your memory of experiencing this, have you been hit in the head now, but either by people or by the ground or by the water?
4 times at least.
A bunch.
At this point in time, where's your fear scale?
A 10.
When this happened to you, did you immediately get up or did you fall back in the water or did something else happen?
I tried getting up, but I couldn't.
Did you, at some point, did you feel something on your backside?
There was somebody pushing me down.
And when you felt that on your backside, did you feel anything else anywhere else?
I got hit in the face in the front of my head.
And is that exhibit here, 2147, do you see that hand through the underarm there?
Yes,
Do you remember getting hit in the head there?
yes.
Was that a gentle hit?
No,
When you're getting hit in the head here again, where are you at on the fear scale at that point?
10.
Have you been able to get up out of the water?
No.
How many people do you know? How many people are attacking you?
At the time, I didn't know, but I knew there were more than I could handle.
Did it feel like it was, how many people did it feel like?
Like 10.
Okay.
It felt like a bunch.
You've seen the video and you responded at some point, is that right?
Yes,
And you used your knife in response.
yes.
Why do you use your knife?
I feared for my life.
Did you think you could get out of there without using your knife?
I couldn't even get up. They're pushing me down. No, so the answer is no.
In that time when you're down on the ground, did you think there was a way for you to escape?
No,
Did you feel like you could just crawl away or run away or walk away or do anything else to escape?
not in that position.
The next day after this, July 31st, were you in the, did you feel, how did your body feel the next day?
I hurt everywhere. My head hurt, my throat hurt. Obviously, my back hurt. I hurt everywhere.
You said your throat hurt. Is that something you remembered that day before when you were speaking with Brandy Hart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you mention it to Brandy Hart?
I don't remember.
Did you see anything, when you felt the pain about your throat, did you see anything that refreshed your memory about what caused that pain to your throat?
After watching the video, yes.
What happened?
I got hit in the throat.
Do you remember that now?
Yes.
If I can. Showing you the slides 2993, 2994, and 2997. Is that you?
Yes.
What's happening to you there?
Somebody is going for my throat, squeezing my throat.
Do you remember how that felt?
I felt pain. I couldn't breathe. Scared, afraid.
I'm showing you the next set of slides here, 2998, 99, and 3000. What did you think was going to happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt like I was going to die. So basically I feared for my life.
And in response to that, here's slide 3000. Did you do something?
Dollar Store Lawyer, no, he one of his attorneys is one of Kyle Rittenhouse's attorneys, the second chair, Corey Shirafasi, one of the better attorneys in the state. And then the other defense attorney he's got is a really good attorney too. No, these guys aren't slouches. It's just they've got a shitty case and they're working with what they got.
In response to that?
I reached out and stabbed him.
When you used your knife, again, this is open-ended. You can ask it any way you want. Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
After this was, again, we've seen the video, you talked to Investigator Hart. So I want to ask you a little bit about that for a moment. Make sense?
We'll talk about that.
Do you independently, well, let me say, you've watched the video here in court, correct?
Yes.
And you watched the video prior to that. We've watched it together, right?
Yes.
Does watching that video refresh your memory? Do you have an independent memory of that conversation with Investigator Hart?
No.
Do you remember what it is you said other than seeing things on the video?
Other than I lied about the knife. That's what I remember, afterward. Yeah, I lied about the knife.
Do you remember actually saying that in that moment, or you just remember seeing that and that's what you remember seeing?
I remember seeing it in the video.
Okay. Do you remember how you were feeling during that time at all? Do you have any memory about that?
Not much.
Okay. Just one other thing out of the timeline here. Since that time, we've heard testimony, you have a twin brother.
Yes.
Is he here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor. Overruled. You may continue.
Just briefly, because I want to ask you about conversations that you may have had with your twin brother. Just briefly. How do you feel about your twin brother?
I love him.
Objection. That's irrelevant, Your Honor.
During this time, have you had conversations with your twin brother?
Yes.
Do you consider there to be anybody that you're really, maybe your wife, anybody you're closer to than your twin brother?
No.
You and your twin brother, when you speak, what language do you speak in?
Romanian.
Why do you speak in Romanian with your twin brother?
It's the easiest way to find words to describe what we're thinking.
Okay. Is that where you grew up?
That's the first language.
Are there times when you've spoke with your brother that you've talked about this, what happened to you on the river?
Yes.
Is your memory about what you did or what was done to you, is it any better when you talk to your brother than it is when you talk about other times?
No.
Are you always getting it right?
No.
How about your feelings? Your memory about your feelings?
Mhm.
Do you get those right?
Yes, but almost all the time. The feeling is imprinted in my heart, my soul, my mind.
Let me, just for a moment, I'll bring us back to the river on July 30th, okay?
Mhm.
At I think you'd said on the video and maybe you testified that people attacked you, is that right?
Correct.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
No.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
Yes,
When people stopped attacking you, what did you do?
I walk away.
Why didn't you stay?
Oh God. I walked away towards my group where it was safe. I was afraid of the people that I just had contact with.
When you're walking away, you've talked about this fear scale. Where are you on the fear scale? Does it just go down right to 0? Does it stay at 10? Does something else happen?
No, as soon as I saw the people I trusted, my fear level started creeping down.
You say creeping down. When you're walking back and you give us where are you on that scale?
As I was getting closer to my group, the fear factor was going lower and lower.
But when you first start walking back, what's the number of it?
About 8,
When you get back to the tubes, what's the number level?
about 4, 5.
I think we didn't talk about it. We've talked a little bit about your body response during this brief time. When you start walking back, how's your body responding to you?
I had cramps. I felt like I had diarrhea, so I felt like I lost my bowel.
You were like smiling
Was that,
and stuff, though.
was that when you were walking back, or was that when you were in that 10 seconds of things happening to you and you responding?
I was when the action was going on in the 10-second frame.
You got diarrhea.
Yes.
When you were walking back, what else is your body? What are you feeling with your body?
Well, heartbeat is getting, when I'm walking back, the heartbeat was very, very high. Now it's going down a little bit. Breathing, that's what I remember. I was super, super stressed.
How about your head? As you're going back, is your head clear? Is your head in a different state? How can you describe what's going on in your head?
My head was in a fog. It was like thick fog. I couldn't realize what I've been through.
Were you trying to make sense of it?
I was trying, but there was no sense to be made. I was completely confused and in a fog.
And when you walked away, you had the knife in your hand. Is that right?
Yep.
When you got to your group, did you still have the knife?
No.
What happened to the knife?
On the way back, I tossed it on the bank.
And you just made with your right hand kind of an underhand motion with your right hand from, at your side, raising up to maybe level with you. Is that fair representation of what you were describing?
Correct.
Why'd you toss the knife?
I don't know. I was afraid. I felt like I had to throw it away.
What were you afraid of at that point?
I was overwhelmed with just fear, residual fear. And I didn't want to have anything to do with that.
Okay. We've heard testimony that eventually you get back to the tubes. Does that happen?
Yeah.
Where's your memory about that? Right now, as you sit here, because we don't have a video about that, we don't have photos of that. What's your memory like about that?
Barely remember anything.
Do you remember talking to people?
I remember people trying to talk to me, but I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
Okay. You've heard some testimony about things that you might have said. Are you denying you said any of those things?
No.
Do you know what you said?
After watching the video, yes.
The video isn't I'm confused. The tubes, there's no video of you at the tubes. When you say,
after.
were you talking about Brandy Hart statements?
Yes.
Okay. About what you said to the people at the tubes. Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay. When you're sitting there at the tubes, how were you feeling in your head? You talked about this fog, right? If you could put that on a scale, where is that?
Still couldn't, my head was in a thick cloud. I couldn't understand what just happened. Still trying to process everything. I was overwhelmed.
Did you think at any point you were just casual about what had happened?
No.
Did this feel casual to you in any way?
No.
At some point, you saw the video here. You had contact with the police, is that right?
Yes.
You had sat in the back of a squad car of the Sheriff Knutson, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember much of anything about that?
No.
Do you remember, you've seen some of the videos today. Can you tell us, what do you remember?
Nothing.
Okay. Nothing at all? How about a feeling? Do you remember a feeling at all?
Yeah, I was still very afraid.
Okay. When you say very afraid, what were you afraid of at that point?
Well, I've been through a horror situation, but in their presence, I wasn't that afraid, but I was stunned. I don't remember much about it.
Do you remember watching the video here in court when the police were talking about a guy with a bat?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember anything about that?
A little bit.
Do you remember how that made you feel?
Oh, yeah. I felt very afraid of him. Very afraid.
We watched the video of you with Sheriff Knutson. That was about 23 seconds long. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Have you watched a longer portion of that video with your attorneys?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying more things to Sheriff Knutson after that?
I don't remember.
That's fine. We saw a video here about your being arrested and told that you were arrested for homicide. Did you remember that?
After watching the video, memory came back, but I don't remember that. Okay, naturally.
When you're talking with either, at some point you go and you meet with Investigator Hart, is that right?
Yeah.
When you were talking about homicides and injuries, can you tell me what's your mindset? Did that make sense to you? Did you understand that?
No, I couldn't make any sense of anything that she was telling me. I just couldn't make sense of it. Plus, I don't remember the meeting with her.
Okay. Right now, as you sit here, you're like, I don't remember that.
Right.
The feelings. Now, some of the times that you talk with Mindy Hart, you talk about what you saw happening or heard happening or what you did. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you get all of that right?
No.
Your feelings, when you were talking about your feelings, about and how you believed and your fear.
I feared for my life. That's one thing I can't deny. That's embedded in my head forever. I feared for my life. I know that. I have nightmares.
You've talked to, or yet, tell us about those nightmares.
I have them every night.
What happens in those nightmares?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
It's just, these nightmares are irrelevant. The fact that he had them, maybe, but not the content. No.
Can I probe?
Yes.
The contents are relevant. They can be relevant. Let's see what happens.
Put it in just this. Nick, I want to ask you some questions about those nightmares, okay? Just to
Ooh, they
put it
got
in just this
overruled.
tight little box, okay?
Okay.
You've had nightmares?
Yes.
And the nightmares have been about what happened to you on the Apple River when you were attacked.
Correct.
And the nightmares are essentially a replaying of what it is that happened. Agreed?
Correct.
And when you have those nightmares, your body responds.
Yes.
Wow. I didn't say the judge. Prosecution better have some good objection, or the judge is going to get pissed. Jumping up again right like that.
Medical treatment for that? Nick, those nightmares that you've had about what happened on July 30th, have you sought medical treatment for that?
Yes.
Just a couple of, I want to just make sure we check a couple of legal boxes, okay? When you used the knife, did you believe you were under attack?
Yes.
Why?
Because at that point they've already been pushing and tugging, and
when you used the knife, had they done anything more than pushing or tugging? Did
they
you
punched me. They pushed me down. They threw me in the water. I hit my head. Yes. So
when you decided to use your knife, were you using it to prevent an attack or stop the attack that was happening?
to defend myself.
Did you believe you needed to use that knife?
Absolutely.
In that moment in time, again, as you've described it, they pushed you down into the water, you've been punched. That's the moment of time I want to ask about, okay?
Yeah.
In that moment of time when you were down in the water, did you believe you could escape?
No.
What do you believe would have happened to you had you not used your knife?
I would have died. I believe I would have been killed that day.
Why'd
Or
you,
at that specific time
why'd you use your knife?
to defend myself.
Those are the only questions I have, Judge.
Just missed that.
I mean, I have 1,000 people on Twitter. I don't think those people are real, Hella. I'm just saying, hi, Twitter people. I don't think you're real. If you were, somebody would type something, and they don't. It's all Elon is trolling me. Daddy Elon is all the support I give him. He trolls me. Yeah, here we go. This is gonna, this is gonna be rough, chat. FedEx says, I meant his answers didn't seem like they prepared him well. I mean, there's only so much you could do. It's still nervous remembering all your lines. And I mean, he did okay. He did okay. He did okay with what happened there. So he did all right. So here we go. Whew, this is going to be either good or bad.
I can approach, Judge. Mr. Miu, you've been drinking that day, right?
Yeah, I had a,
And
Like
showing us
beers.
Exhibit 12A. Recognize that?
yes,
That's the group photo of you folks from the beginning of the river. In fact, you're holding a beer.
correct.
It's like everybody in your group has some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Looks like it.
You see numerous people in your group with these phone cases around their necks.
Yes.
And as you're going down the river, you saw lots of people with phone cases around their necks, right?
Mhm.
All day long?
Yeah.
In fact, River's Edge sells or rents out those phone cases, right?
I don't know that.
Did people in your group rent or buy phone cases from the tube rental?
I have no
stand?
idea.
Right? Testified that you were told to bring the knife before you left your home, right?
Correct.
And the reason for bringing your knife on the river was to cut strings or ropes for the tubes, right?
Correct.
And that was the reason you brought it.
Correct.
In fact, you told the police that after your tubes were tied together, you thought you put your knife back in the car, right?
Correct.
But in fact, it was in your pocket.
Yes.
Was it in your pocket the whole day?
No.
All right, well, we're going to get to that. Once the tubes are tied together with the rope, and you said that you thought that you put it back in your car, you don't have a reason to have the knife anymore, right? It accomplished its purpose, right?
I didn't know that at the time.
Right? Did you tell the cops, the police, that you didn't think you were going to need it, and that's why you thought you put it in the car?
I may have.
All right. Were you present when Steve Kaufman, who owns River's Edge, testified first day of the trial?
Yes.
And you heard him say that they sell pre-cut cords for $1, right?
Right.
All right. And then, did you see in the picture, when you got on the river, you were wearing that long sleeve camel shirt, right?
Mhm.
A hat and sunglasses?
Correct.
All right. Ariel's phone was in one of those cases, right?
Thank you, J Rock.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. And is it your understanding that those cases are float cases?
That's what I was told.
All right. And in fact, you told Lieutenant Hart that it was in a float case, right?
Correct.
Once the phone disappeared, there was conversation amongst the folks in your group about whether it was even worth it to go look for it, right?
That's what I learned.
And in fact, you were told that they didn't care about the lost phone because they had insurance to cover it, right?
That's what I learned here, but I don't remember that as a conversation.
Nobody asked you to go look for the phone, right?
Correct.
You chose to do that on your own.
I volunteered.
And in fact, members of
Okay, the guys, that's not. Oh, you. This is your fault because you dared go look for your friend's phone that fell in the river. You sound like the biggest fucking asshole for trying to go down this road here. That is not a sympathetic. That is not going to score you points with a jury saying, "Oh, nobody asked you to go fucking do this." Like he wasn't like he went to go look for his friend's phone. Like he didn't know at the time that wasn't a big deal. Like, this is not a flat. This would have sound worse coming out of the Redditor's mouth. That's the prosecutor with his voice. You could have done it. I don't recommend this track.
your group were a little annoyed that you were stopping again so quickly after having been at the hideaway where you'd stopped for lunch.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. Did you hear anybody in your group say, "Why are we stopping again?"
I didn't stop the group.
The group stopped when you decided to go off on your own to look for this phone, right?
Speculation.
Overruled. Right?
They already stopped. I got off the tube to look for so I didn't stop them.
In any event, you're the one who insisted on looking for it. Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Objection.
Sustained. And when you left to go look for the phone, you had your goggles and your snorkel, right? You knew that the phone was in a float bag. At least that's what you told police afterwards, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
So the phone and the float bag would have been floating, right?
supposedly, yeah.
Right? And so you wouldn't need a snorkeling goggles to find a phone floating on top of the water, right?
I wasn't sure if it was actually floating or not. Never tested it.
All right, well, you would agree that a phone has some weight to it.
Yes,
And if it wasn't a float bag, it would sink to the bottom, right?
yes,
Where it was dropped.
correct. Well, or remember, it's a river, so it could have flown down.
The river has current, right?
Right. So it could
I'm
have
going to
flown down.
approach, I'm going to draw something here. Yes. You remember when you met with Lieutenant Hart, you drew a diagram of the river. All right, and this is your group up here at the sandbar, right?
Mhm.
This is the boys group down here. with initials IS for Isaac Schuman, right?
Correct.
This is the diagram that you wrote, drew for Lieutenant Hart. The phone was lost over here, right? Instead of looking downstream for it where the current was going, you went this way, across the current.
No.
To look for the phone. You made contact with Isaac Schuman's group on the other side of the river.
But that's not where I started looking for it, straight across the river.
That's where you ended up making contact with
I
them.
ended up there, but I didn't start there.
All right. The phone would not have floated across the current, right?
Well, I don't know where he lost it. That's where we pulled over. He could have lost it minutes before we even anchored.
So when you testified a minute ago that the phone was lost, where your group was labeled M, Dr. James, and that's
In that vicinity.
Again, members of the jury, what the attorneys say is not evidence. Rely on the witness's testimony. Next question, please.
In any event, it's your testimony that you had reason to go over to the south side of the river where Isaac Schuman's group was to look for a phone. That's your story?
I had reason to search in that area. I didn't know where that phone fell in the water. I don't think even Ariel knew where he lost it. We didn't drop the phone when we anchored. He dropped the phone before we got there.
Fair to say that at that point in the river is 150 feet wide?
Yep.
And Isaac Schuman's group was on the south side of the river?
Correct.
Your group's on the north side of the river?
100 feet.
Rather than searching the north side, you went to the south side of the river. Is that fair to say?
I already looked in that area.
That's not what I'm asking. You went over to the south side of the river, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You did, right?
What was that question?
You went over to the south side of the river to supposedly look for this phone, right?
I ended up there at that point, yes.
And you chose to go over there and look for it, where these boys were.
Overruled.
Wait, what? Hold on now. Hold on.
You
now.
chose to go over to where these boys were to supposedly look for this phone, right?
Chose.
Are you are you trying to reinforce the idea he is a pedophile? Like what? Oh, my dude. What are you saying? Like this Steve's a pedophile? Or are you trying to say like he found some people to go kill? So he's like, I'm gonna start murdering people in broad daylight. Like, you guys I don't know why you would do this. You've got this is an easy layup, and you're trying to like skyhook it from half court for some reason. Why are you doing this?
To look in the area, yes.
There was other areas of the river where these boys weren't located that you could have searched until they floated past. Right?
A million other spots.
Sure. But you chose to go to that spot.
I didn't even notice those boys there at the time when I was searching.
You were present in court when Eric Williams, who was a member of your group, testified, right?
Right.
You heard him testify?
Yes.
And you were here when he testified that he had some concerns about you going over to snorkel by this group, Isaac's group.
I heard him.
And one of his concerns is that he thought that they would think you were a predator, right?
Sustained.
He testified that you didn't have your knife in your pocket the whole time, right?
Correct.
When you decided to go snorkel over by Isaac Schuman's group, you had the knife in your pocket.
Yes.
Did you go back to your group and get it?
No, I had the knife. I testified I did not have the knife in my pocket the whole time. When we pulled over there, I fixed my shoes. Then I left it in my pocket.
All right, but somehow, so when you get ready to snorkel,
Yes.
you've taken off your shirt, right?
Yes.
Your hat,
Yes.
your sunglasses.
Correct.
You left the knife in your pocket.
I forgot it in my pocket.
Well, on the video, we can see you touching your knife, right? You knew it was in your pocket.
Well, when you walk, it starts, yeah, but
It has weight,
Right,
right?
yeah.
So you can't forget it's there because it's got weight. Correct?
at some point, I forgot I had it in my pocket when, yeah,
You
when you
weren't,
walk.
For that weight.
you were not going to need your knife to snorkel and look for a lost phone.
Correct.
Overruled.
You weren't going to need your knife for that task that you set out to do, right?
I wouldn't even need anything.
But you brought it with you anyhow.
It happened to be in my pocket, yes.
Once you got over to where Isaac Schuman's group was, they made it readily apparent they did not want you over by them, correct?
That's not true.
They didn't call you names?
Yes, but they asked me what I was looking for. And I thought they were polite people. I said, I'm looking for my lost phone.
They did not want you by them, and they told you that, right?
And that's not illegal. He's allowed to be there. This is not. They have it so easy. They have it so easy. And this, I don't see where this gets you. This is not, I mean, I don't agree with the state's case in chief, but they're not, this is not going to help them. You're not, yeah, this is just, the prosecutor's mixing up. The prosecutor sounds like a fucking idiot right now. This is not helpful. This is not nailing him down. He is not punching holes in Miu's case and Miu's testimony. This is getting lazy. Like I said, they just got to make some layups. And instead, this guy's standing at half court trying to, lob shots in, which I don't understand why. He's making this way harder than it needs to be. Just start pointing out everything you told us is completely different from what you said right that day, right? Like, just start going into it. You said these kids came at you. They had a knife. Is that true? Did that happen? No. I would hammer on all of this. Yeah, this is just. And I hear he gets to that, but this is weak shit. This takes the. You've got that beautiful, like, no pun intended, but a nice sharp knife. You want to stab right through him. In the meantime, he's just dragging it on the concrete, dulling the blade for some reason. This is so weird.
At some point, yes.
And that's the short video. You turn around and you're walking away, right?
Yes.
But then Joanne Cockfield calls you a raper, right?
Yes.
And then you turn around.
Yes.
You were angry.
I was not angry.
You were not angry that someone called you a raper.
No.
All right. You look at Joanne, who's filming you, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason, your testimony is that even though many people on the river have these phones and these float cases, you decided that was the phone and you needed to run up and check.
Objection argument.
Sustained.
Your testimony earlier was you thought he had the phone, right?
I thought he had the phone, yes.
Right.
I wanted to investigate.
And you, instead of walking up and saying, hey, is that the phone I'm looking for? You ran up on these boys, didn't you?
I ran up and stumbled, and then I fell right by their, yes,
That's my next question. You're claiming now that you stumbled.
yes.
You've never said that before today, ever, to anybody, any law enforcement or anybody else, right?
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to take a look at the video. And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were touching your knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember.
Well, let's take a look. That's you with your right hand touching your pocket where your knife was clipped in, right?
It appears so.
What is he on? Whoa, 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 get away.
So you're claiming today that where you reach down and grab at these boys' legs where their tubes are, that was a stumble. Is that your story?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I know I hit a stone, yes. But I grabbed onto their inner tubes.
And you know where you grabbed onto their inner tube is where two of these boys had their legs draped over their inner tubes, right?
I see that.
And you made contact with their legs, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Did you see it on the video?
I see it on the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, these boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you held onto their tubes so that their tubes couldn't flow away.
For how long?
Well, I'm asking you. You did.
Yeah, it looks like for a brief 1 second.
And you were searching through their tubes.
Or what?
You walked around their tubes. Rather than letting their tubes go so they could get back in their tubes and be on their way, you walked around their tubes.
So after my goggles dropped in the water, I went around their tubes to go to the other side and look for my goggles.
Let's talk about your goggles for a second, because you told the police, specifically Lieutenant Hart, that these boys knocked your goggles off your face and that you were looking for your goggles at that point.
Some of you guys are wondering, why isn't Sheriff Issac or Nelson objecting? There's nothing they can do right now. This is you. Every client, you tell them, once you get up there, I'll object where I can, but there's going to be times where it's you on your own. It's Nicolae Miu against the world right now. And I can't imagine how that feels, but I can tell you from having dealt with clients up there, it is fucking, it's like they say, it's like Andre 3000 says, man, it's cold out there when you're out there by yourself. And he's up there by himself right now, and it's cold as shit up there.
Right?
I don't remember my interview with her, correct?
But you heard yourself say it in the interview.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, that nothing of the sort ever happened, right?
So the interview with Brandy Hart was not accurate.
What you said at the time is what you wanted the police to believe happened, right?
That's what I remembered at the
Okay.
time.
And from the video, you can see that you actually put your goggles in your mouth, so you would have 2 free hands to be able to grab onto these boys' tubes, right?
Yes,
So you were preparing for your stumble before it actually even happened?
I wasn't prepared for anything.
These boys were calling you names to go away, right?
It's not working. I don't.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, touched their legs,
I don't remember any of that stuff.
right? You don't remember them calling you, asking you what you were doing?
Watching the videos, yes, but unnatural remembering, no.
Do you remember as you're running up, they're saying, whoa, 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 what's he doing?
I don't remember that.
All right, but you've seen it on the video.
Yes,
And then once you've made contact with 2 of these boys' legs and grabbed onto their tubes, they started calling you a pedophile, right?
I don't remember when they started calling me.
Do you remember them calling you a pedophile at all? Or do you just know that from watching the video?
Correct.
You testified that they were calling you names earlier, right?
Right.
And that upset you.
It did not upset
Okay,
me.
your attorneys talked about your comfort scale and your fear scale. Let's talk about your anger scale, okay?
Mhm.
At the time you were called a raper, what was your anger scale at?
Maybe 1.
1 out of 10?
Yeah.
And that was enough to get you to run up on these boys, grab onto them, stop their tubes at a 1. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, argument does not
Sustained.
You don't like being humiliated, right?
Nobody does.
Your attorney has said that these boys were humiliating you.
objection as to his.
Sustained on the form.
You're claiming that you were being taunted.
Objection.
Very argumentative.
Sustained. Form.
You had testified earlier that your shoes, there was problems with your shoes, but as you can see from the portion of the video we played so far, those shoes didn't prevent you from running up on these boys, right?
Yes, they did.
Looks
There
like he
was-
fell
if I
down.
had better
partway through,
shoes,
counselor.
I could walk better, but I could still walk.
If you had better shoes, you would have been able to run up on them faster.
No, I mean, I could walk better. I wouldn't stumble. I wouldn't have a hard time walking.
All right, we're gonna watch the video again, and I want you to, if you can, point out for everybody where you stumbled.
Okay, it's this idea he went to go just kill these kids is fucking retarded. This is not a good argument. He's wasting fucking daylight.
What is he on? Whoa, 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 get away.
Did you watch it?
Yes,
So the stumble, is that something you remember or something that you think you see in the video?
something I remembered.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, stopped them, walked around their tubes, you took a few steps downriver and stood in the path they were floating in, right?
Objection as to form. Multiple.
Overruled. You understand the question, Mr. Miu?
Could you say it again?
After you left their tubes that first time, you took a few steps downstream and stood in their path where they would need to float, where they were floating, right?
For a few seconds, yes.
You didn't walk off to the south shore, which was close at that point, right?
I thought I walked far away from them. I didn't even watch them anymore at that point, so I don't know where they were at that point in time. But I was still looking for my goggles now.
Are you denying that you stood right in the path of their tubes?
Objection, argument.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
At that moment in time, yes.
Now, when you ran up on these boys and grabbed onto their tubes and made contact with their legs, you weren't saying anything at that point, right?
No.
You didn't say anything like, hey, I think that's my phone or Ariel's phone.
I don't remember saying anything.
You've seen the video.
Right.
You just ran up and grabbed onto them, right?
It appears that.
But saying nothing. We can go up to the screen. We're going to look at some more frames here. We're starting 22nd mark, I believe. stood in front of their tubes, right? This is at the 23-second mark.
For a brief moment.
All right, keep going. Stop. At that point, you had the entire river open to move in any direction, right?
Right.
You chose to just walk a few steps directly downstream from where their tubes were, right?
Correct.
The boys were yelling at you at this point, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were making a commotion, right? They were loud,
Mhm.
and that attracted the attention of the folks in the Carlson group, right?
Mhm.
You've testified that Maddie Cohen walked over, right?
Yep.
You walked towards her,
Yes.
and the water level at the spot that you had contact with Maddie was about ankle deep from the video.
From the video, yes.
You told Lieutenant Hart you were standing in really shallow water, right?
Yep.
Maddie told you to leave the area, right?
She didn't say it that way, but yes.
She said, go, go, go.
And
She's like, she swore you too, but she was telling you to go, right?
Yeah.
You didn't go.
I was trying to communicate with her what I was doing in the river.
You didn't leave, right?
No, not on the river.
Hold on, objection, irrelevant. Overruled. It's relevant.
You did not leave, right?
I
At the
didn't
time
go
that
in
she
the
came up
direction. No,
When she came up and said, go, 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 you chose to stay, right?
I wanted to talk.
You didn't like that she was yelling at you, right?
I only had like 2 or 3 seconds of direct verbal or whatever.
And you clearly didn't like she was swearing at you, right?
Right.
And what you told her was not that you were looking for a phone, but that these boys took your goggles, right?
I don't remember what I told
Right.
her.
If it's on the video, did you say it?
If it's on the video, yeah,
You never mentioned you were looking for a phone.
I don't remember my conversation with her.
In fact, after you told her that they took your goggles, you never said another word, right?
After that,
Right.
of course I did.
Talking about your anger scale, at the point where Maddie Cohen was yelling at you and pointing at you and swearing at you, where was your anger scale?
1,
And even with your anger scale being only 1, you started touching, fidgeting with the knife in your pocket, right?
I don't remember that.
Let's take a look at the video. We're ready. It's timestamp 135. That's you touching your knife in your pocket, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you've got your back to the 2 girls who were yelling at you, right?
It's possible.
So even though you were fearing for your life, you turned
Nobody said at that time.
Overruled. Let's get the question out.
you turned your back on these folks, right?
Where am I in that location as reference to the other people?
I get to ask the questions at this point. Okay.
All right.
You're back at the 135 mark that we just watched. You've turned your back on these folks, right?
Okay.
That is such a fucking asshole comment. Well, I get to ask the questions. You literally, he's confused. Oh, I'm asking the questions here, sir. It's like he's trying to tell you, I don't understand what you're asking me. Fucking dickhead.
Is that true?
Yes. I see.
I've never done that unless the person's acting like an asshole. If it's clear I've confused them, I never act like that.
Yeah.
Right? You're touching your knife, but you got your back to them, right?
I see that in the picture.
And so at that point, you wouldn't have turned your back on these folks if you had fear of them, right?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
Overruled. Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
It does not. It's not. It's a mischaracterization. That's such bullshit if he allows that.
Question, please.
We're going to play a clip here. We'll play a
Let's
clip
ask that
here.
next question, please.
We're going to play a clip here, Judge.
Oh, they did take a fucking hit there. Good job, Judge.
We're starting at 126. Just play it. We can have the screen. Stopping at 135. So in that clip, that's the point where you had waved at your friends, right? You turned your back on the groups, the people that were in the area, and you're touching your knife, right? And at that point, you called out to your friends because I think you had said, and maybe I'm wrong, that your fear scale was going up at that point. Is that not right?
I see lots of people around me and I wanted somebody to be on my side.
Your fear scale was going up, so you tried to wave your buddies over, right?
Creeping up, yeah.
And as it's creeping up, you're fidgeting with your knife.
It appears that way.
At some point, and even though your fear level is creeping up at that point and you've called for help from your friends, or at least waved for help, you turn your back, right?
Yes.
At one point, you turn your head and you stare at the group of 17-year-old boys, right? You remember doing that?
I don't remember, but if I could see a video.
Put it into context, it would have been at the point when Maddie Cohen tried to turn you away from those boys. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
And 1 second. If we can get the frame up. We're at timestamp 116. That's the look that you gave to those boys, right? At that time, at 116?
Yes.
That's the look on your face.
Yeah.
That's an angry look.
Not to me. I was annoyed, more than frustrated, but not angry.
At the point where you looked at the boys with that expression on your face, whatever it was, you had the entire river in front of you open to walk to, right? That's true.
Correct.
And instead you chose to turn back around where Maddie Cohen was, right?
I stood my ground. I basically stayed in the same location.
Right.
I didn't go towards anybody at that point.
You didn't take a step away either, did you?
No.
And at that point then, that's when Riley Madison joins her. You've got Madison and Riley standing in front of you, right?
I suppose that's the time, yeah.
Two girls.
Yeah.
And these two girls standing in front of you touched your shoulders somewhat, right?
Mhm.
You never said yes?
Yes.
You never stumbled backwards or anything like that.
It wasn't a somewhat, but
Well, let's take a look at the video. We're going to start a little bit earlier than the part I wanted to start at. It's at the 135 mark again. We can put the screen up. You take the screen down. Starting at 134. So at that point, you're touching your knife before Maddie and Riley are standing in front of you, right?
appears that way.
Stop. You had said that your fear level was rising.
Mhm.
You had waved to your friends, right? That was the look on your face at the time, correct?
Mhm.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're not smiling?
That's not a smile.
Yes. Let's move on, please.
Should turn the screen on. Can we get the screen back?
I mean, this doesn't look
All
good
right,
for
so-
Nicolae, but this isn't fatal.
You had been fidgeting with your knife
He's
multiple
causing his
times.
own
You've got
problem.
Riley Madison in front of you. I believe her testimony was she's a 115-pound woman. You got Maddie Cohen on the other side. This is when you choose to pull out your knife, right?
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
What does her weight have to do with me?
So you don't get to ask the
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
at this point.
Well,
You pulled out your knife at this point with these two.
it's clear the question. That's where it's like this. Where his attorney need to object to. It's clear. Like, was that a question or a statement? Because he said that. Like, that's when you pull out your knife. Are you saying correct? Yes. Is that true? That was an editorialization, and it's like, is the state testifying now? But I'm asking the question, sir. You got to do that later. The silence clearly indicates he doesn't know what the fuck you're getting at. Like, you've been in that situation before, Chad. Each one of you has. Somebody's talking, you're like, oh, wait, I didn't know you were like, are you asking me the question, or are you just fucking talking?
Girl standing in front of you,
Just
right?
what the fuck?
Yes,
And you held it down by your belt line, right?
yes,
And you open it up, right?
yes,
And this is before you had been punched or anything like that. You had that knife ready with these two girls standing in front of you.
Objection, I think it's a term girls, but then-
Women, pardon me.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
And you didn't hold it up and say, hey, I have a knife, right?
to me, that would be a threat.
I'm not asking you that. You did not hold it up.
No,
And you didn't, in fact,
The
you held it
fuck?
down by your side, right?
Holmes.
Overruled.
Isn't that what you did?
yes,
You didn't take a step back and brandish it and say, hey, back up, I have a knife, right?
correct,
You opened it down low, and then you held it down low by your side, right?
Oh. Hmm.
And as you're doing that, you're smiling, right?
that's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes,
When you pulled it out and opened it up, you held it with the blade facing up, right?
I didn't pay attention, but in the video, yes,
And it becomes important later when you stab AJ because you didn't try to cut him down, you cut him up, right? Right?
that was not my intent.
Overruled. I'll leave the witness answer the question.
You had the knife.
Yeah, but that was a horrible fucking question. I don't even know what the hell he meant. I don't even know what the hell that was getting at. Guys, take your time. You know, their attorney's probably told him, I know he's probably forgetting it. Go slow so we could jump in. If you answer the question, we can't undo it. Because if it's already been asked and answered, it's too late. That was a horrible fucking ejected in the form. It's not clear. I mean, that was just garbage.
Laid up and you're saying you didn't know that?
I didn't pay attention.
As you're holding it there, you've got your thumb on the bottom of the handle, right? Right?
Yeah.
Blade up.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Maddie Cohen, right?
Yes,
Nobody else. I'll strike that. After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a little bit because now you had your knife open?
no,
All right. Was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
the whole situation was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple steps backwards to get away from the situation.
I stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
Okay, this is problematic.
You had your
here.
knife out and you were prepared.
This is problematic. Does he have a duty to retreat? You didn't step back. You didn't walk away. I would be objecting right now because there isn't a duty to retreat. You didn't walk away. He doesn't fucking have to under the law. That's a burden shift right there. They should have said something about it. I don't like that. You didn't walk away. You didn't walk away. He didn't have to legally. He didn't have to. I reckon it's a burden shift. They can use that against him. Okay, if you don't have a duty to retreat, you can't use the fact I didn't retreat as an aggravating factor description. So, yeah, you're not allowed to do it. What? Google what? Google what? That they can use the fact you didn't retreat even though legally you don't have a duty to retreat. If the Wisconsin Supreme Court allows it, then they're fucking dickheads. Because if I legally don't have a duty to retreat, the fact I don't do something, they're adding elements to the offense. They're claiming now he does have a duty to retreat. Unless he's walked away and they came back to him. Like, unless they're trying to make that argument, I don't know. It's not being clear. I argue they burden shifted a little bit there, but okay.
Use it.
To defend myself.
At that point, there's nothing to defend yourself from, right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight.
I get fine. If that's what Wisconsin allows, that's completely fucking stupid. But Wisconsin, I guess, allows it. Shitty courts make shitty decisions.
Right?
Overruled. Answer the question. Yes. Stan, would you please?
Well, Your Honor, you're testifying today that you did actually make physical contact with Maddie Cohen, right? Before you were punched or anything else, right?
I may have.
You don't remember that?
Well, I remember what I said, but I went over to push. She was right in my face, right in my space, yelling, and I could smell the alcohol in her breath.
But you'd been drinking too, so it might have been your breath.
I didn't have vodka and all the other garbage.
My point is, today you testified that you did something physical to Madison Cohen before you were punched, right?
Mm.
Correct?
I don't know if I touched her or not. It's possible that I did.
If your friend Sergio testified last week that he saw you push her and she went flying back a couple of steps, that's what happened, right?
Objection. Form sustained.
Were you present when Sergio testified?
Mhm.
Sustained.
After you pushed Maddie Cohen, only one person ever punched you, right?
From the video?
Right.
That's what I see. I don't remember what happened then at that time.
I'm not asking you what you remember. I'm asking what actually happened.
I got punched.
No foundation.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
We
Start.
saw in the video that only one person ever punched you, right?
Yes.
Objection.
It's crossed. It's not
Hold
you.
on. Yes.
It's crossed, but it doesn't. You still have rules, man.
You fell down in the water. You testified that you went down and you fell down in the water when you were punched, right?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, that you were punched in your jaw, I think on your left side of your body.
Yes.
You testified that you fell back in the water and hit your head, right?
Yes.
You did not drop your knife.
No.
Right? You held on to it when you fell down in the water.
Yes.
When Dante Carlson hit you, he was holding a can of beer in one hand, right?
Yes.
He was fighting you with one hand.
Yes.
You never suffered any kind of bruising or cuts to your face from this incident, right?
On the inside of my cheek?
You cut the inside of your cheek.
Yes.
Yeah, you never had any bruising on your jaw, right?
I don't remember. I mean, I had a beard. I couldn't tell.
You weren't bleeding from your face anywhere.
No, not that I know.
Once you're knocked down in the water, AJ Madison comes up to you and pushes on your back, right?
Objection. No foundation.
Sustained.
We'll play the video. You were pushed in the back by AJ Madison, right?
Objection. No foundation.
Overruled.
In response, you got up out of the water, right?
Mhm.
You take your knife in your right hand, put the blade up, right?
Objection is in narration.
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Still in my hand, yes, that way.
You jabbed it into his belly.
About the same time he hit me in the throat.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
You jabbed it into his belly, right?
Yes.
Instead of pulling it out, you pulled up, right?
Because I had so much time to think about it.
You pulled up.
I did not pull up. I look at the angle of my arm.
We're stopped at timestamp 156. You see your knife,
Yes,
how close it is to his jaw, his chin?
yes.
That's because when you stabbed him, instead of pulling out, you went up, right?
I was falling backwards with the knife in my arm, in my hand, and the angle of my arm was about the same. Just got hit in the throat.
In this frame of the video, the knife's pointing straight up, right?
Yes,
Went in, pulled up, and it's by the time you got done up by his face, your knife's pointing straight up.
Objection has been answered. Overruled. You can answer the question.
it's straight up.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight.
Objection, speculation. He doesn't know what Tony Carlson's doing.
Overruled. You can ask the question, he can answer.
I don't know what he was doing.
You know that he told Dante Carlson to back up, right?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
After you stabbed AJ Madison, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Just sorry, it's AJ Carlson.
Pardon me. No, it's not. It's not.
AJ Martin.
It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the Carlson family. Martin.
Thank you.
Pardon me. After you stabbed AJ Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Yes,
Nobody jumped on top of you.
no,
Nobody was kicking at you or punching you.
no.
You're just in the water by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
We're going to take a look at the video starting at 1:55. That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up. At this point, you're standing there. There's nobody hitting you, nobody's punching you, nobody's kicking you, right?
Objection, that's not the video. He's not standing.
Gentlemen, please come up.
I mean, I'll give him, like, he's starting to make progress here, but God, the jurors, like, I hope the jurors didn't check out on you because you were just wandering through the weeds for a long time there. I still think Nicolae's in a bad spot from his own interview with the police, but this cross is not. This is not the most effective cross ever. I think Nicolae's interview was far more devastating than this is.
In any event, you were sitting in the water after AJ Martin pushed you over, right?
I landed on my butt in,
Right.
in the river.
But at that point, the fight didn't continue. People weren't punching on you, right?
At that time, I couldn't tell what was going on
Sure.
around me.
That's at the point that Tony Carlson came over, was yelling at people to back up. Do you remember that?
From the video.
You don't have a memory of that in your head? He separated Dante from you, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Right?
It's from my memory. I don't remember that.
Tony Carlson never punched you, correct?
Correct.
He never kicked you, never pushed you,
Objection.
Overruled.
and you turned around and you stabbed him twice, right?
They were all fucking standing around
I
him.
couldn't
Yeah.
see. I couldn't hear. I didn't know who was punching me, touching me, shoving me, nothing. I was fearing for my life.
You stabbed the guy who tried to break up the fight twice, right?
Objection, one.
Overruled.
That's what happened, right?
That's what happened.
And luckily for him, he was able to block your first stab, so you stabbed him again, right?
I had milliseconds to think.
Riley Madison, after you stabbed Tony Carlson, you turned around, you got up, you turned around, and you sliced Riley Madison through the left side of her body, right?
Yes.
She wasn't punching you or kicking you.
She came at me and she had her hands on me.
At the time you stabbed her, she had her hands on you.
Yes.
This 115-pound woman attacked you while you're standing there holding a knife.
She could have been 500 pounds. I don't know. I'm sorry, sir, but
You've never told anyone ever that Riley Madison attacked you and that's why you stabbed her, right?
No.
You're saying it today for the first time.
I don't remember this whole thing.
After you stabbed Riley Madison, Issac Schuman tries to push you, right?
And he lands his hands on my throat, yes.
Yeah, but his hands originally weren't anywhere near your throat. They were on your shoulder and your chest, right?
I didn't take measurements, but yeah, from the picture, yes.
And as soon as he touches you, you stab up into his heart with your knife, right?
Objection, no foundation.
He went for my throat, and I defended myself. Yes.
Are you saying, we're going to look at the video.
Yeah, let's look at the video. That's the hands are in his throat. What do
We're
you
start
want
at
him to
202, and for anybody who doesn't want to watch, you might want to avert your eyes. Ready?
I can't recall would not work here. That would you're screwed at that point. Don't do that.
We're at 205, the timestamp on the video. That's Issac Schuman, right? If you
Right,
don't,
right.
his left hand on your arm, right?
Right,
His right hand on your chest, right?
right.
They're not on your throat.
In that particular frame,
And
correct.
your right hand is cocked, your elbow's bent, right?
Okay,
And you've got the knife in your hand.
yes.
Let's play it through, please. And as he's pushing you, you jam your knife up into his heart, through his ribcage, right?
After he touches my throat and pushes me back, yes, correct.
As your arm is moving up to stab him, you actually moved his arm closer up your, farther up your body with your own movement, right?
How does he object? Object. How does he know that?
I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see that.
Yeah,
At the time that this incident happened, you agreed you weighed 248 pounds.
Yes,
Not one of these people that you stabbed so far in the video were armed in any fashion, right?
Right.
You told an elaborate story about people pulling knives on you.
Okay,
right?
there you go. This is a good answer now. Now you're making
Right?
up
You made up
progress
that
here,
story?
dude.
to Brandy Hart.
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video, yes,
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
correct,
You're the only person who had a knife.
correct.
It took them over an hour and some odd to get to that point. God, that's wasted time. That could have been a lot more refined. Oof. They could have done a lot better job at that. I mean, now you're getting to the good stuff finally.
You had said earlier you had waited for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
During we're moving back in time now?
Oh, yeah. Earlier you had waved. You saw
Yes.
the video. You said
Yes.
you waved to your friends
Yes.
because you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over, right?
Yes,
And he's in the group at the point that Riley Madison's standing there bleeding into the river, right? He's standing
Yes.
right behind
yep,
him.
yep,
And at the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group, correct?
see that in the video, yes,
And when you stabbed Issac Schuman, he's also standing there, right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13-on-1, you had a friend there, right? Your friend's standing right there. He's in the video, right?
In the video, I don't remember him
That
being there.
guy's there at that point.
You saw him coming, walking downstream.
I don't remember.
You waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
At no point when you stabbed Tony, Riley, and Isaac, did you call out to your friend and say, "Hey, help me. They're attacking me," right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I was stunned. Couldn't talk.
The last person you stabbed was Dante Carlson, right?
Yes,
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes,
Objection as to the form, I don't know what everything else.
It's the same.
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times, being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Objection, that's.
Sustained form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him. In fact, you
That's-
took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
I was going to attack again. Yeah. Parental using force is probably not going to work there. And now that's finally they get him to do something. And they finally get him to buy into something. They finally get to that point. God almighty, you guys took for fucking ever. Now the jury's going to be falling asleep, though. Hopefully they're not, but I doubt they are. I doubt they're awake. Jeez, man. This took you that long. Holy cow. You guys might deserve to lose on that fact alone.
So at that point, you stabbed 5 people and you decided to leave the area. Is that true?
I walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto, right?
Yes,
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I was in shock.
You said they took my knife, right? To Ernesto.
I don't remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video and
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what you
Yes.
said.
Yeah.
You still got the knife on your person, right? Even though you just told them they took your knife, you still had it. Right?
No.
Mhm.
When I reached the troops,
No. When Ernesto came walking up and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south shore of the lake, of the river, right?
Yes,
And on the way, you washed off the knife in the river.
I don't remember that.
Well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes,
When you left the area, right?
Yeah.
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands or, right?
Objection, foundation. No-
Sustained.
At some point, you rinsed your hand and the knife in the water, right?
I don't remember that. But, yeah.
What you do remember is throwing the knife up into the bushes on the south bank.
Right on the bank, yes.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
Oh,
And then you finally walked over to your group.
hold on.
Right on the bank, yes.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
No.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
You walked out of your way to get to the
That-
south bank to get
see,
rid of it
that-
and then walked.
That right there. Yep. Stick a fork in them. That's it, chat. Stick a fork in them. Well, that's far from not good. I mean, we could stop here. We could stop here. We could stop here, chat. That's it. What? Why? He just stabbed a bunch of people and threw the weapon away. It's consciousness of guilt. He didn't also then go back and say, hey, look, I put it down so you guys could see it. No, but it's circumstantial evidence of guilt. Guilty people and dumb people. So guilty people throw away weapons and they hide evidence because they don't want to be convicted. Stupid people do that because they're stupid. If you're a stupid guy running around stabbing people, a jury's not gonna. They don't want you on the streets. And if you're a bad guy stabbing up people, they don't want you on the street. So, yeah. So, Dr. Grande already said this guy's innocent. The teens had it coming. Oh, I think the teens had it coming and all that, but the jury's gonna toast them, so it doesn't matter. The jury's gonna toast them. Frightened people also do that too. Yes, stupid people do that too. That's not helpful either in your situations. Catherine says, you know what the jury's thinking? Catherine, I agree. But as I'm telling you, jurors don't like this. I'm trying to tell you, this is not a good look. If I'm wrong, I hope to God I'm wrong. Hope to God I'm wrong. I 100% want to be able to come in here. I want you to come in here and say, booyah, Sean, you got it wrong. I do. I want you to say, booyah, you got it wrong. I don't think that's going to happen, though.
Back across the river to your group, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
We're gonna play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge. It's grainy, but it's of some value.
You have many more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We're in recess until 2:50.
Oh, the jurors are 100% normies. The jurors are 100. Here's the problem. This is you actually think that's helpful to you. Jurors are normies. So the jurors see this guy, like I said, I already mentioned this. He's already behind the curve. The state has already got a massive head start. Why? Because to those jurors, the idea you would take a knife and stab fucking people over shit like this is absolutely fucking insane to them as a conceptual framework. Just like the dumpster bros. You know, you use deadly force. People are willing to say, yeah, I'd use deadly force to protect my home and my family. But now you're in a situation where you're just out fucking around on an inner tube on a river. You're changing the way people are like, why don't you just, most people would just fucking walk away or something. But like the idea, like, and whether or not he's justified, the idea that you would do this is probably horrifying to everybody on that jury. They would never do this in a million years. Normies, you're not a normie if you're watching this for the most part. Okay. So the far, far different people. Dim says, well, it can't be both. He protected himself and still felt bad afterwards. Sure. He's like, I defended myself and I'm sorry that kid had to die, but I did what I felt was necessary. Sure. But once you start throwing weapons away and shit like that, you know, you go from looking like a guy who felt like, okay, maybe I overreacted to a guy who's like, well, are you looking for me? And you're trying to be all fucking coy about it and shit. And you're hiding weapons and shit. Remember, guys, it's like you're building bricks on the wall. Okay, did the prosecution stacking them bricks mighty fucking high right now. Those are some pretty critical bricks. So, anyways, we're going to skip ahead here. Let's see if we... All right, Chad, I think we found it. All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. Miu.
Now, I assume this is where they're going to start playing the police tape where he's sitting in the back of the car. And we'll hear the rest of that. We'll see how fucked he really is. But yes, up until this point, the state's cross was fucking a waste of time. They're finally doing it, but God almighty, this is garbage. This is garbage work from the state. I expected a lot more from them. Like, I expected them to come out guns blazing. And they fucking... I can't even call this a slow roll because that requires the idea of like slow burning it. And this wasn't a slow burn. This was incompetently done.
Please retake the witness stand. You are still under oath. Mr. Smithstead.
Mr. Miu, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court?
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct?
I still disagree. I don't think he had to
In that
walk
video?
away.
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
All right, if there's a person wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video, is it you?
Fair.
Hold on. Sustained.
Well, we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch it through at full speed.
Yes, it's not.
We're gonna play part of it, but slower, but not the end part. Ready? What's the timer? So at the very beginning. And Mr. Miu, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
You've been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes.
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
Yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks, there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained. It's the same question.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're gonna go through it slowly.
Yes. Objection sustained, lack of foundation.
In any event, after you got rid of the knife on the south side of the river, you walked back to the north side of the river where your group was in the at the sandbar, right?
Yes.
Sat in your tube. Did you sit down in your tube?
Yes.
Eric Williams from your group, realizing that people were hurt, left.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Did you see Eric Williams leave your group?
No.
At some point, did you notice he wasn't with your group anymore?
I didn't do a head count, sir. Sorry.
Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
No foundation.
Overruled. Can you answer the question?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to anybody in my group.
When you went back to your tube, you put your shirt back on, right?
I was cold. Yes.
And you put on your hat, right?
Yes.
And your sunglasses.
Yes.
Eventually, you saw police officers and emergency medical technicians show up on the river, right?
Yes.
Wading up the river, right?
Yes.
Trying to help people that have been injured. And
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
you saw that happen, right?
Yes.
You didn't approach anybody to say you were attacked, as far as law enforcement or EMTs or anything like that, right?
No, I just spooked myself. I was afraid to go in that area.
Even though there's
Sorry.
police presence everywhere, you were afraid to walk over there and tell them, hey, this is what happened.
Yes, sir.
So you got in your tube and you floated down the river.
Not immediately. We waited there. We had people, from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911, and yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So you remember waiting for Eric Williams to come back to join your group so you could leave?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying, let's go? You yourself saying that?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
Ernesto Torres, he's your best friend.
Yes.
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
I didn't talk to. I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
You didn't tell Ernesto, I was afraid for my life and I did this?
No.
You
Yeah, it
never
doesn't
told him
really
after Ernesto
mean.
that I acted in self-defense?
I don't remember talking to anybody.
You didn't say I was afraid they were gonna kill me, these folks?
Objection, no foundation.
I don't remember.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Issac Schuman? right?
I didn't see that.
Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Eventually.
And there's some video of you relaxing your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
Objection is to form.
Sustained.
Do you remember seeing the video of you
I remember seeing the video.
relaxing in your tube before you got back to the end?
Objection is to form.
Sustained.
Did you see the video or not?
I said I did.
When you got to Village Park, your group exited the river, right?
Yes,
There was multiple police in the area, right?
yes,
You saw a uniformed officer with his gun drawn, walking towards you, right?
right.
You didn't approach that officer.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that
afraid
time.
you were afraid of the officer?
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I couldn't, I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything. Yes,
You didn't approach the officer and say, they tried to kill me, I defended myself, nothing like that, right?
I don't remember saying anything like that to anybody.
You walked right by him, right?
All that is a blur. I don't remember it.
Once you got further up the path, though, other officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Apparently, yes.
They stopped you, right, before you could leave the park.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay,
Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
No, I was focused on one thing only.
What was that?
Somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that whatever bridge, the little bridge, Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to an officer, hey, there's a guy over there with a bat and that's concerning me. Can you do something about it?
No.
You're put into a squad car, right?
Mhm.
But yes,
Yes,
Sheriff Knudsen came over to make sure you were comfortable, right?
I saw that in the video. Yes.
You don't remember talking to Sheriff Knudsen?
No.
You remember him asking you, well, if you don't remember, you don't remember. We're going to play that video and then I have some questions for you. Your Honor, this is the longer version of the video that's been referenced. It's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
Councilman, you're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right? Okay. What's my temperature? Temperature's okay in here? Okay. I hear somebody got stuck. And I fit the description. Yes, you do. All right. Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river? I heard about it. You heard about it? Yeah, and I see people gathered around. Okay. All right. And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything. That's about it. Okay. Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened. Okay. And that's your whole group over there? Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. Okay, well. Did you see anybody injured? No. You didn't see anybody injured? No. Did you see anybody fighting? I heard people screaming at each other, yes. Okay. Screaming in anger or screaming in pain, do you know? Everybody's not, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say screaming. You know, calling each other names. You know, it's seen that all day. We've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing kids being kids. Kids being kids. Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today? I drove from Fire Lake. From Fire Lake. Okay. Your wife and you? And you met the group there? Yeah, but we know each other. Okay. All right. As long as the temperature is good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
You lied to Sheriff Knudsen, right?
I don't remember that conversation. But yes,
You
I
told him that you heard there was a stabbing, right?
I don't remember any of this stuff.
You were fishing for information about what happened, right?
I don't know what you could say. I was fishing. I don't know.
You asked him some questions about what had happened, right?
I mean, we already heard this before when they were editing shit out. So that alone, I mean, yeah, like playing, like I already mentioned it before, playing coy about the, oh, I heard somebody got hurt. It's like, homie. Yeah, like I said, they finally get into the good stuff, but they drug this out far too long. This could have been a 30-minute cross if they really wanted to.
And I don't remember this conversation.
But you were pretending that you didn't know what happened. Is that true?
No.
At the point that you were talking to Sheriff Knutson and saying these things, you didn't know there was a video of what happened on the river, did you?
I didn't know whether I was dead or alive at that point.
But you also didn't know that there was a video, right?
No,
When the sheriff asked you what had happened, one of your responses was it was kids being kids, right?
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You just heard yourself say it on the video, though.
So
Objection, no foundation.
I'll move on. Prior to being taken to jail, you were transferred from that squad car that you were into a different squad car, right? Remember that? You remember at some point Deputy Thomason telling you that you were under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
I don't remember any of that.
When you spoke with Lieutenant Hart, even though you'd been informed that you were being arrested for homicide, you pretended to know that, to not be aware that someone had died, right?
Objection is the form.
Right? When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you
Over here at the jail?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died.
Objection assumes fact.
Sustained. When you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you'd been arrested, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
And said you had time to put together a story, right?
No,
You had 4 hours to come up with a story about what happened on the river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
No.
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on me, you're telling the truth?
No.
That was a story, right?
Correct.
And when you said that you somehow managed to grab one of the boys' arms and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can see, I was very confused.
Did you not testify earlier that you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And that nobody else had a knife on the river except for you?
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I saw the video. And
You're aware,
I know that it's not right. It's not true.
not just a couple of little lies, but lie on top of lie to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Argumentative.
Sustained. Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her. You said, these boys took the goggles off my head and threw them down the river, right? You told her that,
If that's what the video recorded, yes.
right? You told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the video, but I don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No.
You said these boys attacked you, right? You told her that multiple times, right?
I saw the video.
Did you say that or not? Yes
I
or no?
said that in the video. Yes.
And you knew that wasn't true, right?
So in the video, I lied. I totally lied about the knife. I didn't remember a lot of details. I didn't remember of anything. I don't even remember the interview. I just looking at the video.
They had 30, 45 minutes. They could have done this quick. It's on now. It's on now. Yeah, I totally lied about the knife. Yeah. That's it, guys. This is it. I mean, I don't know what you're expecting here. I totally lied about it. Now, if he was smart, you could have said, that's I thought I was telling the truth. That's what I believed to be the truth at the time. Turns out I was incorrect. So what? Well, if you start talking about your lying, they don't believe you. Remember, the other kids aren't on trial. He's the only one on trial here. I'm a liar. He could have just said, "You got me. I did it." See, I think he answered that wrong. But either way, I still don't feel bad for these kids. I really don't. He's talked himself into a fucking corner. He's lying less than the witnesses. Yeah, but the witnesses don't have an obligation to tell the truth. The defendant does. The defendant's the one who's going to go to prison. Is it worse to say I lie? Yes, I lied. I mean, you're fucked either way when you're lying. But the thing is, don't lie. Or figure out a good way not to, or figure out a convincing lie, because that's, or figure out a way to explain it, because that's not working right now. So.
But it's, I can look at it like anybody would look at it for the first time. I don't remember any of that.
You told Lieutenant Hart that these boys told you, don't run away from us. Remember saying that?
No,
In fact, it's just the opposite. They were telling you to go, right?
I don't remember.
You told her that a second boy had a knife, attacked you with the knife, and you took that from him, right?
That's what I saw in the video.
That's not true either, right? Right?
That's not true.
You said that when you walked back
No,
to your
he
group,
ran back
this is
to you.
talking to Lieutenant Hart, that Ernesto asked you if you had found the phone, right? Remember saying that to her?
I don't remember any of that conversation I had with her.
Yeah, that wasn't true either, right?
If this is all part of that interview, I don't remember anything,
Yeah.
so.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking
Right.
about the interview with Lieutenant Hart.
Then I don't remember the interview.
Okay, I still get to ask you questions about it.
Sure.
You were specifically asked, did you have a knife? Right? Do you remember being asked that?
I don't remember that, but I know I was.
Your answer to Lieutenant Hart was no, no, absolutely no, right?
Right. Which I lied, I know I lied about the knife.
You said to her, why did they want to scare me with a knife? Right? Talking about the boys, I mean, the 17-year-olds. When none of them ever had a knife, right? Is that right?
Apparently not.
You said I grabbed it, meaning the knife, from him because he tried to poke me with it. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You said a woman hit you in the ear. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You know that's not true, right?
Objection, foundation.
You know that's not true as you sit here now, right?
Right.
You told the police and Lieutenant Hart, I think, that you thought it was two different groups of people fighting against each other, right?
I don't remember telling her that.
Right. You know, as you sit here today, that is completely made up, right?
Again, I don't remember any of that you're talking about right now. If it's
told-
about the interview.
See, and that's the way you should have answered it, saying, yes, I lied. Because you're like, no, that's not the way I understood it at the time. So yes, you could say in hindsight, yes, I was incorrect. But him agreeing with the lie, if he didn't actually lie, is just moronic. Unless he did lie, okay? Well then, but if he did lie, then going all this far, although I assume the state really never made an offer, so I kind of get the feeling that's why we had the trial anyway. I'm assuming the state's offer was like, go crawl in a hole and die, which, fine, have the trial.
Well, Lieutenant Hart, that you wanted to stay in the area and watch the police come and arrest these people for fighting, right?
I mean, you can make that claim, but he's an engineer in America. He went to college here in America, got trained as an engineer. He definitely has skill proficiency. He definitely can carry on at a fluency level. Once again, they kind of jerked him around in there saying, so you lied. Well, no, I didn't lie. So you're telling the truth? And see, that's how you get caught in the question. You can say, no, at the time, that's what I thought happened. It turns out I wasn't right. That's how you would answer it, but I don't know. For whatever reason, they didn't seem to prep him for that. I don't know, because it seems like they kind of left him flat there.
That's what you told Lieutenant Hart?
That's what's in the transcript, yes.
When you were told that a person had died, your response was, is it because they fought each other? That's what you told her, right? That's how you responded?
If it's in the transcript. But I don't remember.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you punched or pushed or did anything to Maddie Cohen, right? You left that part out.
Is that what it's in there?
I'm
Then
asking if you ever told her that.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention that you had
There you go.
stabbed and
Answer like
severely
that.
injured another woman, Riley Madison. You didn't mention that to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Overruled.
You never mentioned that part.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention being strangled at any point, right?
If that's the transcript, then that we go by that, but I don't remember that interview.
And I think what you said earlier is that you were afraid you were going to die from being strangled, and that's why you stabbed Issac Schuman in the heart, right? That was your testimony earlier. Didn't you say that today, this afternoon here in court?
Yes.
That's not anything you mentioned to any police officer, right?
If I didn't mention, I didn't mention it. I don't remember that.
That's not an important detail that you thought you might want to point out.
Everything is every detail is important. We all know that. But I don't remember saying any of those things to Lieutenant Hart.
Nikolai.
Because you didn't say it, right? That's why you don't remember.
There, honey.
Is what?
You didn't say those things to her. That's why you don't remember, correct?
I don't remember what I said or what I didn't say to her. I don't remember even having an interview with her.
So you can't remember anything about what you told her, but when Mr. Nelson's asking you questions, you can remember all these feelings you had at the time. Is that true?
Overruled.
You remember answering his questions about how you were feeling that day?
The feelings I had when I was attacked.
And when you were meeting with the Lieutenant Hart?
Yes.
Because they have shitty rules in their state. That's why.
Objection sustained. Please rephrase the question.
You testified today a lot about remembering what you were feeling that day, right? When Mr. Nelson was questioning you, right?
Mhm.
So yes?
Yes.
But when you're asked other details that might not be so useful, you don't remember them, right?
Certain feelings and certain, they stick to you forever.
Ones
They
that are
affect
helpful
you.
to your defense, those stick to you, right? Sustained. You were examined by the jail nurse, the start nurse, several hours after the incident, right?
Yes.
You never mentioned to her that you'd been strangled, right?
Didn't mention to her a lot,
Sure.
not because I intentionally didn't want to do it. I didn't remember. I was still in shock.
You didn't mention anything about your throat hurting.
I don't remember what I mentioned to her.
I understand. You never at any point told anybody other than today that you had a sore throat or your throat was sore from after this incident, right?
I didn't tell anybody.
At any point during the day after you were arrested, when you're interviewed with people, when the jail or the start nurse is talking to you, you never once said, "Oh, my throat is sore because Issac Schuman strangled me," right?
I don't remember what I told those guys either. I was, like I said, I don't remember lots of the interaction I had with anybody here at the jail.
But today, almost 2 years later, you remember that the next day your throat hurt.
Yes,
You
because
testified.
yeah. And my back.
You can
still have-
remember that detail, but not the other details.
My back still hurts right now.
The start nurse specifically asked you when she was doing the exam, where you hurt, and you pointed out some things to her, right?
I may have.
Yep. But you never once said, "I had been strangled. I have an injury to my throat hurts," nothing like that.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
When she asked you what hurt, you said your butt hurt from the rocks. That was your response to the nurse, right?
Okay, that's kind of
Don't
funny.
remember.
It's buttered from the rocks.
You had said that you're in poor health, or you were at least in poor health back on July 30th of 2022. You had your bypass surgery 2 years prior to that, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And typically people that have medical procedures like that are given restrictions on what they can do in their activities, right?
Yeah.
And you apparently weren't restricted from swimming, snorkeling, doing outdoor sports on a river, right?
I was for a while, but 2 years later, lots of the restrictions, I believe, got lifted.
Those restrictions got lifted because you got better, right?
You can say the doctor makes that decision, but he says if you feel a little better, do as much as you can.
Yeah. And then you were in fact snorkeling and swimming and doing things like that, physical activities, right?
Snorkeling in 15 inches of water, I was mostly I didn't even snorkel. That was not a lake but I was just, my whole plan for the day was to just fall down the river and relax.
You're able to run, at least you were back on July 30th of 2022, right?
Run.
You were able to run at that time, right? You weren't restricted from running.
I mean,
You didn't have a medical restriction to keep you from running, right?
no.
And in fact, you did run when you ran up on Issac Schuman's group, correct?
You call that run? Okay. That's not a run, but I wasn't running. I wasn't allowed to run or do any activities like that, so I wasn't running.
At the time that this all happened, July 30th, 2022, you felt sufficiently healthy to go off on your own, away from your wife and your group, to go do snorkeling on your own, right?
That's what I felt.
I just want to check my notes. I think I'm almost done.
God, he went through all of his notes.
We can have
Man.
Exhibit 4, Item 10. I'm going to ask Investigator Schultz to actually handle it since it's evidence, physical evidence.
This could have been done a lot cleaner, chat. Closing arguments. Wait. Hold time out, chat. Hold on here. Closing arguments ain't fixing this. They ain't fixing this. This ain't fixing this. Jury closing arguments ain't fixing this. I will say though, if the prosecutor does, they could have been a lot more cleaner with this, dragging this out for as long as they did. Well, they're bringing out the knife. Finally, I don't like the knife they found wasn't the one that he used. So, bet. Yeah, sure, we can bet. I would love to be wrong. I'll bet you some swag. How about that? If I'm wrong, I'll send you something. If I'm right, I'll bask in the dub. Or if you know, I don't see it. I don't see it working. Does he flamboyantly check them off? No, but you could hear him like click. You hear him click and mark it. That was. Oof, I just think that could have been done a lot better. Yeah. How about a bet with me? I don't know, Aaron. What do you want to bet? I don't know. I'm not gonna make bets for everybody. So, anyways, here we go.
If investigator can approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
We're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4, I guess Item 10. That's your knife, right?
Yes,
That's the knife you used to stab these people.
that's a knife I used to defend myself with. Yes.
Well, very good. Very good. Smart enough for him. His brain drained like that. Aaron, I hope to God you're 100% right. I
asked you earlier about.
I hope to God you're right.
When you stabbed Dante Carlson, you agreed that he was not attacking you at the point that you stabbed him. He was the last person stabbed, right?
He attacked me.
Earlier, when you stabbed him,
I have a feeling
Tony
that's
Carlson had already
safe
broke
in
up
your
the fight,
wallet.
right? You said you agreed to that earlier.
At that time, everybody that came in contact with me attacked me.
Anybody who looked at you,
No, anybody that came in contact with me, I felt attacked.
you felt attacked whether you were being physically attacked or not, right?
I was in the moment, so I felt attacked by anybody that had either previously attacked me or was approaching to attack me.
So you felt like you could stab folks who were not attacking you at the moment that you stabbed them. You walked up to Dante Carlson and stabbed him in the belly, right?
I did not walk up to Dante Carlson and stab him in the belly.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
I mean, if you would ask some questions about your fitness on July 30th, I want to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Just maybe we can get it done in one question. Did you feel fit enough to take on 13 teenagers and adults in a fight by yourself without a weapon?
I didn't, no.
You were asked some questions about what happened with each of these people, right? You were showing some stills.
Mhm.
Were you in court when, do you know how many frames are in per second of these videos?
I learned they're like 24, 25.
So one frame is a 24th of a second, is that right?
Correct.
When you were in that, let me play the video. I'm gonna play exhibit 2.
Are you connected?
I think so. Before I am.
Yeah, start over. I don't have anything on my monitor either.
That's not the screen I'm looking at, Judge. I apologize. My screen looks like that.
Screen is this, the library.
That was my, that's my home screen. But
Well, you got to be careful using your own computers, guys. That's rough like that.
let me take another chance here, Judge. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I mean, all those people are like, yeah, my kid was such a dumb fuck, but I'm so mad. Like, it's like, you know, God, it's like, all you parents, like, we let our kids go drinking in public. It was such a good time on the tubes. They got all liquored up, by golly. You morons. Oh, if that's really his house, that's pretty epic. That's nice. I like that. I doubt it's his house, though. I think it's his home screen.
So I apologize. 150.
Your exhibit?
Sure. Apologize. Sorry.
Lord of War is asking a good question. What took so long? A murder trial happening in less than a year is absolutely a breakneck pace. These trials are long. There's a lot involved. There's all kinds of motion practice. I mean, these guys have, think about all the exhibits, witness preparation, time to prepare, motions to suppress, motions to challenge different things that have been filed and have occurred. I mean, this case had a lot of things that went on in this, and it takes a long time to prepare. I mean, that's not abnormal. It's not abnormal for, like, if you get charged with murder, you're sitting in jail. Even if you're out on bond, you're looking at like a year and a half, 2 years normal. That's not an abnormal amount of time for this. There's a lot of work that goes into these. There's a lot of work that goes into these. It takes a lot of time preparation. I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse happened in about a year, and that was really fast. I mean, it was really fast. I mean, most murders don't happen that fast. There's a lot to go through and a lot to do. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Lord of War. It's just normal. That's par for the course. Like the other case we're looking at is the George Kelly trial out in Arizona. I mean, that one happened last year. That was a little different because it's a little more straightforward. But there's a lot of work that went into this one. So it's sometimes cases can happen early, but yeah, you're looking at least a year and a half, 2 years typically for a murder case, nationwide. And sometimes you get to like Atlanta, people are waiting years and years and years for it. There's a lot of there's just all the discovery to go through, prepare, get experts. And then you got to talk to these attorneys. Like, you've got to clear out on your schedule like 3 weeks. That's all you're doing is this. You gotta have that planned out, and you gotta get all this stuff set up, and there's just so many parts to it. It takes a while. It takes a while. Now it's funny because I could have talked while they're fucking around with this because they're going so slow.
The video, please.
Yeah, Richard Allen was supposed to go in 14 months, and
Start the video.
Here
at
we are.
9:50,
Yeah.
just when he's-
and that's and now we know it's a hyper technical case. How you doing? That's a shame.
All right, before we press play, Mr. Miu, do you see what's on the screen there at 1:49?
Yes,
Is that you falling backwards?
yes,
I want to press play and ask them to stop it at 2:05, okay?
okay.
Please press play.
Okay, guys, I forgot we're running on like 1.35 speed here. We're gonna slow it down. We're gonna slow it down to normal. Here we go.
Do you see what's on the screen there at 1:49?
Yes,
Is that you falling backwards?
yes,
I want to press play and ask them to stop it at 2:05, okay?
okay.
Please press play.
He hit a woman! He hit a woman!
Did you observe those 16 seconds or so?
Yes,
You, if there's 24 frames a second and we watch for 16 seconds, as you sit here now, are you able to break down exactly what happened in each of those 284 frames? I mean, do you have a memory of
No.
1/24 of a second
no,
for
absolutely not.
how, as far as time goes, if you can, I apologize, but if you can, just put yourself back in that space for a moment.
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes,
When you're back in that space, on that river, in that time, did you seem like you had 284 different chances to do different things and feel different things? How did time feel in that moment?
it was not real. Everything was not real. Time wasn't following the same rules.
When you,
Slow, very slow.
when you said you didn't have a memory of some of the details, but you had a memory of the feelings, can you explain, how is that?
So feelings are brought on by what's happening, at least with me. If you get hit in the head, that's a feeling of hurt. If you fall back and you hit your head, you fall back on river rock and you get hurt, you feel pain. When you know you can't get away.
What? Goddamn! No, that's long crime because we were taking forever. Hold on here, chat. Chat, hold on here. That's because we took too long, and long crime reset. Here we go. Because now you notice we've got the time window down there. Before it just kept saying live. Now it says that. We took too long. Why will this not? Come on. Long crime, you fucking cocksuckers. Load up. Yeah, see, now we can also see this. And that means it's actually loaded up. Oh, come on, long crime. Don't do this to me now. You were doing so good for the past couple hours. All right, chat. We're waiting for it to reload. That's a problem. We were stuck in live with the live showing, and
If
they.
you fall back and you hit your head.
There we
and
go.
Fall back on River Rock and you get hurt, you feel pain. When you know you can't get away and you feel like you're drowning and there are people on top of you pounding you and holding you in the water, that's a timestamp in a filing cabinet that says, this is what I suffered.
You
It's
exactly, go ahead, sorry to interrupt.
It's something I would love to erase from my memory, but unfortunately, there are lots of those feelings, very strong feelings I can't erase.
How confident are you in the accuracy of your feelings?
I know my feelings. I lived with my feelings for 54 years.
How about this feeling? How confident are you in the accuracy of this feeling? That
100% confident that that is my feeling. 100% confident.
Even if you can't remember the details of everything you saw?
Correct.
Even if you can't remember the details of everything you heard?
Right.
Because there was some question that I want to just make sure we cover it, right?
Mhm.
AJ, Mark, do you remember each of these acts that you're charged with, each of these acts of stabbing?
No.
Do you remember the particulars, that is, I should say, the particulars of like X person did this or Y person did this or Z person did this?
No.
Do you have any memory of just randomly stabbing people?
No.
What is your memory as to why you did what you did?
I was afraid for my life, and what I did, I had to do to defend myself.
Do you have a memory of stabbing anybody that didn't come towards you or attack you or touch you or push you or hit you?
No.
Did you ever just randomly go up and hit somebody?
No.
Do you have any memory of Tony Carlson trying to break anything up?
No.
You were asked about that, but I know there's some frames on that. Do you remember the frame in which Tony Carlson's coming up from behind and pushing you?
I didn't know who he was, but I remember being held in the water. I mean, it's a feeling that it gives me the nightmares, the trauma that was caused by that. That's the trauma that I remember.
There were asked some questions there at the end about the Larry and Davis video. Could you make anything out in there?
No, I thought I was looking at Sasquatch.
Do you remember anything about Dante? Dante Carlson is the person on the video previously that we saw here that had hit you. You know that, correct?
Yeah.
And he's the person in those two-tone shorts, correct?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory of how it came to be that you defended yourself against him that's not on the Jawan Cockfield video?
No.
You remember him coming up to you?
I remember lots of people coming onto me. I couldn't distinguish who. I don't remember color of shorts or anything like that.
Did you ever swing or hit the knife out of anger?
No.
Why'd you use the knife?
Because I'm a mechanical engineer, I use it as a tool. But what I used it for that day, I used it to save my life for self-defense.
That's all. Mr. Smithson? So, Mr. Miu.
You hear over and over again that there was 13 people there, and you're there by yourself, right?
Apparently.
But we know that's not true because Ariel was behind you.
Objection. Sustained.
13 people did not attack you, correct?
Looking at the evidence, correct. In the picture at the time, I didn't know that.
13 people were using words that you didn't like, right?
In action, right?
2 women
Mm.
touched you on your shoulders and arms, right?
They didn't just touch me on my shoulders and arms. You know that.
You were 250 pounds at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they're still not allowed to assault you.
Touching your arms caused you to fear for your life.
You're not touching.
Objection.
That's not the evidence that's already said.
Again, members of the jury, disregard what the attorneys say because what they say is not evidence. What the witness says is the evidence that you rely on. Next question.
You said the time slowed down for you on redirect, right? You said the rules didn't apply, time slowed down.
To me, at that time, everything felt different.
If time had slowed down, you would have time to consider your actions, right?
If it did slow down, yes. So I was wrong when I said it slowed down, but yes.
But that's what you said, right?
I understand.
You never told the SART nurse that you had been drowning, right?
Objection. Overruled.
I don't remember what I told the doctor.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you had been drowning?
I don't remember.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Miu. You may step back to the table. Give me a few minutes.
Just a couple minutes.
All right, let's come back at 3:45. Please take the jury out.
All right, so jury.
So that's it. That's it, chat.
We're in recess, 3:45.
All right, guys, we're just going to talk real quick while that's running for a minute. Could the jury go with manslaughter versus murder if they do lesser included? Sure. But I don't think that's been, that could be an option, but the prosecutor's going to ask for lesser included offenses. Sometimes the defense can ask for them too, but I mean, typically, the state's going to say lesser included offenses only. On that, there's nothing that can be done. My favorite type of knife, the one that could steal a man's soul. And Derna is saying it's just a 115-pound woman in a mob attack is saying like it's a 2-pound hand and a punch. Yeah, but remember, they're making that angle. Saying that's the issue, you could have walked away. Well, maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. I think it's disgusting that in Wisconsin that is still a factor, even though statutorily you don't have it, yet they could make it a factor. But nope, he didn't have to walk away. His ego couldn't handle it. I don't know. Those kids started to fuck around, and yeah, well, they found out. Charlie said, I thought it was a crime to lie under oath on the stand. Remember, perjury is hard to prove. All you gotta say is, oops, I misremembered. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Kimbo says, if he gets acquitted, I will send Sean $1,000. Kimbo, that $1,000 is safe in your pocket. I am not worried about it at all. Go buy some hookers. Eric says, I bet you $1 whole dollar do. I bet you $1.01. Price is Right style. So. And Aaron, I thought I saved your chat. But you said you think you know these people. I know you're in, like, I know you. I'm not gonna power level you on that. I think if you know those people better than I do. I hope to God you're right. I hope to God you're right. I don't think it's gonna happen this time around. I think the judge is gonna be like, well, hey dear, I'm gonna send you to prison for life. For no more tubing for you, Nicolae. No more tubing. No more beer barns. I think he's going away. So I think he's going down. But it is beyond a reasonable doubt thought. Oh, they've got enough to get beyond a reasonable doubt. If a jury were to convict him, I don't see a court overturning this. Crane says the defense attorneys are bad. They're not bad. It's just working with the facts they got. And you talk about Mark Richards. Well, Corey Shearer-Fossey was one of the attorneys that was along with Mark Richards. And Mark Richards fucking slept through a lot of shit on his end. So let's be careful about, you start throwing stones. Are they trying to insinuate that men are weaker than women? Or women are weaker than men? Yeah. And yes, guys, there's a very big point. This is the reason why the defense actually plays it at speed. And for the prosecution, they have to go frame by frame by frame by frame by frame by frame because it looks better that way for them. Playing it at speed looks like pandemonium. They're screaming and laughing and hooting and hollering. All that stuff hurts them really bad. So if I'm the defense, I would keep playing it. The laughing and the giggling. Yeah. Do they sound scary to you? But that whole at the beginning, like, he wanted to go fuck with a bunch of kids. Like, oh, come on. That's not really going to get it. Well, the jury gets to see the entire video. Yeah, they're going to get to watch the whole thing front to back. That whole 16, 15, 16 seconds. Yeah, they're going to get to watch that. They're going to get that as an exhibit. Mark Richards will explain the havoc of the situation. Vodka Shrimp is saying, hopefully the judge will take into account who started the incident with verbal attacks, then physical assault, and the man only reacted to that. Yeah. Judge ain't your ally here, man. Judge ain't your friend. Judge ain't your friend here. I can tell you that much. There ain't no, if you're hoping for a directed verdict, that ain't happening. Which I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet. There's been no motion for a directed verdict, which I think is a little concerning. That's a big thing. There's no directed verdict motion. Like, what the hell?
Is there another witness? Judge Nelson?
The defense rests.
All right, defense rests. Mr. Anderson, will there be a rebuttal? No. All right. Members of the jury, that means the evidence is closed.
Wow, they're not going to rebut this? Wow. I'm actually, they're very, they think they're shitting in high cotton. Surprised they don't want a rebuttal. Okay.
What?
But why isn't there now a motion to dismiss? A motion for acquittal. I mean, Wisconsin, guys, every state's different. But in Ohio and a lot of states, now is when you make a motion to dismiss because the states failed to meet their burden. You're going to lose, but you got to make it. I'm surprised they're not making any motions like that, but whatever.
Almost at the end. I have some matters to discuss with the attorneys. It would not be practical to keep you here and try to push through closing arguments.
Okay, good. So I thought they were already addressing that, but okay, here we go. Now we're finally getting to it.
End up working into the night. So I'm going to release you now. I'd like you to come back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. What is going to happen tomorrow morning is we'll all come back into the courtroom. I will give you the jury instructions. The attorneys will deliver their arguments, and then the matter will be handed over to you for your deliberations. Again, the reminders are the same. No independent research or investigation. Do not talk about this case among yourselves or with anybody else. Do not consult news reports or social media posts about this case. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at... Yes. Anything else? All right, please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Trapassi, do you have anything else concerning the evidence? Motions?
Yes, Judge, we would renew the motion that we've made before. The arguments are the same. I believe the burden is different. And so if Your Honor wants additional arguments, the facts haven't really changed. It's just the burden has.
I think the burden is the same, but the evidence that I can consider has expanded, correct? I can consider the entire body of the evidence, not just what the state offered.
Fair enough.
All right. Mr. Anderson, is there anything that you want to add?
No.
All right. Again, that motion is denied. I stand by my earlier rulings. I think the evidence that has been presented thus far is sufficient to warrant this case going to the jury. This morning, I handed the attorneys rough draft number 3 of the jury instructions. Have you had an opportunity to look at it, or do you need some time?
Real quick, guys, I want to talk about this comment real quick. Robaz is saying, Robaz Corgi is saying, how would they know if anybody in the jury talked about the case or looked into it more? Do they tap their phones? No, it's basically the honor system. We tell the jury, don't do it, and we expect the jury to follow. Every instruction given to a jury, they're presumed to follow. So if the judge tells them to disregard a statement, they presume the jury will disregard it. Now, jurors do fuck up quite a bit because eventually if they start looking around, which here's a secret, and Bob Dobolina is correct. Guys, here's the secret. They all look at stuff. And that means when you're going on a jury, you're going to look shit up too. All these jurors do that. Like, let's not lie. Maybe the old boomers don't, but everybody else does. So what happens? Don't think for a second the defense team isn't checking social media. Yeah, they are, but there's only so much that can be done. But the big thing you have to think about is you're told not to do it. You're expected not to do it. There's a bit of an honor system there. But what normally happens is if somebody does start looking stuff up, they can't keep their mouth shut about it. They tell other jurors. And some of those other jurors then rat them out and narc them out to the judge and to the court, which is what should happen. Then that juror gets removed. So that's typically how that works. It's generally the jury enforces it. And yeah, people, a lot of times people say they don't, and the court presumes that they don't. So
I need some time.
How much time?
I need to, Judge. I haven't looked at a page of it.
Are we going on the record or?
Well, I'd really like to get it done if we could. I don't know how much time you need.
I haven't even looked at it. I apologize, but obviously it's been a full day. And so the 29 pages,
oh shit, that's
at least 415.
Will that be enough time for you?
Oh, I'm going to defer to Mr. Anderson. He's looked at them a little closer than I have.
It should be, Judge. I know that the one, it doesn't need to be lengthy, but I think would be appropriate is something on defense of others, because there's testimony that Dante and AJ were responding to Miu punching Maddie when they responded. So
Let me just kind of recap where I think we are. I had initiated a rough draft of the jury instructions
mm-hmm.
and instructions I thought the evidence would justify. The attorneys and I have discussed the draft. We spoke most recently yesterday. There were some areas where I needed input. I got the input. In the draft you have now, it reflects the changes that we discussed yesterday. The areas that are in red are areas that remain unresolved from yesterday or were added based on Mr. Anderson's submission late yesterday regarding the lesser included charges for counts 2 through 5. So it should look familiar to everybody, with the exception of the portions in red.
Also, some of you guys are wondering, why does it take so long? Look at this. The prosecution has a lot of their crap online, but this is just one of them. Like the defense has like 2 of these banker boxes. I think there's like 4 or 5 total, packed full of files, guys. Like that's how much time and effort goes into this. All the trial preparation, all the work. I mean, look at that. That's just what they have for this set of like witnesses and stuff. They've had different sets of boxes for different days. There's a lot of crap that goes into this. So yeah, it takes a long time to get this all ready.
Just give me a better understanding about defense of others instruction, how you see it fitting in, where do you want it?
So the testimony from Dante and AJ was they saw Miu punch Maddie, so they were defending her. So I think the jury should be able to know that not only is it legal, is self-defense legal when justified, so is defense of others.
What's your reaction, Mr. Trofasi?
Never heard of an affirmative defense being given in a criminal case for a victim. And I haven't looked at it. It strikes me as.
And technically, I mean, yes, both parties could be acting what they thought was justified self-defense and both be correct. But, there's no, to add it though, at this point isn't, I think they'd have to argue it's solely about Miu though. Is his action solely justified? So I agree with Shirafasi. So what he's getting to right here.
Victim. And I haven't looked at it. It strikes me as completely convoluting everything we're doing. But I would need to know, are they saying that gets rid of the right of self-defense? I don't know what it means in terms of.
I don't know, David. It's a gift.
Consider that evidence. If they consider that, are they saying, if you find it's defense of others, then self-defense doesn't apply? I don't think it strikes as self-defense.
Yeah. Jason, how does it fit into your argument?
I think when I was reading this before, I think there's a spot where it could be added in very succinctly, but I just want to be able to tell the jury that we have these jury instructions in Wisconsin. It's legal to come to the aid of others, and that's exactly what Dante and AJ did. And it also intertwines with.
But how does it reflect on Mr. Miu's guilt or not guilt?
His provocation is what responded them to come to the defense of Maddie, and then he starts stabbing people. And they had a legal right to come to her defense under the theory of defense of others.
So if I may judge this.
One question, are you proposing the pattern instruction or do you have something custom made?
I think it could be more succinct. I could come back with a,
Yeah, why don't you do that so that we're all looking at the same language? What did you want to add?
The only way, again, I agree with Mr. Truxey, I just don't see how this comes in. The only way would be if it comes in under that red paragraph on page 3 under provocation in some way, but then it doesn't make sense because it's, the issue is whether Mr. Miu's conduct was unlawful. Whether Dante Carlson's conduct was lawful or unlawful has no bearing whatsoever on whether provocation occurred, and whether Mr. Carlson or AJ Martin's behavior is lawful or defensive of others. That has no bearing on Mr. Miu's beliefs or the reasonableness of his beliefs, because there's zero evidence that has been presented that Mr. Miu had any impression, understanding, or knowledge that what was being done to him was legally the defense of others. And so it's just, it's irrelevant, it's prejudicial, it's confusing, it has nothing to do with Mr. Miu's beliefs, which this entire case is about.
Let's put it on hold. Give me the proposed language that you want to have me consider. I'll give you 20 minutes to review the most recent draft. I'd like to, if we could, I'd like to finish the instruction conference today so that we can come in fresh tomorrow morning. But if the clock prevents us from doing so, we may have to adjourn it till tomorrow morning. So we'll reconvene at 4:15.
And are we on the record at 4:15? Or are we?
That's my intention, yes. Yeah.
All right, chat. So they're gonna come back in a minute here, but yeah, I don't see. I don't think that's a fair argument to bring in the third party defense stuff, but we'll see what happens. Because, and guys, this is actually important. I do want to watch this because the jury instructions, they're arguing over now what the instructions are given to the jury, how they're actually applying the law. This is actually going to be critical. This is a lot of times where this is actually where most reversible error happens. So it'll be interesting to see what we get to here.
Is present with Mr. Miu. I understand Mr. Trophy had to leave.
Mr. Truxey is doing the closing tomorrow, so we've decided to divide and conquer. I spoke with Mr. Miu. Mr. Miu gave me permission to tell Your Honor that he's comfortable with me proceeding.
All right.
Mr. Truxey is doing other tasks to represent.
Oh, wait, what happened here?
Tomorrow, so we've decided to divide and conquer.
Trophy had to leave.
Mr. Truxey is doing the closing tomorrow, so we've decided to divide
Oh, so Sheriff Fossey is going home to get ready. Not a bad idea.
and conquer. I spoke with Mr. Miu.
They should be doing this too. That's actually probably a smarter plan. The problem is, this guy's the elected prosecutor. He can't just fucking walk out now. He'd fuck himself on an election.
Gave me permission to tell Your Honor that he's comfortable with me proceeding.
All right.
Mr. Truxey is doing other tasks to represent.
Yeah, they're dividing, conquering the work. Oh, pull your
I
mic
guess
down.
The first question I have
homie.
before we dive into the instructions is this. Are either of the parties requesting lesser included offenses?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Yes by the state, no by the defense. Mr. Anderson, which lesser included?
I'm satisfied with the ones in the draft instructions, Judge.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear on the record here. You're requesting lesser included for count 1 to include second degree intentional homicide, first degree reckless homicide, second degree reckless homicide.
Correct.
Then for counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're requesting lesser included for attempted second degree homicide, for first degree recklessly endangering safety, and second degree recklessly endangering safety.
Correct.
This is basically what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse. And here's the thing. He's asking for that. He a little scared. I don't think he's not as confident as he thinks, and I don't understand why he isn't. I think he's holding a very good hand. He's just got to play the cards right at closing. His closing is going to be. The problem is these guys have demonstrated they can't do this right. They have a very easy closing. That they are in the home stretch. They just have to get it. They just have to get across the finish line. So for him to ask for that, I think he's a little skittish there. That's surprising to me.
Mr. Nelson, any comment?
We object.
Any basis?
Along the facts, and I don't want to try to be efficient here, but I don't think it's supported by the facts that have been presented here. Certainly as to, I understand count 1, second degree, we prefer not, but I don't think there's a basis in law or fact for me to make an argument that he doesn't get second degree intentional. As to count 1, first degree reckless, I don't think that there is a basis in fact that there is any evidence that was utter disregard for human life in this situation where the person, Mr. Schuman, died instantly. So for those reasons, so we object to first degree reckless as to count one. Let me go through the other counts or just do count one first.
I'll go through the other counts.
As to counts 2 through 5. Again, I understand that
I don't know, David, and that's something
Second
I've
degree
wondered
intentional.
because normally, and that's a good point, chat. This is a good point. Normally, the prosecution sits between the defendant and the jury. Letting the defendant sit that close to the jury is something prosecutors hate because that allows them to like see him and give him a little bit of humanity. Normally, the defendants would be over there. It is a little weird they've done that, but maybe the judge said those are my rules. I don't know.
Intentional is a lesser included of first degree intentional. So I'm not objecting to that. While we prefer that it not be offered, I agree that there's a factual basis for it. As to the reckless endangerment, first degree reckless endangerment, again, there's no evidence that it was utter disregard. In these cases, I do concede that case law that I've seen supports the fact that
There are attorneys who have done that to fuck with a prosecutor before.
Mr. Anderson.
So basically, both the state and defense are entitled to ask for a lesser included offense, and it's error for the court not to include lesser included offenses as long as there's a basis. So a jury could conclude that although he was reckless in stabbing these people, he didn't actually have the intent to kill them, hence the reckless charges. The self-defense is still at issue in all of them, but I think it's appropriate to have the lesser included.
My understanding of the law is that either party may make a request for lesser included. One party's decision to request lesser included cannot be challenged by the other party. So here the state is making the request. It's entitled to the instruction as long as the evidence supports it. In my judgment, the crimes that are being requested as lesser included are in fact all lesser included offenses. The homicides in count 1, the lesser degree of homicide certainly are. Same with the attempted homicides in counts 2 through 5. There's also case law that says that the reckless conduct for each of the classes of offenses are lesser included. So I'm satisfied that the charges themselves are lesser included offenses. I'm also satisfied that the facts support the lesser included crimes that have been requested. I think Mr. Anderson's assessment is correct, that the jury could conclude that Mr. Miu did not have the intent to kill, but he did engage in reckless conduct by indiscriminately jabbing and swinging his knife around people. He testified today that he really didn't know what was going on, didn't know who was hitting him, didn't know where people were necessarily. It all happened very fast. Yet the knife was used in a way that would show utter disregard for human life, and certainly reckless in nature. When considering utter disregard for human life, there are a number of factors to consider. What he was doing, why he was engaged in the conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Again, we have a man who is using a knife in a dangerous way, indiscriminately brandishing it against others. Others were injured. Mr. Miu left the scene, left the wounded behind. After a delay, he tubed past them without rendering aid, without notifying police what happened. I think those are all facts that one could conclude are utter disregard for human life. So I'm satisfied that the facts support each of the lesser included instructions that have been requested by the state. All right, what I'd like to do is walk through the instructions that I have. If there's an objection or something that you think warrants discussion, please stop me, and then we can have a conversation about it. I intend to issue 100 opening instructions, 145 information, not evidence, 1017 first degree intentional homicide with self-defense, and the 3 lesser.
Chat, I have to go back because somebody was trying to tell me, J-Rock, you're wrong. You're always going to be wrong. There, so. Sorry, I had to listen to this, guys.
Yet the knife was used in a way that would show utter disregard for human life, and certainly reckless in nature. When considering utter disregard for human life, there are a number of factors to consider. What he was doing, why he was engaged in the conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct.
I don't even know what
We
you
have,
guys are
a
talking
man
about, J-Rock,
who's,
so makes you feel
using a knife
better.
in a dangerous way, indiscriminately brandishing it against others. Others were injured. Mr. Miu left the scene, left the wounded behind. After a delay, he tubed past them without rendering aid, without notifying police what happened. I think those are all facts that one could conclude are utter disregard for human life. So I'm satisfied that the facts support each of the lesser included instructions that have been requested by the state. All right, what I'd like to do is walk through the instructions that I have. If there's an objection or something that you think warrants discussion, please stop me.
All right, guys. So I don't think the whole the providing aid thing, it's not going to change a whole lot there. I could see appeals court saying like that's not actually a factor you should consider. That'll be harmless error because the rest of it, though, hiding from the cops, doing all that, that does show disregard for human life.
And then we can have a conversation about it. I intend to issue 100 opening instructions, 145 information, not evidence, 1017 first degree intentional homicide with self-defense, and the 3 lesser includeds that I mentioned.
I do have objections about that, just to make sure when you want to.
Yes. What's the objection?
On page 3, I don't have objection to 1017 in general, Judge, just some of the wording within 1017. On page 3, the first paragraph, the definition of great bodily harm is included based upon our request. We're comfortable with great bodily harm means other serious permanent bodily injury, as opposed to the entire definition. My understanding the state wants the entire definition.
Mr. Anderson?
We have a legal definition. I think it makes sense to use the legal definition.
I believe that this is the legal definitions out of the statute. There's also a jury instruction with this definition. That's what I used. I didn't feel comfortable taking parts out of it because I didn't know how the attorneys intended to argue. So the entire definition is in there. I think the attorneys can use whichever portions they choose to use, but it is a correct statement of the law. Next objection.
No, that guy in the far end's the investigator, one of the detectives.
Which we submitted a modified version of jury instruction 815. I sent that again last night via email to everybody at the court's request. I believe that that is a more accurate rendition of the law. It's our position, as is outlined in document 318, that the state needs to specify what was the unlawful conduct, which was of the type to provoke others to attack. And then also that there's a need in this paragraph for the court to tell the jury that it is the law that they have to prove the unlawful conduct, which is the basis for the provocation beyond reasonable doubt. I appreciate they have to disprove self-defense, but since provocation is the state's attempt to put a hurdle in front of whether we get self-defense, I think it needs to be made clear in that paragraph that it's the state's burden to prove provocation occurred beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, I'm happy to go on in more detail, but I think the document number 318 with the case law that's cited in footnotes is a better argument than what I'm verbally making right now.
Mr. Anderson?
It's a pattern jury instruction. I looked at the motion filed by defense. The authority they used were 2 Washington state cases from the 1980s. That there's been, I didn't see that it's been adopted in any other state since the 1980s. I saw a couple of California cases that cited to them that were overturned. There's no such authority in Wisconsin to modify the pattern jury instruction. It's drafted by the jury instruction committee to conform with Wisconsin law. So the closest thing I could find I included in my response, which is directly negated a Minnesota court case that was cited. So I don't see the reason or the authority to modify it.
Just so we're clear, the jury instructions aren't law. The jury instructions are a committee's recommendations as to what the court can instruct the jury as to what the law is. But I appreciate we're asking for modification. But in response to the state, it seems like the state is saying, I need to have some authority to say why we shouldn't use 815 in the manner that it's here. I provided authority. I agree that it's not Wisconsin because there's no issue on point in Wisconsin. I think we all agree, at least we did yesterday in chambers, that the burden is on the state to prove provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. So if we all agree that that's the law, the purpose of the jury instructions is to tell the jury the law, then why would we want to include that in this paragraph to make it clear? I can tell you, Judge, and I understand my understanding is not the basis, but lots of lawyers involved in this case. I think we all agree that this 29 pages of jury instructions is probably some of the most complicated reading we've ever done in our legal careers. So anything we can do to simplify it, I think, is worthwhile for a group of eventually 12 people who do not have law degrees.
So under the self-defense statute, Mr. Miu loses the privilege of self-defense if he provokes an attack by unlawful conduct. So I'm hearing two arguments. One is that the phrase unlawful conduct must be identified and defined. The other is that the instruction should include some reference to the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In terms of the modifications requested by the defense, no Wisconsin case law supports the request. The reference to unlawful conduct is part of the self-defense statute, section 939.48. The phrase is not an element of a crime that may require more specificity. Second, the phrase is not limited to a single act. It is broad enough to include multiple acts, whether they be criminal acts or tortious acts, but acts nonetheless that would cause a reasonable person to physically react. In this case, there is credible evidence that Mr. Miu engaged in unlawful conduct during his encounter with the tubers. There is credible evidence that his conduct was of a type likely to provoke an attack by others. The jury will need to evaluate that conduct and the conduct of others and determine how it affects the self-defense claim. So while I understand some of the issues that other states have wrestled with, in Wisconsin, we do not have any authority to support the specificity that is being requested by the defense. As far as the burden of proof, I also decline to modify the language. In my judgment, the pattern instruction is adequate and it correctly states the law. I don't want to make modifications that could potentially be confusing or misleading. I think by adding additional language about the burden of proof with regard to provocation could do just that. It is true that the state has the burden of disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving every fact necessary for a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I relied on the pattern instructions. Those instructions repeatedly instruct the jury on these basic points. Adding more language about the burden of proof to the provocation paragraph could confuse the jury because it would imply an obligation to prove provocation. The state is not required to prove provocation. The state is required to disprove self-defense.
They are 100% critical.
The state may achieve that in a number of ways. Provocation is one of them. If the state elects to disprove self-defense by way of provocation, then the state will need to prove it beyond reasonable doubt, and the pattern instructions adequately instruct the jury about that burden. So those are the reasons why I'm denying any additional modifications. Were there other objections to 1017?
Yes, Judge. The next paragraph, I don't believe that there is a factual basis for that, which would normally be a bracketed portion of 815, and that is the paragraph, the person who provokes an attack, whether by lawful or unlawful conduct, with intent to use such an attack as an excuse, and it goes on. That's the sentence which I don't believe that there is a factual basis to support its inclusion in 1017.
Mr. Anderson?
Before he even ran up on the boys, he touched his knife in his pocket. He kept touching his knife in his pocket while people were telling him to leave. He took out his knife and still nothing happened. And then witnesses say he punched Maddie. After they responded, he started stabbing people. So I think it's not a huge stretch to argue that he punched Maddie to provoke the response that would give him an argument for self-defense.
Is that really the state's theory?
I think there's an argument. Sure.
Is that the state's theory?
I don't think it's what I'm going to argue to the jury, but I would mention if they believe that.
Again, the optional paragraph that we're talking about is an accurate statement of the law. Judge's decision to give an instruction is discretionary, but has to be based on the facts of the case. So are there facts to believe that Mr. Miu was looking to stab people but just needed the right excuse? And he punched Madison Cohen so we'd have that excuse? That's what you're saying?
Yes. That's an argument we could make.
Yeah, but it's not a good
How do you understand
argument.
the facts then that leads you to that argument? Also, is it an argument that you're going to make? Because if you're not going to make it, I'm not going to include it because it's not relevant.
Yeah, that's highly prejudicial.
I was
then, too.
planning on briefly mentioning it, and then moving on to other
Briefly.
theories or other theories of the case.
Hmm.
But I think I gave my argument, Judge.
That's not a very good argument.
I mean, we're asking that it not be included. These are.
This judge is not
complicated
impressed with that
instructions
argument.
that I don't think they've met their burden to prove that a reasonable jury could think that. Your Honor, I know is very judicial in letting juries decide things that are jury matters, but it sounds like Your Honor has, even in that interpretation, skepticism as to how any reasonable jury could think that. And they're-
No, not necessarily that. It seems to run in the face contrary to the theory that I've heard. But,
Yeah.
You know, it's the state's case, and if you want to give them a menu of options, it's your choice. I'll include it.
All right, what, you're really gonna let them fucking include the theory? He was like, I'm gonna go fucking stab some motherfuckers. Really? That's like you're to premeditated homicide at that point. That actually might be. That could be a reversible error. He's very skeptical. He's like, well, I'm just gonna do it. Wow.
Next.
Next, Judge, and I know this is not efficient, but this, as applies to this case, the effective law of self-defense, I think those next 5 bullet points, the wording of it, well, implies that the burden of proof is with Mr. Miu. And he doesn't have to prove that his belief was reasonable.
So you're talking about pages 3 and 4.
Correct.
Bullet points.
Correct. Those 5 bullet points under as as applies to this case, the effective law of self-defense is, again, it's a summary. I don't think it's necessary. I appreciate that it's part of the standard, but I think it flips the burden within those 5 bullet points because it implies that it's our. They have to, the jury has to find his belief was reasonable, which isn't what they have to find. The jury has to find that the state has proven his belief was unreasonable. That's different.
I understand the objection. I'm going to include it. It's part of the pattern instruction. While I have discretion to deviate from the pattern instruction, I see no reason for doing so here. What the bullet points do, in my opinion, is put all of this law into context, how it fits together with the lesser included and a finding of not guilty. It puts it in 5 bullet points. I think it encapsulates a lot of different concepts and gives the jury a understandable roadmap for the thought process that they can utilize in reaching their verdict. In no way does it suggest that Mr. Miu has the burden of proving any of these elements. It just describes the way it all fits together. In fact, on page 4, the paragraph immediately after the bullet point refers to the state's burden of proving all facts necessary to constitute the crime is beyond a reasonable doubt. Later in the instruction, the court provides much greater detail on the elements of proof and what needs to be considered. Again, there's more reference to the burden of proof being on the state. So I think that the law is accurate and does not mislead the jury. Anything else?
Yes. The next paragraph, the use of the word established, I think it should be, so the paragraph reading instead, I think it should read, instead you will be asked to determine whether the state has cross out established and put proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and then go back to the standard language.
You lost me. Which page?
Page 4, the paragraph underneath the 4 bullet points, the second sentence beginning with the word instead. The 4th line down, second word in is established. I think that word should be crossed out and we should use the word proven and then we should include beyond a reasonable doubt. Just, we use proof all the other times and now here in this section we use established. I just think it's more accurate to say proven and obviously it is their burden to prove it, the necessary facts beyond a reasonable doubt. So
that's exactly what was said in the sentence right before it.
Well. Yeah.
Which is why that's why it doesn't make sense to me. If we use the word prove in the first sentence, why are we using the word establish in the second sentence and the word establish in the third sentence? Even if you don't include beyond a reasonable doubt, which I understand Your Honor says the first sentence covers that. Just change the word established to proven. At least then we're consistent with that language.
I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith too much. It's not misleading. I think it's accurate.
Wordsmith it.
The first sentence clearly states the state's burden to prove
But
all
you have
facts
to.
necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I think for probably flow and just general understanding, it uses the word established. I think it is implicit that it's established beyond a reasonable doubt. There's really no other way to read those following sentences. What's next?
Page 6, the last paragraph. I appreciate that the standard language says you must not find him guilty. I think the simpler language is you must find him not guilty.
How can that possibly be correct?
Because the verdicts are guilty and not guilty. And so
It
if it
completely
says,
ignores the lesser included.
no, it says, if you are not so in my reading, it would say, if you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty of first degree intentional, and you must consider the next one.
But they're not returning a not guilty verdict.
I appreciate that they're not putting out a verdict, but I think that that's the finding.
I'm gonna leave it as is. If there's a lesser included, there's a sequence. They start with first degree. If they don't agree there, they go to second degree, and so on and so forth. And at the end is when they would reach the not guilty if they are not persuaded on guilt for any of the charged or lesser included offenses. Putting in, you must find him not guilty, I think would be misleading and contrary to law. Anything else in that instruction?
No, Judge. Oh, well, I mean, I'm sorry. Next is page 8 on the paragraph determining whether beliefs were reasonable. The last sentence of that paragraph, instead of his acts, I think it should say the alleged crimes, because we're not assessing his beliefs about anything other than his beliefs at the time that he committed these alleged crimes. So if you include from the standpoint of the time of his acts, it's much broader, and we're not trying to establish the reasonableness of his beliefs at the first 1 minute and 49 seconds of that video. There's nothing about the reasonableness of his beliefs then. It's only about the reasonableness of his beliefs when he committed these crimes. So I'm just asking that his acts be crossed out and replaced by the alleged crimes or the charged crimes.
I'll leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith. It's an accurate statement of the law. This is a pattern instruction by the jury instruction committee, which is a committee of, I think, at least 10 judges. These instructions have been vetted and reviewed and studied, and in my judgment, 10 minds are better than one. And I just don't feel comfortable wordsmithing and changing words without fully appreciating and understanding the effect that those changes may have to the broader meaning of the instruction.
And again, I understand. I just want to make sure my point is clear for the record. I disagree. I don't think it's an accurate statement of the law, but I heard your honor, and we'll move on.
Okay. Anything else?
Same complaint on page 8 about the wording of not find Mr. Miu guilty as opposed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. But I again understand your honor's previous ruling would be consistent to overrule my objection.
Next.
Yep, I'm working through this, Judge. I'm going as fast as I can. Page 10 under jury's decision. Again, the same issue comes up that your honor previously mentioned. That's all on 1017, Judge. I believe I previously mentioned State v. Austin, and while I would prefer the elements of the crime on page 9 include self-defense, I appreciate that consistent with Austin. Element number 2 includes the language required by Austin, and element number 3 includes the language required by Austin. So I'll just leave it at that.
That was my assessment as well when I read Austin and considered your comments from yesterday. It looks like those pieces of law were already incorporated into the pattern instruction, just may not be in the position that you preferred.
1072 on page.
Any objections, Mr. Anderson, on the
No.
state?
No.
1072.
First paragraph, second sentence, the word attempted is left out.
All right, thank you. Anything else in that paragraph?
No, Judge.
All right. I imagine you have similar objections to 1072 that you had in 1017.
Yes, Judge. The bullet points on page 12, and in particular, which again, I'm not trying to make the same arguments. I appreciate your honor's previous ruling. But nevertheless, I make those arguments. At the bottom of page 12 in red, where it talks about first degree recklessly endangering safety, I believe you would need to add at the end of that sentence and is at the end of the bullet point at the top of page 13 to be consistent with Austin, which we previously stated. You should add the words at the end of that and did not act lawfully in self-defense.
So what I did when 1017 provided a nice pattern instruction for first degree intentional homicide with the 3 lesser included and self-defense. There wasn't a similar pattern instruction for attempted first degree homicide with the lesser included and self-defense. So what I did is I tried to mirror the modifications in red to what exists in 1017. basically followed the same flow, the same thought process. And that's where I came up with the language in red. The Austin language is included where I define the crime in more detail. The bullet points on pages 12 and 13 are simply the instructions effort to put everything into context in a way that is simple and understandable for the jury. This isn't the instruction itself about the elements of the offense or the things that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. This is just an explanation, like the introductory language that precedes it, to help the jury better understand how these lesser included offenses all fit together.
If I may, my concern is, well, I hear your honor, the argument that I'm making now, I would go back on 1072, page 4, in request. And again, I understand your honor that the same 7 words "and did not act lawfully in self-defense" be added on page 4 in the summary of first-degree reckless homicide and second-degree reckless homicide. Otherwise, when we talk about both in 1017 as and in 1072, when we talk about the intentional crimes, self-defense is included in that summary. When you talk about the reckless, it isn't, which if somebody goes and does a quick glance without doing a deep dive, it may, I'm worried the jury would think they just look at that and then they don't have to think about self-defense. So to add those 7 words, I don't think is contrary to the law, and I don't think it's confusing. I think it's just correct.
I disagree, because Austin didn't say you need to look at utter disregard for human life and self-defense separately. What Austin said is that someone does not act in utter disregard for human life when they're acting in self-defense. Now, that may be a small, subtle nuance, but I think it's an important one. And the concept of self-defense is subsumed in the term utter disregard for human life. That's the way that Austin presented it, and that's how the instruction reads when you get to the detailing of the elements of the offense. Right. What else do you have?
On the paragraph on page 13, the same arguments I made before about the difference between the use of the word "establish" as opposed to "proven." Just again, note the similar objection.
Noted.
At the last sentence, which I also, on page 13, it's the same last sentence as is on page 4 in 1017. And so I want to incorporate this argument for both. Instead of using the words "you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty," I think this is the instructions. So I think you should just say "you must find Mr. Miu not guilty." I don't know.
I'm sorry, you lost me where?
The last, on page 13, the paragraph beginning "because the law provides." Are you with me?
No.
The top of page 13 under the red bullet point.
Yes.
The last sentence of that paragraph, the words "will be instructed." I think those words should be crossed out and say "must." It implies you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. The literal meaning is that I'm not telling you that now, but I'm going to tell it to you later. And I get it.
Is it meaningful?
It is to me.
No.
I think the word should be "you must find Mr. Miu not guilty," because you're instructing them now in this moment. You're not telling them about what you're going to do at a future moment, which is what it implies in the sentence.
That's what I don't understand.
If it doesn't make a difference, then why wouldn't we agree? Why?
That's not the way it works.
Well,
You tell me why it's different, and I'll consider making a change.
because this implies I'm not telling you that right now, right? I'm going to tell you that later, but we don't actually tell them that later.
We do.
When do you say, if the state does not satisfy those facts as established by the evidence, you will be instructed? When do you give that instruction?
It's in a, I'm looking at page 20. For one, if you're not so satisfied, referring back to the previous paragraph, you must find him not guilty. And I believe it's also in 140.
Okay, I stand by my argument. I appreciate your honor's comments, but
Anything else in this instruction?
Same on page 16, determining whether beliefs were reasonable, the same arguments that I had made previously when discussing 1017.
Objections noted.
I just need to, I got about this far, Judge, so if I know it's not fun to watch anybody read, but that's as far as I got in my in-depth reading before.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any concerns or objections to 1072?
No, Judge. I'll also say too, I changed my mind on the asking for a special change or instruction on defense of others. I think I can make the argument with the provocation instruction.
Thank you. You weren't going to get it anyway. All right, let's, I don't want to just gloss over the rest of 1072. but we'll put it aside for the moment. Let's continue on because I think the others are probably pretty easy. There was a request yesterday to use 1220A, the self-defense battery. Any objection?
No.
And this, I trust this is 1228, and so,
Should be.
um, yes, then, thank you, we
I
agree?
think the red language is the new stuff.
Sure.
That's the difference. Continuing on, 990. I think there was a request last night to include the more robust definition of great bodily harm, which I included. It's in the red text. It's the same definition that you saw earlier. It's repetitive, but one came at the beginning, this one comes at the end. So the rest are kind of sandwiched in between. No objection, I'll continue on. 140 burden of proof. There was a request last night for a modification to the last sentence, which I made. It's in the red text.
No objection from the state.
We filed our previous objections in writing, and I appreciate the modification, thank you.
Continuing on, 103 evidence defined. 170 circumstantial evidence. Last
This
night,
is-
again, I'm referring to last night. I'm talking about the chamber's conversation off the record. Mr. Anderson,
Okay, so the circumstantial evidence. This is where he's gonna get buried. I don't think the jury buries him. So we'll just leave it at that.
requested 172, so I included that. Any comment?
We object.
Mr. Anderson, why do you think it's justified?
The evidence is that he walked away, changed his appearance, tubed past the chaos. Yeah, discarded the knife, tried to walk past an officer, and essentially was only apprehended because he was recognized from the photo. So I think it's appropriate.
I think the facts support the instruction. Obviously, there's competing inferences, different arguments can be made, but this instruction is an accurate statement of the law and will give the attorneys a platform for making those instructions or those arguments. Continuing on, 157 remarks of counsel, 155 exhibits, 148 objections, 147 improper questions, 190 weight of evidence, 195 jurors' knowledge, 300 credibility, 160 closing arguments, 460 closing instruction, 485 verdicts submitted with lesser included counts, and concluding with 515. Mr. Nelson, does your client request any special instructions regarding his decision to testify?
No, Judge.
I think it's 315. You
Correct,
don't want-
Judge.
Do not want it.
We do not want it.
Okay.
Hold on.
So what are
Just so we're clear, Judge, I'm not asking for the instruction. Obviously, the law is the law is the law, and either side, well, they won't quote from 315. They can make arguments consistent with 315.
Absolutely. Did either of you look at the wording of the verdict?
Did, and I appreciate it's perhaps different with lesser included, but it's, our position that since he's presumed innocent, that the verdict of not guilty is the first choice.
Mr. Anderson?
I don't have anything to add, Judge. I know that this is the standard way, and I don't see a reason to change it.
I understand the
standard way, and
sentiment of
that's
wanting to have the
wrong.
not guilty read first. I don't think it makes a difference one way or the other.
Yes, it
I
does.
don't think it is suggestive. Which verdict
Bullshit.
first?
Wait. You're telling me that people don't ever just pick the first choice? That doesn't play any role in their mind. Come on now. There is science behind that. And yes, I bitch about this every time too. You should always be bitching about this. Not guilty is the presumption. That's the box that should always be checked until it's time to uncheck it. And then check another box.
The reason why I organize it the way I do is because I think it's consistent with the order of proof. The state going first, defense going second. So that's the way I order it. Is there anything that you think I missed that should be included?
No, Judge. I just want a chance to finish reading 1072.
Yes, and what I propose we do is adjourn for the night since it's 5 o'clock. I'd like to have the attorneys come back tomorrow at 8. We can pick up the instruction conference. That will give the attorneys a little bit extra time to look at 1072. Since that instruction did have a substantial amount of additions, given the late addition of the lesser included offenses. So we can pick up where we left off, but at least this gives me a clear indication that most of what's been prepared is going to be delivered. Is there anything else that you think we need to address?
Nothing I can think of. I guess we did have the I think these might not have got numbers.
So that diagram with Mr. Miu, I'll pick up Mark. Did you? What was it marked as?
This is
90?
yes, exhibit
90? So that was the illustration, Mr. Miu? So 90 will be received just for purposes of illustration. It's not evidence, of course.
62A is the photos of the boys.
Do you have any objection?
No.
That's 62A, correct?
Yes.
All right, 62A is received. Anything else from the state?
We have the blown up photo of Isaac, but we also needed the normal size, so unless defense, I don't think we have to mark it in a minute.
No position.
It's up to you.
So 91.
So 91 is the portrait of Isaac blown up. The 8x11 was already received into evidence. Anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Nelson, anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, so we'll pick up on the instructions and then be prepared to 8:30 with arguments shortly. Good night, everyone. We are adjourned.
We're done. So guys, yeah, the lesser included, that's giving the jury a way out. I could see them doing those easily. That's very much kind of getting down the road of Kyle Rittenhouse. I forget exactly what he had, but it was similar. They were allowing some lesser included. Allegan saying, how would another person's right to self-defense affect my right of self-defense? Well, that's what the court was that was the discussion. Like, why are we even going down that road? So, yeah. And they always want to give the jury the option. Well, it's because they're scared. If they were confident, that's because they're never that confident. At the end of the day, they get scared. So I do think it's interesting. They're at that point. I don't know. So, they are a little bit pussies there. And Cringe Peddler said, what unlawful conduct? We'll hear the judge talk about it. Unlawful conduct's obviously illegal conduct, but also tortious activity. So it's not even against the law, but you could sue them for it. Their version of unlawful activity is actually very broad. I was actually surprised to hear that. So Charlie said the defense called dibs on that table. Duh. I've heard stories of attorneys doing this where they show up and they plunk their crap down and they get in there before the prosecutor does, and the prosecutor gets all in a tizzy about it. But yes, it's the party with the burden of proof sits closest to the jury, and they should be sitting over there. I don't know why they did that, but hey, if they're going to give up that option, take advantage of it. Eric says they're scared because of that Rittenhouse verdict. This is if they are scared, they're morons, because this is nowhere. This isn't even in the same continent as Kyle Rittenhouse. Remember how he said there's that good to bad? Kyle Rittenhouse was well within the green. Like, he's almost all the way off the greens. Well, actually, this is where the greens are. The good side. He's almost all the way off the green. He's like light years that way onto the good side, where Nicolae's in that gray area. That's how bad this is. Hit somewhere there in the Apple River rules is one line that says no unlawful behavior here. Oh, yeah. So, guys, like I said, Michelle says, do you have a touch of the tism or foamer? I'm not a foamer, okay? Maybe I have a touch of tism. Who knows? But I'm definitely not a foamer. Lesser included shouldn't be a thing. Well, I think there's times where the defense might want to ask for them. They have the right. I think they should have the right. So a large picture of Isaac so the state can yell, he killed Isaac. Ah! I want Sharfisi to go. So what did Nicolae do? He pulled a fucking Abraham. Except there's no angel to stop him this time. And he sacrificed Isaac to God. So Vodka Shrimp says, thank you for this. Yep. Tomorrow it will be in the afternoon. We will watch the closing arguments, and we'll kind of fast forward through the jury instructions because we've already heard the jury instructions. We're not going to re-listen to them in time. I'm not listening to those. I mean, I could put them on play if you really want to hear them, but I'll put it on play and go like walk the dog or run the dishwasher or something because I am not going to sit here and listen to those. It's the worst part of, it's literally the worst part about being in trial. It kills your soul. It kills your soul. Two self-defense cases can exist at the same time, but that's not the issue here. It's what Nicolae was concerned about. Kyle was at 17 at the time, so he would not have been accused as a pedo. Yeah, that's very true. Very true. The judge almost screwed Kyle. Yes, Schroeder. Everybody remember. Everybody likes Schroeder. Schroeder is an awful judge. Absolutely awful. Sean does like trains. I mean, like, I don't hate them. I don't want to derail every train I see, but yeah. Yeah, they were boring once. Don't need to listen again. George Kelly when? We'll be starting back up on George Kelly because we need to get caught up on him. Guys, I'm sorry. This one just took over. It also helps along. Crime is just running it, and it's ready to go. Also, I kind of got carried away with it because this actually is a really good case. So we'll get caught up on George. Remember, they don't do Mondays, so we're actually not that far behind. Let's see what else you guys got. Actually, I think we're all caught up. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, guys, that is it for tonight. We will check back in. It'll probably be in the afternoon. I don't know what time exactly. I'll try to give a little bit more heads up for it, but we will get ready for the closing arguments. I think they're gonna, let's say they get it tomorrow. I'm presuming that closing arguments will be done by like noon, 1 o'clock. I assume the judge will make them wait for lunch, give them their jury instructions. Yeah, I hope so, at least. But they're gonna be out at least a day and a half minimum. I mean, that's how long it took Kyle Rittenhouse, and this is gonna be, like I said, guys, I'm not holding out hope, but I'm willing to be wrong. But I'm not betting on being wrong here. I 100% am not betting on. I just think I'm going to be right. I hate to say that, but I think I'm going to be right. So, thanks again for the stream. Oh, you're welcome. And I almost forgot because it is that time of night. You guys tomorrow play up Nico's special hit. So take care, everybody. Good night. Tips on hunting and even talking the law. Second, I thought I was playing Remove Kebab. Not yet. We're not removing kebabs yet. Good night, everybody. Take care and enjoy your night. See you guys tomorrow as we tackle the last bit of this.